Greetings, everybody. Greetings. Oh, today's gonna be a good day. We don't have to do any more comedy. We don't have to do any of that. However, we do need to bury comedy first. And what I mean is, I have to rank the endings we got yesterday. So, unfortunately, I genuinely do not I cannot distinguish any of these endings in my head very well. I think immediately after the stream yesterday, I entered into sort of I feel like I had amnesia of the 2 hours that I did comedy, besides the big realization that we were skipping 33 days on that last one. That one was that certainly brought me to heights I never thought I could reach. It really did personify that we're so back meme. I was so low, and then I went, whoa, we are so back, chat. So yeah. Immediately, fish ending. This shit is so ass. Ending 83. I genuinely don't remember what that one was, but that's going into should have been 97 endings tier. I think ending 77 was harem ending comedic. I think it had some funny. 83. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. You know what? Fine. It gets harem ending comedic. At least it had a kind of funny punchline. So, there you are. You get the harem ending comedic ending of where I got a giggle out of it. And, this one, I think this is the one where they say, fuck you, you don't get an ending. Peak Fiction. Peak Fiction. Is there any disagreement in chat over my placement of the remaining comedic endings? 77 was the siege I fuck. Was the siege fuck you? Was it? Surrey, fuck you? I thought it was ending 78, the one where we explode Surrey. Oh, wait, you're right. Okay, that is going in, should have been 97 endings. Okay, I got them mixed up. Okay, you're going in Peak Fiction, ending 77. Yeah. So far, pretty good distribution, I would say. I might readjust the Peak Fiction one. I just found the ending so good after such ass route. But, yeah. I'm feeling pretty confident in my rankings so far, in terms of how the endings have gone throughout so far. I don't think we're gonna hit another ending today, unless there's a very short route that I accidentally get into. Moving on, I did update the question list a little bit. Do we really need to go over what we learned in the comedy route? Karura Kashmir never existed according to Ziri on this route. I am just assuming that this is all bullshit until proven otherwise, because I don't think I can take anything seriously in the comedy route. I don't know how to treat it right now. It could turn out that in a weird way it's true, but I don't know. I have no idea. The Karura Kashmir never existed according to Ziri on this route. Like, maybe we're like a fucking template of like what we were or something. I don't know, man. But yeah, this route was really, really stupid. And from the coming of age route, whatever that was, because we only got one ending because I tripped my way into getting into prison with Ito, and we became neighbors. Yeah, not a lot we got from there, and we're not going to be returning to that for a good while, so we're going to be leaving this here. From chapter 15 so far, we don't have a route name for this yet. But apparently there's a dimension of space called Cryptoglobe in space that can be infected and influenced, according to Flamo. Yeah, I'm guessing that's referring to the Gi, which we already learned about in the slasher route. Yeah, I don't know how that fits in. I suspect we'll hear more about it, depending on what route we go on this. And just some overall questions for chapter 15 so far. number one, what is the end goal of the Gi here? Is it just pure, just kill us all? Because that's what its MO was in the slasher route so far. How do they infect the future baby? Because I'm presuming that's what, Flameo was talking about, like, his future self getting, like, infected or something. Is the Gi data, which was mentioned in, Slasher Route, present in the spare Ito timelines? I'm very curious about that, but we're not gonna get an answer to that for quite some time, I don't think. And what is Hiriko exactly waiting for in this route? If she already has, like, a clue of, like, the Gi existing? It could be a case that this is the route in which she learns about the Gi being a thing and then morphs into the slasher route or something like that. All we know for sure is that Hiriko has, to some degree, morphed timelines. We do know that we just don't have enough information of what has she morphed, how many times she's morphed, and when she does morph in the other timelines. So, those are interesting questions I do want to follow up on. Today will be a long stream. I am hoping to be streaming for quite a while, like maybe around 7 to 8 hours today. It'll depend on how far my voice goes. However, I will not be streaming on Saturday, and I'm not sure about Sunday either. So I will be gone tomorrow for certain. Like, there's no way I'm streaming tomorrow. No way possible. And Sunday, I may want to just use that day to catch up, because there's quite a few things I've been falling behind on as a result of streaming this game so much, which, let's be clear, I want to stream this game. I really do enjoy my time streaming this. However, I do need to focus on other things. I have streamed this for 105 hours since this thing came out, so you can do the math there of how much a day I've been streaming. But I will be for sure back on Monday, barring anything coming up. So, let's get back into it. I am hopeful of getting quite into the game today. And get at least deep into the game. Hello, Edicus. Hello. And before I start, thank you to Manic Derek for the follow while the stream was down. Thank you. Okay, so last when we left off, we skipped quite a few days because we took a blow for Takamura. 4 of the squad, Shoma, Twins, and Darumi is not wanting to fight with us because they think we're a murderer, which we are. Hang on, it just occurred to me I need to update something else. Endings, ending 69 to, I want to say 83, I think, completed. Let's see how that looks. Does that add up? No, I've done more than that. How many endings have I done? I should have done this before stream, but apologies about that. 84 to 69. Okay, 84. I just want to update this in case anybody asks what endings we have seen so far. Okay, there we are. Now we can start. Now we can really get into the game. Okay, and then we talked to Ava, who just is being not wanting to talk to us further at all. What are we doing right now? Are we talking about, like, ideas of how to get everybody on board? And it's raining. Lovely. Gotta love a rainy day. Nothing bad ever happens on rainy days in this game. Might as well talk to Hiriko. You know, I had this thought while I was walking around. It really does seem like Hiriko and Takumi so far in the routes have, like, a much deeper, like, in-depth interactions than Nozomi and Takumi at this point. Wonder what's that all about. I mean, she may or may not know on this route that we're already infected with the Gi data. she's taking pity on us, maybe? Or something. It's hard to read what exactly it was. Maybe I would have to review the ending we got on the slasher route to exactly read more into that relationship. Hugo and Yugama, what are you guys doing here? Nothing questionable. I always feel calmer next to dead bodies. That is extremely questionable if you ask me. I do not know why, but I just found myself wanting to come here. Do normal people find themselves wanting to come to a morgue? It's a lot less questionable than coming to a morgue to feel calmer next to dead bodies. Even I can agree with that. Yugama put his hands over his mouth and giggled. What about you? I told them I was investigating Gaku's murder case. Oh, we're investigating Gaku's murder case. Got it. I see. So you're here to re-examine the corpse. I doubt there's anything new to discover. Yeah, but it wouldn't hurt. With that, I started investigating Gaku's dead body again. I didn't make any new discoveries, just like Hiriko said. What was the cause of death? This is already an improved route because Gaku's just dead off the bat. Just dead off the start. What was the cause of death? Hemorrhagic shock. How about the murder weapon? A foot-long blade. The shape of the wound seemed to indicate a kitchen knife of some sorts. Have you found the knife? Not yet. Wait a minute. Why is Yugamo suddenly acting all detective-like? I'm just curious. Don't mind me. Let me see. You already told us the estimated time of death when we were at Second to Last Defense Academy. Yes, between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 5. Before you ask, I was sleeping in my room at the time. What about you, Yugamu? What? What were you doing between the night of day 4 and morning of day 5? I was at Second to Last Defense Academy. Is that relevant to the case? I'm just trying to cover all the bases, please. Needless to say, I was in the room at Second to Last Defense Academy during that period of time. Brilliant, Takumi, brilliant. Or perhaps I should say, I was in dreamland, for I was sleeping like the dead. Right. Why do you ask? Because. Are you hesitating to say it out loud? Then I will do so on your behalf, because you are an assassin, Yugamu. Yes, that is certainly a reason to be suspicious. However, I am much chagrined. I do not revel in meaningless murder. Indiscriminate killing goes against my personal code. There is always the possibility that Gaku was someone special to you. Impossible. I have never met this Gaku while he was alive, and good for you, Yugamu. Of course, I have no evidence to back that statement up. All I can do is plead for you to believe my words. I trust you. Is this just the Gi, like, hijacking his brain for a second to cast some doubt? Because, like, this is really dumb, Takumi. I didn't hesitate to answer because I had seen Yugamu and Gaku's relationship in the previous timeline. There was just no way they had met each other before this. His statement about not killing meaningless was possibly true as well. In the previous timeline, Yugamu never killed any of his allies and never showed any indication that he wanted to. Your trust in me is heartening. He smiled a little as he said that. Well, I guess I'm done here then. Thanks for listening to me. After thanking them, I turned around and left. Cool game. Karara and Kiyoshika. Karara and Kiyoshika, what are you two doing here? So this is where the Gaku person was killed? It was weighing on our minds, so we came. Everyone here is such a dimwit that it's highly likely they missed a vital piece of evidence or two. So you're here for the same reason I am. Are you investigating the case as well, Sir Takumi? Yeah, do you want to help me out since you're already here? I want to re-examine the scene of the crime. Oh yeah, it did rain on day 24. I just remembered that. In the original timeline, it rained on day 24. We searched the room together, but we found nothing of note. Did you investigate this place immediately after the murder took place? Yes, before we cleaned Gaku's body off the floor, but we didn't find any clues that would bring us closer to the identity of the killer either. How about the murder weapon? Despite our best efforts, we haven't found it yet. It's not in this classroom or anywhere else on school grounds. What about the threatening note scribbled on the digital blackboard? Was it erased? Yeah, it was making us uneasy, so that was a stupid thing to do. We could have used the handwriting to pinpoint the killer. They weren't wrong. By the way, there's something I need to ask you. I asked them what they were doing. Why are we asking them? They were not here. Takumi. Or, I mean, this is maybe explained if the Gi is just like influence it. Yes, ask the derail all the conversations in his head, but if this is just Takumi asking questions, what the fuck are you doing? Wait, are you suspicious of us? Not really, it's just, I was sleeping in my room at second to last defense academy, of course. As was I, in my own room, that is. I cannot believe we're on your list of suspects. Look at me, I am the very epitome of innocence. Hey, what's with that look? I mean, have you seen yourself? More like the epitome I've got something to hide. You are talking about my mask, right? Are you telling me to take it off? No, absolutely not. The mask stays on no matter what anybody. Right before she finished her sentence, Kiyoshika snatched her mask away, revealing Karawa's face. Wow, Kiyoshika does that? She held the mask up high before throwing it onto the ceiling catwalk. My mask is gone. My mask. Where did you hide it? Karawa kept looking around in a panic. It didn't seem like she noticed Kiyoshika was throwing the mask away. That didn't really matter now. What did matter was her exposed face. It's Karawa. What? Oh no, I was just thinking how you looked the same in the other timeline too. Why would I look at it different? This is the face I was born with. I know what you're trying to say, but this face is too cute to be natural, right? But I swear I never did anything to it. Who cares about that? Where's my mask? I feel naked without it. Don't look at me. I believe I just saw Sir Takamura taking your mask somewhere. That bonehead. Give my mask back to me, Takamura. She dashed out of the classroom, shrieking away. My, her actions are as adorable as she looks. We ought to let her run around like that for a while. Yoshiko disappeared after saying that. Now alone in the classroom, I doubt I learned anything new by sticking around. I guess I should go too. Tsubasa and Takamura. Tsubasa, I get, but what are you doing here, Takamura? Because she said she found something cool, duh. What is it? There was a box of junk inside the street garage. I rummaged through it and found this. What's that? It's a voice changer. See that patch thing on the tip of the cable? Stick it to your throat and you can use it to freely change your voice to anything you like. Oh, what fuckery is this gonna cause? You can make it go higher, lower, or smooth as butter. Also, if you have a sample voice recording that's long enough, you can make yourself talk with that voice too. Isn't it cool? Sure, but what is it even doing here? Oh, I wouldn't know. Maybe whoever used this place last left it behind? Who would that be? How the heck would I know? What are you doing here, Takumi? Oh, right. I told them why I was here. There, investigating Gaku's murder, huh? I think you're looking in the wrong place. We don't have anything new to share. We were all fast asleep in our rooms when he died. We couldn't have possibly seen or heard anything or anyone suspicious. Any personal guesses, like, do you know if anyone had a grudge against Gaku? They turned and looked at each other. Takumi? Are you thinking one of us is the killer? No, that's not it. I already told you. The culprit is an outsider who's already escaped outside the wall of fire after killing Gaku. Yeah, that's what I think too. I don't want to be suspicious of anyone anymore. Ain't gonna make that mistake again. He was probably referring to the time when he suspected I was the killer. Okay, thanks for sharing your thoughts with me. After saying that, I turned to leave. The non-fighters group will just go to the leisure lounge. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Listening to the calming sound of running water. And trying to make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Comfortable, huh? What about you? Oh, actually, I told them I was investigating Gaku's murder case. Well, that's got nothing to do with us then, right? The Muriku kid was killed here between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 5. Both of us were at number 2 that day. Oh, and just in case, number 2 has inside the last defense academy. Whole thing's too long to keep repeating, so I shortened it. We've also taken to calling this place number 1. Although its official name is Last Defense Academy, shortening it to last sounds strange, so we settled on 1 instead. Got it, thanks for explaining. Hey, are you suspecting us? Of course not. Actually, it's not completely impossible for one of us from number 2 to have done it. What do you mean? What? Any of us could have used the school bus to travel to and from here overnight. Oh, and now that you mention it, bedtime is at 11 p.m. Someone could have set off at midnight after everyone else had fallen asleep. If they pushed the bus to its limits, it would have taken 3 hours to get there. putting their time arrival at around 3 a.m. They only took 30 minutes to finish the job. They could have left number 1 at 3:30. This is really dumb. And returned to number 2 at around 6:30 a.m. Maybe if I hadn't already completed Slasher, I'd be more intrigued by this possibility, but it just does nothing for me. Because I presume I already know the answer. Just before the morning announcement at 7 a.m. Also, someone from number 2 coming here wouldn't have triggered the wall of fire intruder alert. That's true. Wait, are you telling me this as members of number 2 yourself? Oh, sorry for shooting my mouth off like that. It's just, you know, the incident doesn't quite feel as real to me because I've never met the victim. Just in case, I asked them what they were doing between 11 p.m. on day 4 and 7 a.m. on day 5. As I had expected, their answers were the same. I was sleeping like a log in my room. Me too. If every single clue you are given is horseshit, then it's better not to be invested in the first place. See, I want to say that, but this could have been your first fruit that you got. Like, I only think I know the answer because I played another route that revealed the presumed answer, and it seems consistent with everything I saw on that route that Takumi is the one doing this. I'm not sure if I agree with that. What are you guys doing here? At my question, the 4 of them tensed up and looked at each other. Nothing in particular. We were just bored, that's all. There's a lot of things we can use to relieve our boredom here. After hearing their reply, I informed them that I was investigating Gaku's murder case. They were taken aback. What? Are you out of your mind? Gaku was killed in the early morning of day 5. Almost 20 days have passed since then. Why now? Because you guys said you wouldn't trust me until I sniffed out the real culprit, remember? Does that mean you're suspicious of us? I didn't say that. It's actually much better if I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that we're all innocent. The more people we can confirm are innocent, the sooner we can prove that the killer had never been one of us to begin with, right? I see your point, but I'm afraid that will be difficult to accomplish. Why? Nobody from Group 1 has a verifiable alibi. Oh, Group 1 as in the original members of the LDA's Special Defense Unit, whereas Group 2, second to last academy? Yep. Wait, Sister Dearest, but you and I have ironclad alibis. Because we were sleeping together in the same room, that doesn't hold any water from an objective point of view. It is just as Hiriko said. The testimony of a sibling doesn't count. Miss Amamiya, you're distrustful of us too? Yo, who said that? You're jumping the gun here. What if we looked at possible motives? Motives? Like, is there anyone among you who had something against Gaku? Takumi, are you really expecting someone to say yes to a question like that? Besides, Mr. Gonzaki just mentioned just now, Mr. Maruko was killed in the early morning on day 5. At that point, we'd only known each other for 4 days. Hardly enough time to develop a grudge deep enough to stab someone that many times. And that's the truth. Yeah, I guess. That's why I believe there's no point in trying to solve this case by looking at motives. That murder was carried out by a lunatic. That's the only way for it to make any sense. Which means the prime suspect would be the craziest lunatic of all, the man, the myth, the meme himself, Takumi!
Hey!
Why me? Because you killed Mr. Outsuki so easily, just like that. You're so right, Eva, you're so right. And without any proof. How many times do I have to explain? He betrayed us in another future, that's why. What? Would you say that to the police? Would that even hold up in a court of law? I killed him to stop him from carrying out a crime in the future? Does that sound like a good defense to you? It was the same old argument that wasn't worth repeating, so I didn't bother continuing. I simply sighed deeply and shook my head and left. I finished talking with everyone. Sadly, I didn't unearth anything new. While nobody in number 1 had an alibi, they didn't have a motive either. Nothing changed about this. But the 5 new members from number 2, I've realized any of them could have been the culprit. They could have taken the school bus to and from number 1 and number 2 overnight. They could also enter without triggering the alarm. All this investigation had done was throw more names onto the suspect list. The murder weapon was still missing, and the killer left no trace at the scene of the crime. In short, there are 0 clues to go on. How do I continue an investigation like this? I sighed and collapsed into bed. The day drew to a close, and night slowly took over.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
Sarah's carefree voice faded away into the darkness, only to be slowly taken over by a cold silence. It was in that silence I found myself heading heading to a certain place, the courtyard. Oh, Ava's gonna get deaded. Where Ava was being held. I went closer to her cage and stopped just in front of it. Takumi, is something wrong? You look very tired. It's not. You're just imagining things. Well then, why are you here? When Shomo was bringing food to me, he told me about Gaku. He also shared a lot of other things with me. I'm aware of your current predicament. You mustn't lie to yourself, Takumi. What? The truth is, you think the killer is among the 12 of you, right? No, I don't. Please, you can be honest with me. I won't tell anyone. I'm the only one you can remove as a suspect because I only arrived here 3 days ago. It's literally impossible for me to have killed Gaku. If I had managed to slip in and somehow, without triggering the alarm, I wouldn't have stopped at Gaku. In short, I am the only one in the school you can trust right now. Ooh. I hope that the Gi doesn't go, I'ma go murdering Eva, because it would be very interesting to have, like, a sort of, like, pairing off with Eva and Takumi in this timeline. I'd be kind of interested to see how that works. You've come here because deep inside you know that too, am I wrong? You may be right. Words spilled out of my mouth before I could stop myself. I couldn't even be sure if I had meant what I said. You and I are the same, Takumi. I don't trust my allies either. Especially not Vetchness. Why's that? That battle 3 days ago, she was supposed to send reinforcements for me, but they never came. She was using me as bait. Bait? She nodded and continued talking. She should have seen me be caught from where she was located, but she didn't do anything, because that was her plan all along. Wait a minute, I thought Vetchness was dead? That is what everyone seems to believe. But is it really true? I am of the opinion she is still alive somewhere out there. Okay, so she is not dead in this timeline. Okay. Takumi, here's the straight truth. There's a bomb inside of my body. The detonator is on my joint, on my left hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at the time will be blown to smithereens. Please relax, I don't intend to go through with it. If I did, I would have done it a long time ago. Anyway, Vetchness ordered me to do this. Oh, okay, so, there's a bomb inside of you. A small, tiny bomb. If you get caught, blow yourself up in front of everyone in the Special Defense Unit. I was not to humiliate myself by becoming a prisoner of war. But you didn't do that. My orders were to detonate in front of everyone. I was to blow up every single member of the Special Defense Unit. Oh, so they're just straight up using suicide bombers. Oh. Good lord. I didn't detonate the bomb when you apprehended me because the other 4 members were on the rooftop. I get it now. That's why you wouldn't offer any intel until I came. But you came alone, which defeated the purpose of the request. You were all supposed to come together. That was Vetchness' plan? Huh? Yes, to allow me to capture me before detonating, taking out everyone in one fell swoop. I'm gonna presume that wasn't the plan in the original timeline, because she could have done that at least 2 times, I think, in the original timeline, so this is a new timeline thing. That's why she didn't send reinforcements. Ava clenched her jaw and lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Okay, I understand the situation better now, but why are you sharing this top secret plan with me? I wasn't lying when I said I was feeling unwell this afternoon. It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. The weight of that decision made me feel so ill, but in the end you decided to side with me. Yes, because I could never betray someone who saved my life. One more thing, your eyes. When I look into them, I sense something familiar. Oh no. Chat? Chat? Do you know what I'm about to say? Do you know what I'm about to say now? It's Karua's cousin! I swear to God, if all these, like, commanders are, like, descendants of Karua somehow, which, there's a non-zero chance of that now, or she could be talking about, like, the Gi behind it, and we can learn more about what the invaders think of the Gi. Because as far as I can tell so far, the Gi appear to be a third faction. They don't appear to be whatever the invaders are, or whatever the invaders call themselves. We still don't know what they call themselves. Something familiar. Solitude. It dwells within you. Okay, yep, Gi. Those lonely eyes were what drew my heart to you. Her words weighed heavily on me. It felt like something I was trying to desperately to keep hidden had been forcibly exposed. Yet, instead of panicking, I felt a strange sense of relief deep inside. I may have been unknowingly putting a barrier between myself and the others because of my suspicions. It truly felt like Ava was the one I could open up to, because she was the only one I could say with absolute certainty didn't kill Gaku. By the way, aren't you going to ask me about our army?
Huh?
Nah, I'm not in the mood. If I didn't already know that he had a Gi in him, I would be so angry right now. I'm not in the mood for that right now. I probably wouldn't remember anything anyway. Then may I ask for a favor? Go on. Please, return my mask to me.
Huh?
Your mask? The mask I was wearing on the battlefield. My people highly value our masks. We consider them a part of us. Without it, I feel exposed. Fine, your mask, right? Yes, thank you so much. And then you have to unlock the cage and murderize her tomorrow. After leaving Ava, I went back to my room. I had mixed feelings about our conversation. A chaotic mix of slight relief, intense guilt, and great confusion.
Hey!
With a loud cry, I jumped into bed and resigned myself to a sleepless night ahead. Day 25. Is Ava gonna be living through today? I think this was the same day we killed her in the slasher route.
Be ready to give.
After waking up to the usual morning announcements, I walked out of my room straight to Tsubasa. What is Takumi heading to breakfast? Yeah, can I ask you something? What is it? Do you know what happened to Ava's mask? Ava's mask? Yeah, that thing she was wearing on the battlefield before she revealed her true face? Oh, that. It's kept somewhere in the garage. Great, thanks. I'll go grab it later. Immediately after saying that, the door to the staircase flung open and Kyoshi came charging over. She quickly ran over to us with a strained look on her face and said, Something disturbing has been discovered in the classroom on the first floor. Something? Disturbing? You must come immediately. Everyone else is already on their way. Oh, who's gonna die this time? I followed Tsubasa and Kyoshiko to the classroom on the first floor, dashing inside upon arrival. Let's play a killing game? Hell yeah! Are we on the killing game route? Oh my god. The Ruby's gonna be so happy. What? No way. Not again. It was a repeat of day 4. Somebody had used red spring paint to write something down on the digital blackboard again. 1 second. I just want to compare the handwriting there. Shit, can't go to gallery. The only difference was the content of the text. This time it said, let's play a killing game. Who found it first? Was I. Upon discovering this foul scene, I immediately set off to inform everyone of it. What were you doing here in the first place? Yes, well, I had wished to retrieve Lady Karara's mask before breakfast. It had been left on the ceiling catwalk since you flung it there yesterday. Kyoshika, you shall pay for this later. Karara was already wearing her mask. She must have retrieved it before the rest of us came running in. What if she's an invader? This is just her mask. She was just an odd one of the invaders. Who would write something like this? Isn't it obvious? It's the same bastard who wrote the last threat, the same one who killed Gaku. Are you sure the handwriting seems a little different? My dear sister's sharp perception pierces through everything. So someone else wrote this? Who? Wait, could it be Ava? No, I don't think that's possible. When I delivered breakfast to her just now, her cage was properly locked. Okay, didn't kill her this time. Who has the key? I do. It's the only copy in existence. Also, there's a special IC chip embedded inside it that makes it impossible to duplicate. Oh, the Gee was very upset about that. That silence is so loud. The Gee is just so upset right now. Just fuming. Can we think about the offer later? I'm more curious what this killing game is supposed to refer to. Which part of killing game is hard to understand? It's a game where you kill or be killed. It still doesn't make any sense. Who plays? What are the rules? Where? How? When? Why? Suddenly, Shoma raised his voice. Everybody, look. There's something on the teacher's desk. Looks like a tape recorder. I guess we should listen to it. I pressed play and an eerie sounding voice came out of the recorder.
The game has officially begun. Like the blackboard says, let's all play a killing game together. The name of this game is The Invader Hunt.
Message continued. Anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. All who refuse the game will be eliminated. That is all. With those eerie voices, the voice stopped. Silence prevailed. We could have heard a pin drop. We were all frowning, although nobody said anything. The last note hadn't been a prank. Sarai was destroyed and Gaku was murdered. This note could have been written by the same person. His last words especially kept echoing loudly in my mind. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. By the way, Gaku, you mentioned something about the handwriting of this message being different from the last. Yeah, I didn't write it. Maybe the culprit deliberately changed it? We should keep that possibility in mind. It was soon to be jumping to conclusions about two different culprits when the MO's the same. Oh, wait! No, why would Hiroko say that? I was thinking, like, what if Hiroko actually wrote this down just so that she could have an excuse to kill Takumi? But why would she say that if that was her plan? Too soon to be jumping to conclusions about two different culprits when the MO's the same. So Gaku's murderer is on the move again? Lurk. Basically, this could be from the same person who killed Gaku. If so, we might be able to find their true identity by joining the game. But that option came with major risk. The monster who destroyed Sarai and slaughtered Gaku was beyond it all after all. Joining the game despite the risk or trying to keep everyone as safe as possible, we had until 7 p.m. to decide to do, but it didn't seem prudent to delay our decision until the last minute. We had to stay united, all of us. For that to happen, I had to clearly express my opinion on the matter as team leader. But what was our best option? Should we join the game or ignore it completely? I thought long and hard about what to say, and then I made my decision. I have a feeling that the killing game is going to be incredibly entertaining. So I'm gonna save that for last. No. We'll make Darumi happy another time.
Guys, here's what I think. I'm not going to join this invader hunt thing.
Right, of course not. A rational decision. I hope you can all follow my lead in this. I know I will. There's nothing to be afraid of if we all reject it together. Hey, don't speak for everyone just yet. My first route, let's go. This was my first Kill Ito route? Really? What, you mean you're not joining? You're joining? Of course. I'll never get a chance to live out my fantasies like this again. Besides, the name Invader Hunt makes the game sound like it's going to be absolute blast. I'm with Takumi on this one. You'll find me playing this game over my dead body. Oh, well, Rip Tsubasa. This Invader Hunt is just the culprit trying to trick us into believing it'll be fun. But it's clearly stated on the blackboard that this is a killing game. The recording said as much too. I'll follow Takumi's lead as well. It'll go against my artistic principles to kill for entertainment. You sure about that? This message don't make sense anyway. The sponsor said those those not in the game will be eliminated, but we'd still get eliminated sooner or later if we did join. Don't be stupid. Nobody has to die if we win, right? Right? Narumi, are you listening to yourself? Huh? You're taking this I love killing games persona a little too far, aren't you? I am not. I'm just saying what I really think. Narumi's pigtails swayed as she vigorously shook her head in denial. But there was definitely some uncertainty in her eyes. But what about you, Hiriko? You haven't said anything yet. Either choice is fine with me. What do you mean? I'm not interested in this game at all. I am, however, interested in finding out the sponsor's identity. They'll make their move eventually, whether we join this silly game or not. That's when we'll swoop in and bring that sicko down, right? That's more or less what I was thinking. Then we have an answer. Yes, we're not going to join the invader hunt. Narumi, you don't mind, do you? I do mind, but it's not like I can play a killing game by myself. I'm sorry, Narumi. We'll do your route. We'll do this route next. Fine. Fine, I'll go with the majority. After that, we decided to stay together until the stipulated time. We didn't know what might happen, and there was always the possibility the sponsor was actually one of us. Staying together meant we could prevent the sponsor from trying anything. I didn't tell anyone about that second reason, though. They all seemed convinced the sponsor was an outsider that had infiltrated the school. Well, they were acting like they thought that anyway. There was those suit guys, there were those, minimum 1, probably 2 suit men on the slasher route that somehow got into the school? I'm not sure what the deal was, but there was definitely 2 unidentified suit men on the top route, because by the time we saw them, Yugamu was already dead. He wasn't running around. Unless the game pulls some real bullshit, it wasn't Takumi because we were playing as Takumi actively. It wasn't like a case of we just didn't see Takumi do a thing. No, we was actively observing Takumi observe the 2 visitors in that small sequence, and then they never intervened again. Which makes me question what their deal is. Anyway, well, they were acting like that, though. They thought that anyway. The sky turned dark as we whiled our time away. Finally, it was 7 p.m., and the time mentioned in the voice recorder. That was when I threw the door to the leisure lounge open. Not because I wanted to join the game, of course. I was there to declare as team leader that none of us would be joining. Everyone else stood outside just in case. Turning around, I could see the others trying to peer in through the door, which was slightly ajar. There was nobody inside the room, not even a faint presence. After looking around, I lifted my head to the ceiling and shouted, "Hey, are you there? Can you see me? I'm here to tell you that none of us will be joining your stupid invader hunt." I mean, Okay, the Gi is displeased. Densely packed suit men out of Takumi's field of vision. There's always 100 men in suits just stood behind Takumi at any moment. This is true? This is true? No response at all? Have it your way, Gi. That's all I wanted to say. Have a bad night. After that cold farewell, I turned around and stepped out of the leisure lounge. Oh boy, you really said it. And after the sponsor said they'd kill us all if we refused to play the game. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, we'd be okay. Gaku got killed the last time we did this, but that killer fled and went outside the wall of fire, right? Most likely, yeah. That's why the sponsor of this game probably isn't one of us. Even Kako even said this morning that the handwriting was different this time. Can't be completely sure because they used spray paint. If the sponsor wasn't the one who killed Gaku, there's also the possibility this entire thing was just a prank. So we need to be unnecessarily shaken. That's if the sponsor wasn't the killer. The truth of the matter remains to be seen. Everybody fell momentarily silent after that. Question, what's the plan for tonight? Plan? Our sleeping arrangements. Should we all spend the night? Where should we all spend the night? I'll be definitely sleeping in my 2 sisters' room. I'll stay with Takamura. No way. What? You don't trust Takumi even after he saved my life. You and me are through, man. No. No. The best bro-ship in this entire game. No. But. The Kumo twins aside, why don't we sleep in our own rooms, like normal? Just lock the door and you'll be fine. I agree. There are 13 people here. Making everyone sleep in the pairs would leave one person out. Alright, but why not put that person with one of the other pairs? We should avoid having 3 people in one room. It's too risky. Risky? Why? Ugh, not again. Our team already discussed this to death, and now I have to repeat myself? Did we? We probably did. Despite her complaint, Hiriko carefully explained to those from the other academy why we decided having 3 people in a room together was a bad idea. That does make sense. We should all go back to our rooms then. No, you just triggered the mother of all death flags, and you don't even know it. Well, anything to spice things up around here. That aside, we all returned to our own rooms to sleep after dinner. Yuma insisted on sleeping in Kako's room, but nobody protested on that point.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready, prepare to be ready to give your life.
In the morning, I headed to the cafeteria for breakfast only to find that everyone else was already there. 1, 3, 9. Oh my, how is it that I count 14 souls? Because you're terrible at math. There's only 13 people here. You see, nothing bad happened. So it was a prank after all? But by who? And for what purpose? If you're asking me, I think the most likely suspect is... We all turned to look at Darumi. Wait a minute, you're accusing me of being the game's sponsor? I don't think so. Darumi doesn't have the guts to pull off something like that. I wonder what the Gi would be saying if we could actually hear it. You underestimate me. I may not have guts, but I've still got my brain meats. They're small and overpowered, but they're still all the same. Oh, for the love of murder. Hey, can we just be happy that nothing happened? Please excuse me for exposing you to my foul-smelling dumpster breath, but why don't we all have breakfast together? After breakfast, we all headed off to do our own things. Relieved nothing bad happened after all. As for me, I went back to my room. Almost immediately, a visitor came knocking. I opened the door to find Tsubasa standing outside. Huh? Did something happen? You asked about Ava's mask yesterday, remember? I brought it here for you. Oh, thanks. Sorry for the trouble. I took the mask from her. What are you going to do with that? I was thinking of returning it to Ava. What, you trust her now? Not really, it's just... Oh, I know, you fell in love with her. What? No, of course not. That's Shoma. Tsubasa narrowed her eyes at me, and I felt my palms get sweaty. Never mind, it's none of my business. Everyone's free to love whoever they want. Tsubasa, she's a prisoner of war. You should probably have maybe a little bit of an opinion there. I told you, that's not it. But since we're talking about the mask, I looked it over out of curiosity and found something pretty interesting. That mask isn't an ordinary accessory, it actually comes installed with a bunch of high-tech features. Infrared night vision, zoom functions, organic life detection, there's even a miniature air tank inside that allows it to turn into a gas mask. Using that air tank, the wearer can survive completely shut from the outside world for as long as 30 minutes. How convenient. That's amazing. It almost sounds like it'd be a waste to give it back to Ava. You wouldn't be able to use it, Takumi. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. Ava's the only person who can wear it. I guess I might as well give it back after all. Even with the best technology in the world, she can't possibly harm any of us from that cage, right? Tsubasa thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement, except for that bomb. By the way, when is she gonna give us more information about the enemy? She did promise to be useful if we spared her life. I actually think it'd be best if we could get her to join us as an ally. An ally? Yeah, so that she can fight in defensive battles allowing it with us. We'd need that some kind of safety measure before allowing her to cut loose, of course. Like a collar with a bomb, maybe. That should put everyone at ease, right? If she tries to run or do anything funny, all we have to do is press a button to activate the bomb. Jesus Christ. A bulb lit up in my mind as Tsubasa was speaking. Tsubasa, let's say there was already a self-destruction device in Ava's body. Would it be possible for someone else to activate it? It depends on how the bomb was built. If the detonation mechanism was designed to be triggered remotely, then maybe... in that case, your plan might actually work. Yep. Wait, you're being serious? You weren't just speaking hypothetically? Do you think that's something you can do? You want me to create a detonation device with a bomb inside her? Yes. Once it's done, we'll have the perfect safety measure. Wow, Takumi, your brain cells are just all eaten by the gi. And then we can allow Ava to join us, huh? Alright, I'll give it a shot. Yeah, sure. Sure. Awesome. I'm counting on you. As it's about 11, I went to look for Hiriko to get the key from her. The key that would open Ava's cage. I walked into the courtyard with her mask in hand. And then Ava's gonna end up dead. Takumi. Here you go, as promised. That's my mask. It sure is. Oh, real quick, what is this called? 15B. 1 second, let me update the current route. Did we make any other decisions on this route so far? No, it was just the leave the school, and then we skipped a bunch of days. Okay. I opened the cage using the key Hiriko gave me. And then we murdered her. After handing Ava her mask to her, I closed the door and locked it again. Thank you, Takumi. I don't know what to say. No need. Just keeping my promise. Well, I'll be seeing you. And then we never gave it back to Hiriko. I turned away, giving a casual wave as I walked away. I'm back in my room, but what now? There's nothing for me to do here. I may as well take a walk around the school. Okay, do I have enough BP to max? Oh, we should totally talk to Hiriko and be like... talk to Hiriko and give the key back, right? Right? Okay, we just need a lot more BP, and yeah, we'll upgrade you too. Check if there's any enhancements I can do. Nope. We just need to up our grades for that. What does Hiriko give again? Math, do we need any more of that? No, we don't. We need more science. We do need more gym, though. Let's hang out with Kiyoshika and, get more info of what she wants, and then we'll give her a gift. Hello, Sir Takumi. Eat some snacks with me. Yeah, cool. Privy, this cafeteria rocks. It's a dream to have unlimited access to Amatsu. And Amatsu? When I lived alone in the mountains with my grandpa, I was only rarely permitted to eat sweets. It must have been hard living in the mountains like that. I don't imagine you have a lot of convenience stores around. Forget convenience stores. We don't have a supermarket, schools, or anything at all. It shows. We fended for ourselves, except for whenever traveling salespeople would drop by. Naturally, that means no Amatsu or any such thing. Whenever I wanted a sweet treat, I would suckle on the nectar of the nearby flowers. Wow, that is unfathomable to me. I'd often accidentally sip on a poisonous one, then I'd foam at the mouth and pass out. Often? I enjoyed Cafeteria Amatsu as I listened to Kiyoshiko's survival stories. After spending some time together, yep. Okay, what does Kiyoshika want? Cool tools. Reverse blade sword. Yep. She's gonna love this.
You have made my day, Sir Takumi. Am I right to interpret this as a marriage proposal?
Oh, we didn't get anything for that. Huh, okay.
You never know when the... Well then.
I went to bed after an uneventful day. No, it only seemed uneventful. Something may have been brewing behind the scenes without me noticing, but since I had no way of ascertaining that, I decided to simply go to bed and embrace sleep for the night. Thank you for the follow, Funk Dev. Welcome, welcome. Day 27. Oh, Ava's dead.
Get ready. Prepare. Be ready to give...
I woke up as the morning announcements played. It had barely finished when a piercing scream resounded in my ears. I jumped out of bed and dashed out of my room. Yuriko, Tsubasa, and Takamura were out on the roof already. Was that Shoma just now? Yeah, I came out running when I heard it. I was already here when she came out. The scream came from the back of the building. Are you sure? Trust me, I've got dog's hearing. Okay, let's go. We made our way down our stairs as quickly as we could and headed back to the back of the school. It didn't take long for us to reach our destination where we saw... What? Huh? Well, at least we don't have to listen to his self-deprecation anymore. But... Huh. This just happened? Huh.
Shoma!
I rushed over to check his pulse and breathing.
Nothing. He's dead.
For how long?
No way!
By this time, other team members came running as well. They gasped and their eyes went wide as they saw Shoma's body.
Shoma!
Impossible. What is this?
Is he breathing?
No, unfortunately.
Get your act together. It's too early to give up. We just heard him screaming. He can't have been dead longer than 10 minutes.
Right. We can use the Revive-O-Matic to bring him back.
Let's get him to the infirmary! Yes, but just one moment.
The hell?
Sir Ima, Lady Kako, and Lady Darumi have not shown up yet.
Hey, you're right.
Maybe they woke up early and went to the cafeteria first?
Oh, are they all dead?
Even so, they should have heard the scream. Weird that they didn't come running like the rest of us.
This isn't the time to discuss that. Get Shoma to the infirmary now.
There's the voice recorder. That could explain how that happened. We heard Shoma scream, but he was already dead. Yeah, that could explain it.
Yeah, I'll carry him there on my back. I don't know how to work the Revive-O-Matic, though.
I'll come with you. The rest of you can go look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi.
Got it.
Takamura put Shoma on his back and immediately ran off to the infirmary with Tsubasa. The rest of us split up to look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi. Since the person who attacked Shoma could still be lurking nearby, we split into teams for safety. I brought him with Hiriko. We decided to start with the cafeteria. We made our way there as soon as we could, but there was nobody else inside. Ima, Kako, Darumi, are you there? Anybody there? No response. Looks like they're not here. Yes, let's try somewhere else. Did any of you try their rooms? Turning around, we dashed down towards the gym, but when we got there... Hey, I can't open the door. Is it locked? It peered through the small opening in the slightly ajar door. There's a latch. Somebody latched the door from the inside. Hiriko and I looked at each other nervously, neither daring to breathe. We're going to have to break the door down. You're right, on three. 1, 2, 3! One more time. 1, 2, 3! The door refused to budge, even after we threw ourselves against it numerous times. Soon, the noise we were making started to attract the others to the gym as well. We need some help here, guys. What we were trying to do was obvious enough that we didn't have to explain. Everyone nodded and took a couple steps back and prepared to charge the door. Ready? Go! Glass broke apart with a cracking sound, and we all tumbled into the gym together. And lying on the floor in front of us was... poison?
This is...
Unbelievable.
I ran to Kako and put a finger on her neck. There was no pulse. She was deathly cold. Yuriko came from behind and started examining Kako's body. Once she had finished, she turned to look at the others and silently shook her head.
But it's okay. She couldn't have been dead for too long, like Shoma.
And also, she didn't spill blood.
Then we should take her to the infirmary now.
Yeah.
Nozomi ran over to Kako and lifted her up. As she did, something fell out of Kako's right hand. What's this? A medicine bottle? By the time I noticed it, Nozomi had already run out of the gym carrying Kako's body. As the rest of us started to leave, Hiriko suddenly spoke up. Wait, Yugamu, you go with Nozomi. Moko, Kyoshika, Karara, continue looking for Ima and Jarumi. And Takumi, you stay here. What? Why? Just do as I say for now. I'll explain later. Alright. Let us be off at once. The others nodded at each other and then ran toward the hallway. Leaving only Hiriko and myself at the scene of the crime. Why only me? There's only one exit here, and it was latched shut. I turned to look at the exit. Lying on the floor nearby was a mop that had been broken into 3 pieces. The mop handle had been used as a makeshift latch. It would be impossible for someone to latch the door like that from outside, which means this incident happened in a locked room. Assuming this is true, there are 2 possibilities I can think of. Can you guess what they are? I answered hesitantly. The first possibility is that, as much as I hate to say it, Kako killed herself, right?
Oh.
Yes, look at the bottle that dropped from her hand. What does the label say? TTX. It's an abbreviation for tetrodotoxin. It's extremely poisonous. Swallowing just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. Are you saying Kako drank this? I don't know, but we'll have time to think about that later. The other possibility is the more pressing one. Because if Kako didn't take the poison herself, it didn't take me long to make the connection. The killer is still hiding somewhere in the gym. Yes, if there is a killer, that is. That's why I told you to stay behind. Alright, let's look around. Yuriko and I searched the gym as cautiously as we could. Despite leaving no stone unturned, we didn't find anyone hiding anywhere. This makes it clear Kako took her own life. Does it though? Shoma was found sliced up at the back of the building at around the same time. Don't you find it strange that somebody killed him while Kako killed herself? No, there's nothing strange about that if Kako had been the one to kill Shoma. After stabbing him to death, she ran into the gym, blocked her door with the mop handle, and ingested the poison to kill herself. In this timeline, is like multiple people infected with the Gi? And that's why people are going crazy? I mean, we're obviously infected, but there's nothing to suggest that others aren't infected in this timeline. I don't know how that would work with the other timeline, but there's still a lot of route left to go. I decided to state my opinion objectively, even though I really didn't want to say those words out loud. After stabbing him to death, she ran into the gym, blocked the door with the mop handle, and ingested the poison to kill herself. Maybe, but that wouldn't make sense if Kako died before Shoma. Remember how Kako felt when you touched her body? Yes, she had already gone completely cold. I noticed it too, but it's been probably several hours since she died. So Kako killed herself sometime last night, and then somebody killed Shoma sometime this morning? Or Kako was also murdered. That's also a possibility as well. How is that possible when the door was latched from the inside? Wait, there's something more important here. If Kako had already been dead for a few hours, yes, I'm afraid it's already too late for her. Oh no. So I guess if you lose enough, the conditions are, if you lose enough blood, you can't be revived. If you aren't revived quickly enough, you cannot cannot be revived. Okay, Tsubasa, Nozomi, and Yugamu were in the infirmary when Hiriko and I arrived. They were standing around with grave looks on their face. How are Shoma and Kako? Well, we managed to successfully revive Shoma? That's great! Yes, what a relief. But he's still unconscious. His physical body's been restored to full health, but it seems he hasn't recovered mentally from the attack yet. Where is he? Sleeping in his room. Takamura's taking care of him. The best bros are back. Okay, that's a little bit more interesting. I guess Shoma did actually scream and it wasn't the voice changer? We'll keep on going. Takamura taking care of him. And what about Kako? We did put her body in the revivomatic, but alas. Hiriko and I went behind the revivomatic to look at the monitor. What was written on the screen made our hearts sink. Cause of death: respiratory paralysis induced asphyxiation. Estimated time of death: day 27 between 1 and 4 a.m. Traces of TTX poison detected in body. Oral intake of TTX is presumed to have led to respiratory paralysis induced asphyxiation. No external injuries found on body. Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. It's kind of fucked up they base revives on the 5-second rule principle. Yeah, it kind of is. Guy is happy. He's just smiling. Or maybe it's disappointed of like, damn, I want to get her. The silence of the room was broken by the door being thrown open and 3 people running in. Darumi, you're safe. Where were you all this time? In the rec rooms, playing slots. You were doing what? Shit, I wanted to play slots. You can't blame me. I overslept this morning and didn't see anyone in the cafeteria. I just assumed everyone was off doing their own thing. Yoshiko and I found her in the rec room and dragged her here. We already told her about Shoma and Kako. Still, we didn't know yet if they'd been successfully revived, so here we are. Did it go well? Just then, 2 other people barged into the room noisily. Miss Usuzuki told me what happened. I fell asleep in my dear sister's room last night, but when I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. That is interesting. Because if we assume that, Guy self-portraying in the chat. Yep, so true, Caps, so true. This is interesting because if we assume that Takumi is doing all this like he did in the slasher route, how would he have gotten Kako to come out to do this? Okay, let's keep going. I fell asleep in my dear sister's room last night, but when I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. I've been looking around for her ever since. I saw her running around the hallways like a headless chicken and brought her here. Where's my dear sister? What happened to her? I explained the situation to everyone who had just arrived. The news that Kako could no longer be arrived hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Tears started welling up in Moko and Kiyoshiko's eyes while Karara was sniffling away under her mask. Narumi alone shed no tears. She had a vacant look on her face as she stared absently into space. As for Ima...
No! No! No!
First time chatter for Miss Monster Meat. This line of dialogue is the first thing I see, and I'm already having Danganronpa flashbacks. Just to let you know, Miss Monster Meat, we are very deep into the game. We have completed 17 endings. This is a new route that we started yesterday. I would not recommend this as a first time stream if you're getting new to the stream, but you are more than welcome to stay. Always welcome to stay, just wanted to give you that fair warning.
Dear sister! My dear sister!
Can we get an endings counter on top right? I already have the, this up, and I don't want to, overlay the chat with it. So if anybody asks, I can just bring this up. I don't plan on playing any Spike Chunsoft games after finishing V3, so I'm not worried about spoilers. If you're interested in what Uchikoshi does, I would still recommend it purely based on that, because this has been very interesting with the timeline stuff that's been going on, but shoot yourself. Shoot yourself. Anyway, so yeah, if anybody asks for, the endings, I can just pull this up of, like, what endings I have seen so far. And I do have the current route that we are on the top. Okay, I need to rearrange windows. Actually, I should open up my Cherry Cola Celsius. Alright, let's keep going. It is very strongly Danganronpa art style, but it is, not exactly story-wise, contrary to what this route may be suggesting right now. This, route is interesting. Hi, Powick. Welcome, welcome. With an anguished cry, the distraught Ema lost control of all reason and started lashing out. We managed to wrestle him to the ground and pin his limbs down even as he struggled violently.
Wait here while I go grab the Gamma-Feel.
Gamma-Feel?
What's that? A powerful anesthetic. We have some in the biolab.
Interesting! Yugamu dashed off as quickly as he could. This is absolutely, unless there is an 11th hour twist, this is absolutely not related to Danganronpa in story whatsoever. In some themes, sure, there is definitely some spiritual stuff involved here, but you could honestly play this without ever playing Danganronpa and you would just miss a few references. He came back a while with the Gamma-Feel, which he then injected into Ema. The drug caused Ema to weaken and slump over. Yugamu observed him closely.
All is fine now. He's unlikely to wake up before tomorrow morning.
We moved the unconscious Ema to his room and assigned Moko to watch over him. After that, we took Kaku's body to the morgue. So is this going to be another case of the slasher route in which we just slowly whittle down the cast throughout this, or I wonder what's going to happen in this one? There were now 3 bodies lying on tables in the morgue. Kako's body was the smallest. I kept staring at her. When I closed my eyes, I could still see her innocent smile. I couldn't believe the girl I had thought of like my own little sister was now gone. Ooh. That is literally the first time I've ever heard you think of her that way. What the fuck? An indescribable ache spread through my chest at that thought. Unable to stand the pain, I forced myself to look away. After that, we went to the courtyard to check the cages. Ava was still inside hers. The door securely locked. Do we still have the key? Kiriko and I went on to tell the others what we'd learned from investigating the gym. The improvised latch, the bottle of poison, and how there had been no one else inside. While we were talking, the sun had set and the darkness of night was slowly taking over. It was already evening. Since nobody was in the mood for a meal, we gathered in the leisure lounge instead of the cafeteria. And then we went for a group swim. Sir Takamura, were you not supposed to be attending to Sir Shoma? Yugamu took over. Shoma's still out cold, but he's physically fine now. Yeah, that's pretty consistent from the other routes. I just don't understand why Kako would kill herself. As I've already explained, we don't know for sure that it's suicide. Maybe Ema morphed into Takumi a second ago and didn't tell you. It's the Ema-gi. It's the Ema-gi. We haven't found a suicide note, not in the gym, on her clothes, or in her room yet. I mean, there doesn't necessarily have to be one. But the gym door was latched shut from the inside. And you didn't find anyone in there, correct? Yes, but I find it hard to accept Kako had killed herself when Shoma was clearly killed by someone else.
Oh.
Why would she even do such a thing? I won't be fully convinced until a clear reason surfaces. I think she was better too, but that sponsor who was trying to get us to join the killing game. They did warn us this would happen. We all heard what the recording said, remember? All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. All who refuse, that means the rest of us are targets too. You telling me that sponsor wants to kill us all? The first friendly message said something similar. Everyone dying too. It sure did. The first and second threats. We assumed they were written by different people because of the handwriting, but I'm starting to think it was the same person after all. We went against the first note. We ignored their demand to leave the academy and chose to stay behind instead. That gave the culprit an idea. I'll hold a killing game and force those guys to murder each other. But when we went against the second request as well, they decided they were going to do it themselves. And by it, you mean killing us. Yep, it all makes sense when you think of it this way, doesn't it? That would mean the perpetrator was already murdered 4 people. 4? Sir Gaku, Lady Kako, Sir Ray, and Sir Shoma. Though Sir Shoma was lucky enough to escape the jaws of death. So we're up against a ruthless serial killer here. We can't just let someone butcher our friends and get away scot-free. But how do we find them? Haven't I mentioned this before? The killer may well be one of us. Everyone tensed up at Hiriko's words and started exchanging suspicious glances. Not everyone is a suspect, though. It would have been impossible for Takumi, Tsubasa, Takamura, or me to have done this. Good job, Hiriko. Good job. I can see why you morphed already. How can you be so sure? Oh, that's right. The 4 of us met each other on the rooftop this morning, immediately after hearing Shoma's scream. He was stabbed at the back of the building, even if we could teleport. There's no way we could have appeared on the rooftop right after slicing him up that badly. We didn't receive a time of death on him, so it could still be the case that he was stabbed earlier on, but it wasn't enough time for, like, the blood to have let out enough for him to be unrevivable, and he'll review in a couple of days of, like, no, wait, there's no way he can reveal this, because if he does, he's gonna know, because he was stabbed in the front. Clearly. Huh. Okay. There's no way they could have appeared on the rooftop right after slicing him up that badly. He wasn't thrown down from the rooftop after being stabbed either. His body hadn't taken any fall damage. Just a moment. What if all 4 of you were working together? Yes, it would definitely seem possible from your point of view. That would also mean 1 in 3 of our team are killers. I don't think the SDU would be worth much then. That line of reasoning isn't strong enough to prove your innocence. Anyway, what were the rest of you doing at that time? I remember those who came after us were Nozomi, Kyoshika, and Karara. Moko and Yugamu too, though they aren't here right now. Where did you guys come from? I ran from the entrance hall. Found myself in the group as I was heading to the back of the building. How did you know to go there? Well, I heard Shoma scream, but I chose to wait in my room first before making a move. Then I overheard you guys talking outside. You said something about the scream coming from the back of this building, remember? So I followed you to the scene of the crime. Nozomi and Darumi said the same thing, but I couldn't tell if they were telling the truth. Whatever the case, there was no denying the perpetrator could have joined up with the group halfway through without anyone realizing. Your suspicions are misplaced, especially when there is a much likelier suspect to cast aspirations on. Yes, someone who didn't even show up at the crime scene. Huh? You mean me? You were totally trying to get us to join that stupid killing game. So when we refused to cave after that second threat, you decide to... It wasn't me! I had nothing to do with the threat. I overslept, that's all. We all shot Darumi deeply suspicious looks. Her dismay and bewilderment were palpable. Beads of sweat rolled down her face, making her makeup run. No! Hey, can I say something? I think it's counterproductive to be doubting each other like this. How are we going to handle future battles if we can't stay united? Let's calm down and think things rationally. I think we're thinking about this pretty rationally. Under normal circumstances, the probability of a killer being an outsider is a lot higher than the alternative. but would an outsider be able to slip in without triggering the alarm? Well, that's... Maybe it was Ava.
Huh?
Impossible. We checked the cage just now, remember? She was still inside, and the gate was properly locked. Not only that, I have the key right here. This is the only key, and it can't be duplicated, as Hiriko said. Also, I locked my door last night, so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was asleep. I learned my lesson for the first 100 days. What if you were working with her? I can debunk that theory. Takumi has been with me since this morning. Even if he had let Ava out of her cage last night to stab Shoma, she couldn't have locked it back up this morning without my knowledge. You need the key to lock the cage just as much as you needed to unlock it. It would be interesting if, like, Ava thinks that we're Takumi constantly, and she doesn't know about the key. And we've been collaborating with Ava to pull this off this time around. That would be interesting. Because she feels indebted to us in this timeline. You need the key to lock the cage just as much as you needed to unlock it. That means it's one of us. No, it can't be. There has to be a way for someone to come in without triggering the alarm. There's always the possibility that nobody slipped in at all. What are you saying? I'm saying the killer could have already been hiding in the academy before the first team was dispatched here. That's true. If they were already here, they wouldn't have triggered the alarm. Oh, is this when Jammer Boy is gonna be coming back in to confuse us? I really don't want Jammer Boy to come back. So that person's still hiding somewhere in this school right now. All of a sudden, Tsubasa raised her voice. I know, I can make an organic light detection device, just like in the slasher route. Organic light detection device, put simply, it's a machine that detects the number of large and living organisms on school grounds. It wouldn't be advanced enough to pinpoint their exact locations, but having a precise number should tell us if there's really an outsider hiding here. You can make something like that? I found a similar function while investigating Ava's mask 2 days ago. I took the opportunity to study it thoroughly. So yes, I can make something like that in 7 days, maybe? 7 days. Until then, let's stop being suspicious of each other like Nozomi suggested. We'll assume the killer is an outsider until proven wrong. What do you guys say? Everyone nodded in agreement. The moment I saw that, the world around me started to spin. What is this? That was the last thought on my mind before it shut down completely. Oh, the Gi is upset. Day 39. What?
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 39th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy.
At this pace, I'm gonna be done today with this route, or at least get an ending.
Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable. Be ready to give your...
Hey, Nozomi. I woke up to the now all too familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. It was deja vu time. She noticed it right away that I was awake and... Ah! Leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream! She scuttled frantically around the room a few times more than last before finally coming to a stop. And then she stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. What day is it today? Day 39. I fainted on the night day 27, so I've been out for 11 days? Yes, we're almost out of emergency feeding drips. Why did I lose consciousness? I didn't get stabbed on day 27, and my old room didn't reopen. The zombie regarded me with a somber look on her face as I mumbled to myself, then she gave me the diagnosis. Hey, Moa, I missed the last, hour. Anything happen? Kako's dead. Shoma got stabinated. Kako's mystery is actually a little bit interesting, but it, to me, it's it's obviously us, because we already know from Slasher Root that the Gi is in us, and is making us, be the Among Us monster. Only we don't know. We think you have the fainting disease. And apparently we have the fainting disease, according to Nozomi, which just proves that she is a shit medic. Fainting disease? Also known as psychogenetic the fainting disease. The fainting disease. A disease that causes you to suddenly lose consciousness after being exposed to strong psychological shock or stress. Like your mind just blows out. I had a disease like that? Yes, after what happened to Shoma and Kako on day 27. Your mind suffered a heavy blow, and even though you somehow made it to nighttime okay, the moment you felt like you could relax, your mind completely shut down, just like that, yeah! First time chatter, door to the, it's the Uchikoshi route, alright? Yep, it is absolutely the Uchikoshi route. How could you tell I had this disease? This is the third time you fainted out of the blue, right? And it always takes you a long time to regain consciousness. This didn't seem like normal behavior, so we decided to scan your brain, using the revivomatic diagnosis function. I don't remember contracting any disease like that. This is what the machine's analysis said. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as an after effect. Treatment on damaged parts of my brain? I don't know what exactly happened. At any rate, the damage isn't life-threatening and doesn't affect your cognitive functions or your judgment. Okay, so I'm trying to rack my brains around specifically. I think I might just have to, in my off-stream hours, review that whole Gi dialogue in the slasher route. So we got treated and have fainting disease as a side effect. Maybe? That may be the case? I don't know. I think I'm just going to have to review what the Gi said in the slasher route about, like, the specific timeline to see how this lines up with what we're seeing here. Because is it a case of, like, he already had this going on? I mean, yeah, he did get hit on the head in this timeline. Taking that... No. Did he? Whatever. Whatever, let's just keep going. At any rate, the damage isn't life-threatening. It doesn't affect your cognitive functions or your judgment. Are you sure about that, Nozomi? So that part... Love that random, loud from Nozomi. So that part's nothing to worry about, at least. Easy for you to say.
Huh?
This means I could faint again if something stressful happens, right? Yes, but I'm sure it'll be alright. So, as long as we make sure nothing too stressful happens again. So, has anything changed? Changed? Like, have you guys learned anything about the killer while I was out? No, we haven't made any progress in that area. Shoma is still asleep. The unknown killer remains at large, and we don't have a single clue to follow. And it's really suspicious that none of this happened while you were asleep. Nobody's been in an attack since then, so we're all still alive at least. What about Shoma and Ima? Shoma regained consciousness already, but he said he doesn't know who stabbed him. Is Shoma infected with a Gi already? Because that seems impossible, because that man was stabbed in front. From the front. But he said he doesn't know who stabbed him. You can ask him about it yourself later. And Ima, he's barricaded himself in this room and hasn't said much to us. Just a word or two when we deliver food to him. Needless to say, he didn't fight in the defense battle that happened on day 33. Ima, Shoma, and Jerumi sat out the battle as usual. Are those three still suspicious of me? Yes, they seem to think you're the most likely suspect, but even if you weren't the one, it had to be someone from the SDU. That's what those three believe. Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where everyone except Ima, Shoma, and Darumi were gathered. When they saw me, they said things like, "You're awake," or "Thank goodness." Everyone was quietly rejoicing about seeing me on my feet again. Their reactions was a lot more subdued than before. I could hardly blame them. This was the third time I'd woken up after losing consciousness for several days. At least that's what I thought. It turned out they had another reason to be despondent. The dark, gloomy aura that hanged over the group indicated they were more at play here. I finished breakfast and returned to my room. Soon after, Tsubasa came knocking. Okay, so what's the life form destructor gonna say? You saw how dejected everyone seemed just now, right? Wanna know why? Sure. She pulled out something from behind her neck bag. What's this? The organic life detection device. Oh, right, you finished it. 5 days ago, yeah. But I wish I hadn't. Why not? Because there's a reason everyone's jumping at shadows. She turned the device on as she spoke. Is the Jammer Boy in the school? 13? Yep, the total number of life forms in this academy. That's all of us, including Ava. Okay, so Jammer Boy is not in here. Interesting. That means there's no outsiders in this school, and the culprit really is one of us. Yeah, that's what everyone believes now, except for me and Nozomi, that is. You two think it was an outsider that did it? Well, it was based on the invader tech, so maybe there's just a fourth faction of suit men out there. I don't know, but the killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma, right? The possibility of that happening seemed low to me, but I forced myself not to voice those doubts. Anyway, that's why everyone's so down. Basically, it's because they're all suspicious of another. This isn't going to end well. Guess Gaku let Jammer Boy in? Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him. Does it count zombies? I don't remember if it does from that route. Without trust, we won't be able to put up a united front during the next defensive battle. Can't you do something, Takumi? I'll do what I can to help as well. Just tell me what you need. Oh, I just remembered. I finished that other thing you asked me to make a while ago, too. What thing? You know, the remote detonator that'll trigger the bomb in Ava's body. I managed to complete it after carefully investigating her body and with her consent, of course. Tsubasa rummaged through her pocket and took out something that looked like a remote control. I took it and gripped it tightly in my hand. Thanks, that'll put me at ease. I'll probably add Ava to the team starting from the next battle. This feels like a really dumb decision from Takumi, but whatever. This is a lot of dumb decisions from Takumi. Yeah, that should help out our combat power. The problem is getting the others to trust her. Oh well, I've done my part, the rest is up to you. With that, she left the room. Up to me. How should I do this? What was it Tsubasa said before? The killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma. To be honest, I didn't think they did. I had no concrete proof, but everything that's happened so far felt like a part of a larger scheme that someone was orchestrating. Here comes the ... At the very least, I was convinced the culprit wasn't going to stop at Shoma's stabbing. In that case, excluding myself, the killer must be one of the other 12 students at this academy. No, wait. Shoma was a victim. Hiroko and Tsubasa and Takamura and Eva are also innocent. That leaves just 7 suspects. Hirumi, Nozomi, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Moko, Ima, and Karara. I'd never willingly choose to treat any of my friends as suspects, but as it turns out, I don't have a choice right now. I won't gain everyone's trust until I identify the real culprit. And if I don't have their trust, the SDU would fall apart and everyone would be annihilated by the invaders. The only way to prevent that from happening is to reveal the identity of the killer. You must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. That was what the boy with the Flamo said. He must have known something like this would happen. At any rate, this was the only way of resolving all this that I could think of. I have to find the culprit no matter what. I clenched my fist and resolved to devote myself to the investigation. Oh, wonderful. Another investigation. Okay, I think this is just gonna recap everything that we already know. I rang the doorbell. No answer. I tried the doorbell, but it was locked. Ima, I know you're inside. Can we talk?
Hey!
I'm trying to track down the culprit, but I need something to go on. At that, a voice called out from the other side of the door. You're awake, Mr. Samino. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can tell you. Come on, there's gotta be something. I am curious of what happened from Ima's perspective, if Kako and Ima were in the same room. You see, I'm suspicious of you, too. I think you may have been the one to kill my dear sister. What are you talking about? I didn't kill her, and in the first place, Kako, she killed herself? Is that what you're trying to say? A preposterous suggestion. There's absolutely no reason for my dear sister to do such a thing. She had no worries, no sorrows. Even if she did develop any, she would have told me about them. I do want to see Ema go full, full Clover on all of them. My dear sister did not kill herself. I have no doubt she was murdered. Like I told you just now, I suspect that the killer may have been you, Mr. Samino. The only reason I haven't exacted vengeance yet is because I'm not completely sure it was you. Thank you, Ema. Thank you. Accidentally killing the wrong person would be playing right into the hands of the real culprit. But I might lose my sense of reason if we continue to speak much longer. Can you please leave me now, while I'm still in my right mind? I could sense that prolonging the conversation would lead nowhere. Ema refused to respond to any further attempts to talk. 1 second. Ava, what do you have to say? In your infinite wisdom, what do you have to say? Takumi, long time no see. I heard you were out cold for a while. I woke up all of a sudden for some reason. I'm glad you did. Is there something I can help you with today? There was no point asking Ava about the case, so I decided to talk about something else. Do you remember what you told me before? It was bothering me that much. Oh. Did someone else die? Kako's dead. No one else is dead, but it turns out, Pepeka, we have the fainting disease, according to Nozomi, which is just hilarious. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. And then you said you decided to take your chances with us, right? Yes, I will no longer try to self-destruct in everyone's presence for the reasons I previously explained. Then, will you fight with us instead? What? Precious, the one who betrayed you, is still alive, right? By joining us in battle, you can personally take revenge against her and her underlings. Is that why Tsubasa asked to conduct a thorough investigation of my body the other day? So, that if I ever tried anything, your team would be able to detonate the bomb inside my body remotely, using the device she made? Yes, but I just want to make sure one thing clear. I didn't ask for the device because I'm suspicious of you. It's just something that needed to put the others at ease. Sure, buddy. Ava thought for a moment about what I said. Alright, you saved my life, so if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do it. Thank you. Unfortunately, you'll still have to wait for a while before I can let you out of here. I need to clear up with the others first. Sure. Understood. I will wait. I feel like there's a lot more we should be asking Ava in this route, seeing as she's not, like, brainwashed and not willing to tell us anything, because Sarah is just like, no. I feel like there's, like, at least a dozen things we should be asking Ava if she's willing to talk to us like this. But, whatever. I don't want to see what's underneath. I don't want to know. I want to see our boyfriend. Shouldn't be snooping around here. Here we go. You were here the other day too. What's so interesting about this place? I want to investigate Kaka's body again. What about you? I'm here to investigate the case as well. As if your clumsy brain could bring us closer to the truth. Oh, be quiet. Yuriko decided to repeat herself in a hushed voice, as if your clumsy brain.
Hey!
You know that's not what I meant. Have you already looked at Kako's body?
Oh.
Yes, and the others two as well. Huh? Ito and Gakko too? Didn't we already check Gakko's body on day 24? Yes, but something happened to make me realize I need to check it again. I've discovered 2 surprising facts after reinvestigating Kaka's body. Surprising facts? The first concerns her cryptoglobin. Her body's been almost completely drained of it. Okay, checks out. What? There's a cut on her ankle. Her body was likely moved somewhere and hung up for an extended time. It was returned here after being completely drained of cryptoglobin. So, while No. So, is there a third party doing shit? Huh. Well, it's conceivable that nobody was looking over us while we were knocked out. It is conceivable that we were doing stuff while we were knocked out from Takumi, and I do mean the true Takumi. Perspective, but no. Okay, it's possible that there is a third party going on here in this route. One of the soup men, perhaps? When? I'll get to that later. Let me tell you about my other discovery first. Yuriko walked to Yukaka's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. Then she flipped the body over, and what I saw flabbergasted me. What the hell? Marks of a stolen heart. What? Somebody cut a hole in her back, smashed her ribs, and dug her heart out? What? What? Why would anybody do that? Before we talk about that, check the other bodies as well. I did as I told and flipped Ito and Gaku's bodies over, only to see the exact same marks on them. A large, empty cavity on their backs. Wait a minute. What's going on here? What indeed? Why are you so calm about this? Their hearts have been removed from their bodies for maximum cryptoglobin. I know. That's what I've been trying to tell you. When did this happen? When we investigated Gaku's body on day 24, his back was still intact. It still was on day 27 too. I checked Ito's and Gaku's bodies when we moved Kaku's body here. I mean, surely Yugamu isn't pulling this shit, right? Because that's like the only person who would pull this shit and be the third party here. I checked Ito and Gaku's bodies when we moved Kaku's body here. Nobody had holes in their backs at that point in time. That means it must have happened sometime after the night of day 27? The perpetrator likely did the deed to all three at the same time. That may have been when they extracted Kako's cryptoglobin as well. Simple logic dictates that the culprit behind this series of events did it. But why? How should I know what the culprit is up to? Perhaps they are simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys a spot of grilled myocardium with lemon on top. Both examples are crazy. There's just one thing I can't put my finger on. Why were the hearts extracted from the back? Making an opening in the chest would make removing them so much easier. Why go about it this way? Was that the Gi? Gi? Neither of us could come up with anything feasible, so we decided to investigate the bodies again. But there was no further clue to be found. So I don't think that was us necessarily, or the Gi inside of us that did that. Maybe Yugamba will have shit to say. Medicine, one of mankind's most eminent inventions for sustaining life and dealing death. How can I help you today, Takumi? I told Yugamba that I was investigating the case. Does that include Kaiko's death too? Yes, the suspicious circumstances of her death bother me as well. My main objective was to solve the attempted murder of Shoma, but that didn't mean it was my only concern. Any information that might help Kako's case would be more than welcome. There was also the other cases to think about, like Survey's destruction and Gaku's murder. But I hadn't found any better clues to these cases despite my thorough investigation on day 24. So I decided to focus on Shoma's case first while the trail was still fresh. Is there something bothering you about Kako's case? Yes, there is. Remember her cause of death? She ingested TTX, an extremely potent poison. When we found her, she was holding a bottle labeled TTX in her right hand. That bottle was originally from this biolab, so the poison was taken from here? That would appear to be the case. Whether by Kako, who then killed herself with it, or by somebody else who used it to kill Kako, is this room open to everyone? Sure is. There's no lock on the door, and the cabinets are insecure. Anyone could have taken anything at any time. Somebody also stole some gamophile plus syringes and needles to administer it. Okay. The substance used to knock Ima out on day 27. The very same. But if it's still here, it hasn't been stolen, right? There are multiple bottles here. Several are missing. It didn't happen recently either. I first noticed the missing bottles on day 27. When I came here to get the supplies to help with Ima, I saw that there were already some missing. Does the Gi know everything that... Does the Gi data need to observe something first? Like, is it essentially like a newborn whenever we start this route? And it learns, like, new information? Or does it already access all the information that Takumi has in his brain? Why would the killer do that? We don't know for sure if the killer was the one who stole them. The thing is, at the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Are we dosing ourselves with it? Perhaps that's what makes that was what the thief wanted to use it for. It wasn't used on Kako, it was used on us. Okay, we should probably talk to Shoma. What are you guys doing here? If it isn't serial killer Takumi, you're awake. I'm not a serial killer, so stop calling me that. Anyway, I'm investigating the identity of the culprit right now. Do you mind if I ask a few questions? Whoa, can you be any more shameless? The criminal's role-playing as detective now? I'm not talking to you, I'm asking Shoma. Oh, you want to know about the person who stabbed me? I told the others a bunch of times already, I didn't get a good look at them. I thought you were sure Takumi did it. Yes, but it's not like I have any proof, so... Does that mean you didn't see the culprit when you were stabbed? In the front? No, I did see someone, but they were wearing a mask. Okay. How about the person's height? Body type or body structure? Can't be sure. They were dressed in a long black poncho thing. The raincoat killer! You must have seen some identifiable features. I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. All of the stab wounds were in the front. All of them! I screamed immediately, and before I realized I'd been shoved to the ground. I don't remember anything after that. I fainted after the first or two free stabs. Look! He was stabbed in the front! He was stabbed in the front! Come on! At least stab him in the back! You can surely... redraw that to be stabbed in the back. Thank you, He. Thank you. Very cool. Very cool. So you don't know if there was a man or woman? No. Did they say anything? Actually, I did hear something as I was being stabbed. The person kept saying, die, die, die. And you should have been able to recognize the voice. The thing is, I didn't. Why not? The voice has been changed with the voice changer. A voice changer, huh? Do you... Wait a minute. Didn't you know the time that you were stabbed? You didn't mention what time you got stabbed at, bro. Oh, you know how it could still be Takumi? It could still be Takumi. I mean, it is Takumi, but like, it could still be Takumi because we've developed the spring traps and we just spring trapped ourselves back on the roof. Yeah, that's what we did. And it costs no movement. It's instantaneous, chat. Oh, you're still in the cafeteria. Don't talk to us now. We are in the midst of a very serious discussion. Nozomi just refuses to listen to reason. What's the discussion about? I still don't believe the culprit's one of us. I'm trying to tell everyone to stop being so suspicious of each other. You saw that device total for the number of life forms in the school. Gameplay story integration? I mean, this game did pull the thing at the last moment of making our specialist skill of being able to redo the waves a canonical ability. That wasn't just gameplay convenience, that was canon. You saw the device total for the number of life forms in the school. Yes, but that doesn't prove the crimes were inside jobs. The culprit must have fled outside the wall of fire after stabbing Shoma. And we're trying to tell you it's not possible. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a killer who'd stop at 1 or 2 victims. And they clearly said they wanted to kill everyone, both in the tape recording and that first message. But I just can't. Takumi, say something. Well, I stammered hard because I was more in line with Karara's way of thinking than Nozomi's. I did feel bad for Nozomi, so I decided to simply avoid committing for now. Sorry, I just remembered I needed something to do. Gotta go. Bye. What an ass. Wait, Takumi. Hey, come back here, please. I ignored Nozomi's pleas and quickly bolted out of the room and into the hallway. I went to the gym last. When I stepped inside, I saw that Tsubasa and Takamura were already there. Tsubasa, Takamura. That's the gi talking. Tsubasa Takamura. Perfect timing. I need to ask you guys about something. What is it? Remember the voice changer you showed me in the garage the other day? Is it still there? Shelma told you about the culprit using the voice changer, huh? Yeah, he did. You guessed right, Takumi. The device gone missing. I knew it. The culprit stole it, huh? I think so. When did you realize it was gone? On day 28, the day Shoma regained consciousness, I went to the garage to check after hearing your story, and the voice changer was already gone? Yeah, without anyone realizing. She showed us the voice changer on the afternoon of day 24. So it must have been stolen between that time and the morning of day 27 before Shoma got stabbed. What are you two doing here, though? I did a lot of thinking myself while you were out, and I just don't believe Kako killed herself. Me too. At first, suicide seemed like the only possibility, based on the situation. After listening to Hiriko, though, I started to realize how unnatural the whole thing seemed. But if she was killed, how did the culprit get away? That's what we need to figure out. And so here we are. Maybe there's a secret tunnel or something here that we completely missed, you know? We're all here to do the same thing then. You mean, yes, Kako died under mysterious circumstances that I can't stop thinking about. Let's check the place out together. Yeah, and we can trust each other since all three of us here are safers. Safers? Those of us who can be safely removed from the list of suspects. Safers! That's true. And thus, we began to investigate the gym. We went around knocking on walls and doors to check for hidden doors. Some time passed before Takamura shouted at us from the stage. Hey, come over, I found something crazy. He was standing at a corner of the stage. Tsubasa and I hurried over. That was there the whole time? What in the world? No way, there really was a hidden tunnel, or should I say, a hidden ladder. I checked this place before, but I found nothing. What did you do? Told you, I got a dog's hearing. I knocked on the floor and knew right away there was an empty space underneath. Then I groped around the surface, and what do you know? A rotatable handle came flipping out. I grabbed the handle, pulled it, and there you have it. Let's go see what's down there. Yeah. We slowly made our way down the long ladder. Eventually, I felt my toes touching solid ground. What I saw there was... Is that the escape pod? Isn't this... You know this thing? Yeah, I remember what I told you before. This is the escape pod that deploys on the last day. Huh? No way. Damn. Does that mean if we can get inside, we can go to the artificial satellite? We ran to the entrance of the pod to check the door. There was a note pinned to it. The door to this pod automatically opens on day 100. No manual override available. Despite the note, we kept looking for a way to open it manually. However, we were unable to find anything. Nope, this thing can't be opened from the outside. How about we use a crowbar to pry it open? Hell yeah. The pod becomes useless because outer space is a vacuum. So we have no choice but to wait until day 100. We'll have to give up on the idea of putting the pod before then. Shit. By the way, have you guys forgotten why we came down here in the first place? Of course not. We were trying to solve the locked room case, weren't we? Yeah, Hiriko and I thoroughly investigated the gym after discovering Kako's body. But if the killer had been hiding in the storeroom or the ladder shaft at the time, you couldn't possibly have found them. Then after you and Hiriko left the gym, the killer got out and walked through the exit like nothing ever happened. Which means Kako really was killed. We don't have concrete proof of that yet. However, this does disprove the previous notion that it couldn't possibly have been the killer. Wait. Assuming for a moment she was murdered, wouldn't that also prove the killer was an outsider? Because when we found Kako's body, Takamura, Shoma, and I were in the infirmary, whereas everyone else was in the gym. No, not everyone. 2 were missing. That's right, Darumi and Ima. Ima couldn't have been the killer. he worshipped the ground she walked on. True, though. She said she was playing slots or something. She could have been lying for her chief. But it's always possible an outsider did it. You made that lie detection device yourself, unless you're telling me you made the number up. I did no such thing. That's the correct number, but the killer could have already gotten away by the time I finished making the device, right? Just then, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. An item on the ground next to the cockpit of the escape pod. It caught my eye for some reason. I walked over to pick it up. IT. Hey, what's that? A handkerchief? It seems. I see something embroidered on it. It reads, IT. Information Technology. Or maybe IT, as in Itgor? Could it be referring to an initials of a name? Ima. Tsukumo. When we exited the gym, we saw that it was already nighttime. I asked Takamura and Tsubasa to gather the others before heading to Ima's room myself. Come out, Ima. I need to ask you about something. Somehow, it felt like he would keep hiding if I told him about the handkerchief, so I decided to not say anything for now. We found a clue that may lead us to Kako's killer. It's Ito! It's Ito! We just need to shift around his name. Yeah, it's Ito all along. I made that assertion, even though I had no solid proof she had been killed, because I wanted to get him out of the room. A short while later, I heard the door being unlocked. And then Ima appeared from behind it. You believe me about my dear sister being murdered? Yes, can you come with me? Slowly but surely, Ima nodded in assent. Takamura, Tsubasa, and I took everyone to the storeroom where the escape pod was being kept. We told them about how we found the place and how the pod could be only used on day 100. After climbing back out, we all headed to the cafeteria.
Huh?
So, what was the clue? What was the clue that you found? Before that, I need to check something with Jerumi. Eggy, on day 27, when we found Kako's body, were you really playing slots at that time? Huh? You're so suspicious of me? Then check the machine's play log. Then you'll know for sure I was playing around that time. And how could I have possibly stabbed Shoma if I'd been hiding in that storeroom the whole time? The only way out of that place is through that tunnel, right? I wouldn't have been able to get out of the gym until the coast was clear. Mayhaps you clambered out of the escape pod's elevator shaft? No, Spider-Woman. And that shaft has no footholds. It's impossible to climb. The ceiling of that shaft is covered with a thick wall. It's not something that can be opened by human hands. How about this? You were the one to kill Kako, but not the one to stab Shoma. You're suggesting there were two culprits. Indeed I am. And does the number 2 ring any bells with regards to the situation? When we found Shoma's body, there were 2 people missing from the scene. You're suspicious of me as well? Ima's face twisted into a grimace. I hesitated for a moment when I saw his expression, but decided to show everyone the handkerchief we had found. This is the clue I was talking about. We found it in the escape pod's storeroom. The letters IT have been embroidered on it. Are these initials? Wouldn't that refer to Ima Tsukumo? I thought so. This is your handkerchief, right, Ima? And the fact that it was in the storeroom means Sir Ima killed Lady Kako? Are you out of your mind? Me? Kill my very own dear sister? I didn't think that was possible either. Unless Ima was the one to stab Shoma and Jerumi was the one to kill Kako. Ima dropped the handkerchief in the storeroom when he was chasing the joint. I told you it wasn't me! You think Miss Amamiya and I were accomplices? And that I tacitly approved of my dear sister's murder? That's no different from accusing me of killing my dear sister myself. You are all crazy. I can't believe that thought even crossed your minds. So you deny the charge? Of course I do. Then explain yourself. Why was your handkerchief in the storeroom? That's because, you see, you are feeling guilty. No. No, 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 no. Ah! Ima dashed out of the cafeteria screaming. Wait, Ima! We all dashed after him. Ima grabbed the fire extinguisher in the entrance hall before running outside. We followed him as he ran out of the building. He was running at full speed towards the schoolyard and none of us could catch up. Finally, he tore through the wall of fire and ran to the other side. We followed behind. When we got to the city ruins, something unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a large object shaped like an onion... What? Like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima, who had been running ahead of us. Ima! The onion object then flew high up into the air with Ima and vanished out of sight. What? What just happened? And what was that thing? I'd seen that onion-shaped... Oh, it's a commander. I'd seen that onion-shaped thing before in the previous timeline. That was probably a commander. Oh, the previous timeline.
That's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Are you serious? Ima's been captured by the enemy? No way. That can't be true. It's alright. We can probably figure out where they went. What? You know how Ima's been rather emotionally unstable lately, right? So I thought he might just up and go missing one day, so I secretly planted a transmitter in his body when bringing food to him. Of course. We should be able to see where they took him from the war room. You clever girl, you. Okay, let's all head back for now. We traced the transmitter and quickly figured out exactly where Ima has been taken. It was the enemy relay station we had visited in the previous timeline. We immediately started making a plan to get Ima back. After some discussion, we decided to split into 2 teams. Rescue team, me, Hiruko, Takamura, Tsubasa, and Karara. The defense team, Nozomi, Moko, Kiyoshika, Yugamu, Shoma, and Darumi. Must we rescue him even though he may very well be the caroler? It's not set in stone yet. What if it was all a mistake? Could you ever live with the fact that you abandoned an innocent friend? I knew you would say that. I was just making sure. Having only 5 people on the defense team is not very reassuring. Yeah, we can't add 1 more or something? No, what if the enemy attacks in the meantime? We can't afford to be lax on home security. In that case, Takumi. Yeah, it's time. Everybody follow me. Okay, so non-brainwashed Ava is joining the team. Sir Takumi, Lady Ava is out and about now. What have you done? Why have you done such a thing? Yes, as you can see, I let her out. But why? I intend to let her join the rescue team. Huh? I explained about the bomb in Ava's body and the remote detonator we had made to trigger it. And you really think this will work? If you feel she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. Huh? I put the remote detonator into an astonished Hiruko's hand. Now do you feel reassured? Hiroko fell silent at my words. After a few moments, she said, "Have it your way. Thank you for having me on the team. I look forward to being useful to you." Alright then, we'll be right back. With Ima. Good luck. Stay safe. The rescue team set off for the enemy relay station where Ima was being held captive. Day 40. By the time we got close to the relay station, the sun was starting to rise. We got off the bus and climbed up a small hill to survey the relay station.
We don't know where exactly Ima is being held in this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass and taking names.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Yeah, you guys already saw how that commander could fly.
That has to be Quenzele.
Quenzele? Is that his name?
Yes. and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
A flying enemy? Sounds like a headache already. How do we even get to him?
I'll just airplane it. Don't worry about it.
We'll be fine with my specialist skill on our side. I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why? Can't you just make it now?
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
That's a shit machine.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out.
Annihilate all enemies in one turn. Should we skip this battle? I'm gonna skip this battle, really. This has always been a fun one. I do want to see an ending today, so let's skip it.
Now, do you understand that I would never betray you?
Hell yeah.
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
And then we'll have you kill Quinzel.
Where's the commander?
That Quenzele guy?
He should be here any time now. Aha. Speak of the devil.
He's finally here, like moths to a flame.
Everybody, cover Kurata while she crafts the artillery.
Understood.
Got it.
It's set. Told you it wouldn't take long.
Door to the, I would very much appreciate not receiving any hints as to what Ava turns out to be in other routes.
Slaughters her prey.
Because that gives me information that this is like one of the few routes that she is not brainwashed in. I have only seen one route in which I've had Ava on my team, and she was brainwashed in that one, so I don't know if she's brainwashed in all of them. So, please do not give me more information than that.
The pain. It hurts. Why do this? What has prompted this cruelty?
Serves you right, Quenzele.
You're Ava. I noticed you were here a while back, but does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
Sovereign Army? Suddenly, Quinzel broke off and stared at something behind us.
Overlord Veshness!
Oh, hey, Veshness.
What?
We all turned around at the same time, but
Huh? There's no one there.
teleport behind you, nothing personnel, Quinzel.
Don't tell me.
We turned back around, but it was too late. During those few precious seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely.
He got away?
Freaking coward.
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been quenceled.
That's so fucking dumb.
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been quenceled.
After the battle, we split up to look for Ima. It took a while, but I eventually found him locked up in the cage.
Ima, are you alright? Hold on. I'll get you out now. Mr. Samino!
And I am actually gonna write down the name of the army that they're supposedly a part of it. Not as if I had a sovereign army anyway. 1 second, I'm gonna write that down in my duck. Sovereign army. Interesting. I swung my sword down on the lock and broke it apart with a loud noise. I opened the door and quickly guided Ima outside, but then I saw something flashing out the corner of my eye, right next to the cage. Oh my god.
A bomb?
A bomb? The next moment. Rip Ima. I instinctively grabbed Ima from behind. The snap action meant my body shielded Ima from the burn of the blast. A scolding pain ripped through my back. I chunked down a cry of pain and asked,
Ima, are you okay? Yes. But what about you? Yeah, don't worry about me. As long as you're fine.
"Oh, the fainting disease."
Huh? Mr. Samino? Mr. Samino! Mr. Samino!
Agent Date! Day 50.
Up and at 'em, troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 50th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. That's right, folks, you're halfway there, like a lizard on a chair.
Wow, we are just... How many days did we lose? That's another 10 days we've lost on this route. This route is very, like... I very much like, I think I might have been more upset with this route if I got this first. But after just the complete, just waste of time that the comedy route was, with how many days it was of just nothing happening, just having this, like, plot after plot, beat after beat after beat on this route is so refreshing on this one. I'm sure I'm gonna regret those words later when we have to do the bottom ones here, but this feels so much better than the comedy route of nothing happening.
You're stepped in blood so far. Returning would be as tedious as to go o'er. There's no turning back now. In honor of the occasion, your commander would like to hand out some presents, but if you're hearing this recording, it means your commander is no longer with you. So, no presents for anyone today! Too bad, so sad. Try not to be mad.
Hi, Nozomi. I woke up to the expected sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. How many days have you nursed us back to health? How many times? I appreciate Nozomi, but how many times are you spending on this? And here comes the shriek. This time she wasn't shocked at all. Oh, okay. Character growth. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
I didn't have to ask about the day since it was mentioned in the announcement just now.
It's day 50 today.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy and brought a whole lot back.
It contains frog, just like you like it.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips. And I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you were out.
Who was else was taking care of us? Was it Zombie Ito? I sat up in bed. For some strange reason, I wasn't feeling any aches or pains. You seem fine physically. The truth is, your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the sanctity disease. I think so. Has anything changed? If you mean the better case, we still haven't made any progress. Ema and Darumi are still denying they were working together. Tsubasa and I don't believe they did anything either, but the others... Oh, something else has changed though. Ema's been taking part in the defensive battles. What? You shielded him back at the enemy relay station, remember? He said he's joining the fight for you. I see. That said, he's still reticent as ever, and hardly leaves this room otherwise. Who can blame him though? Other than Tsubasa and me, everybody's suspicious of him. We have actually hit a split. We already hit a split earlier when we said we weren't gonna do the killing game. This was the killing game choice, and we haven't gotten a split since then. Who can blame him though? Other than Tsubasa and me, everyone's suspicious of him. But he did say he was willing to tell you, and only you, everything. Really? Yep, so go find him later, okay? Later? Were you expecting me not to act right now after what you just told me? I jumped up and dashed out immediately. And then the fainting disease. Hey, Gi. Are we gonna have a conversation now? Mrs. Samito, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Once we can get some different gallery music, I will be taking break. Mrs. Samito, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Don't mention it, really. What I really want to hear from you is some answers. Ema nodded firmly. I was going to tell you everything after you woke up anyway. Not only because I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because I'm now sure you couldn't have been the killer. Because the real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. Gi? It is my deepest desire to find the person who killed my dear sister, and then smash their faces in with a hammer over and over again until there's nothing left of it. Yet I am but a detective's assistant. I do not deal well with deductions. So I have decided to entrust the earnest wish of mine to you. I have the utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light. I intend to do just that, as soon as I get some answers from now. First of all, why didn't you kill Darumi? What? You think the killer is one of us, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
When Kako's body was found, you and Darumi were the only ones not in the gym, unless you were the killer, but that can't be, right? Of course not. If so, from your perspective, the only other person who could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point in time, none other than Darumi. Yet, you didn't go smash her head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mrs. Samito, I see what you're getting at, and you're right. It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's a hidden exit in that storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Where does this hidden exit lead to? Opposite the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft. Is this it? Yes. Oh, and does that ventilation shaft lead back into all of our rooms? And that's where we hide the, like, raincoat killer? It's big enough for even Takamura and Moko to pass through. You are quite right. Have you ever gone inside before? No, sir. I stuck my head into the shaft, but couldn't see anything in the pitch black darkness. When did you realize there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. It became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. Why didn't you tell anyone? I did not tell you because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell anyone the others because, well, promise me you won't not get angry. Yeah. Because my sister and I intend to flee this place together in that escape pod. Yeah, that makes sense. That's not possible. The door can't be opened manually.
Huh?
We thought we could do something about that by tinkering with the control system in the war room. I sighed and continued the conversation. But you kept this place a secret, even after Kako was murdered.
Huh?
You told us about it. We'd be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. I promised my dear sister, no matter what happened, I would never tell anyone about this place. She had tears in her eyes when she made me be promised. I want us to live together in the Tokyo residential complex again, just the two of us. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here.
Yeah.
I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time.
Huh?
When I was putting it back into my pocket after wiping my dear sister's tears away. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space. Even after my dear sister lost her life, it felt like I would be desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That is why I told nobody. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tightly in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that, his shoulders trembled non-stop. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage as usual when we stepped inside. Wait a minute. Did he ever tell anyone where the ventilation shafts led to? I presume our rooms. Okay, so they don't know where they lead to, but I presume it's our rooms. Ima, you're an unusual sight around here. Even more unusual than me being awake. I mean, I already heard about you from the Zomi. She's been going around telling everyone the news, you know? Anyway, what's up? Just wanted to know if there's a recon drone anywhere. Oh, okay, good. Anywhere around here, with lights and cameras if possible. Yes, but what do you need it for? It's kind of hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring the recon drone? We need to solve the case. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words. Alright, give me a sec. Uh-oh. If there's a ventilation shaft here, that means I see how it is now. Yeah, exactly. If Kako was killed, the presence of this shaft makes everybody in the academy a suspect, including the safest for Shoma's case. Including me. Yet you still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me? Kind of, sort of. You don't sound very sure. I'll take it though. Okay, let's start. Thanks. We used the drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries. Right, in summary, this is what we've learned. First of all, the shaft bends in a zigzag shape a few times and extends towards the school building. It splits into a grid structure halfway and connects into different parts of the building. Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like. Okay. However, the bends are extremely narrow and people our size can't possibly get through them. Only someone with a body of a size of the small child could have gone through those bends. I'm more concerned about what we found halfway. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? This thing that got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall. Thankfully, we were able to retrieve it because I had the foresight to attach a robotic arm to the drone. It's a piece of cloth, right? Square green piece of cloth about 1 inch long. Shoma? I looked at Ima, then Tsubasa. They looked at me with wide questioning eyes. It was apparently I hadn't realized the grave implications behind this. Maybe a sudden incident had blinded them to the existence of that possibility. I put a piece of cloth in my pocket, looked at them both in the eye, and said, tell everybody to gather at the gym at 7 p.m. tonight. Huh? This is quite sudden. Please, just do it. They turned to look at each other. I don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Well, you'll see. I had enough proof to make my case, but I wanted to make sure just one more piece of key evidence. So I went to the back of the school, to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. I spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Before long, the sun set and my shadows started growing longer. It was at that time I found something, a faint trace of blood on the corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet from where Shoma had been stabbed. I didn't think the blood from his injuries could have sprayed far, which meant I entered the gym at 7 p.m. sharp to find everybody already gathered there, and then we did the fainting disease. Ava, you're here too? Yes, I have received an official release. I have been given Ito's room and do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. All credit goes to Takumi and Tsubasa. The remote destinator you suggested has allowed everyone to accept my presence with the greatest peace of mind. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass to you yours later, Takumi. Oh, this is really fucked up, guys. Nah, I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? Well, you see. I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
Huh? Mr. Samina, wait a minute, please. You just said with absolute certainty that my dear sister was indeed killed? Yes, the situation points to that fact. Who did it? Ima, I need you to promise me first. Promise you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. I saw him gritting teeth with a scowl on his face. Still, he had nodded firmly and said, fine, I promise that I won't lay a finger on that accursed scum.
Good. All right. Much as I wish I didn't have to do this, here goes.
We're killing Shoma.
The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma. It was
you.
The name of that person is...
Yagi, yeah, you're calculating. The person who killed Kako and Shoma is... Wait, this is a choice? Hold up. What? What if we say ourselves? Is this... What? It was Ito. It was Ito. Is Ito the one behind this? Yes, of course. It's your future. It's Ito. The real killer is Ito Atsuki. Even the key is like, what the fuck, bro? Sorry, what? Huh? Ito's long dead, though. Yeah, you killed him yourself, Takumi. What the hell? I don't get what you're getting at all, and I think that makes you the killer, Takumi. I feel the same. Indeed, he's been behaving very strangely. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer any rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just... Wow, bro, you really fucked up. In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't even remember. But it was too late for regrets. I had no strength to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. And then the Gi went wild. Day 99. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage had been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside. What? It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Wondering where everyone had gone, I decided to walk around the campus and search for them. I went to the garage on the ground floor first. I opened the door and stepped inside, where I found...
Takumi.
What? I hadn't even need to check. She was clearly already gone. I went closer and touched her arm anyway. It was scaly and dry to the touch. It had been quite a while since she passed. I checked her back and saw a large gaping hole there. Her heart has been removed from her back.
Why would someone do this?
Oh, so we're just gonna see everybody dead. I put that disturbing thought aside and quickly continued searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika.
I checked her body. She wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging by how... She died a while back, too. I'm just gonna quickly just go over this because it seems like this is all gonna be the same of... Oh no, she died very recently. I flipped around and around gingerly. Her back was still intact. Her heart hadn't been stolen. I decided to search all the classrooms thoroughly. Then I checked the first floor, second floor, third floor, and even the roof. but there was nobody to be found. Okay, never mind. My last destination was the gym. The moment I opened the door, I could hardly believe my eyes.
What?
Oh, the poison gas. I checked everybody's bodies. They are all cold to the touch, just like Darumi and Kiyoshika.
No, wait. Maybe.
Clinging to a ray of hope, I moved everybody to the infirmary, but... Eggy. Too much time had passed since death. Impossible to revive, was all the monitor would display. I thought I heard the sound of my heart breaking when those words flashed across the screen for the 6th time. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over their dead bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Pepeka, we had a big moment of where we could choose who was the killer out of everybody, and I said Ito did it. It was Ito all along, and they then promptly locked us up. I simply turned over their dead bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Hiriko, Tsubasa, and Ima's hearts had been dug out from their backs. Kirara, Moko, and Yugamo's backs remained intact. But I am no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties have been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. I left the building and walked around the back. What greeted me there was a familiar sight. Oh, hey, Vechinus.
Shoma.
Oh, Shoma died again. The sight of a dead body that had been divested of its heart. I wonder where my own heart had gone. I could no longer feel it beating like it had stopped. It felt like time had stopped, like the world had stopped, everything had stopped. But time had not stopped, as proven by the gradual darkening of my surroundings. I wandered around the academy with no purpose until I stumbled upon the 10th dead body. To be more precise, Nozomi. Oh, Takamura and Ava. 10th and 11th dead bodies.
Takimaru. Ava.
I checked Takamura's back. His heart had been taken, ripped out of his body, but Ava's body was untouched. No other part of her body had been cut up either. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time. Then a passing soundless breeze blew past. The breeze jolted me to my sense, and gears in my head started turning again. 11? I was put in the cage on day 50. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were 13. The very next moment, a great amount of blood suddenly started spurting from my neck. I understood for the first time in that moment that I was still alive. At the same time, I realized I would be dead in 2 seconds. I had no way of telling if that prediction of mine came true or not, because by then my existence had already been erased from the world. What ending was that? Mystery Route Lost in Darkness. Okay, Mystery Route. Okay, ending 93. Let me update that. Current route. I'm enjoying it, even though I think I already know one of the answers. Okay, so I'm guessing... It's just other or Shoma. Okay. I'm gonna quickly go through this real quick. I'm curious of what happens if we just say it was us. Is Takumi the one behind this? Yes. It's gonna be the same thing. I'm just curious of what they say. Real killer is...
Hey!
It was me, Takumi Sumino. That's what I've been saying from the start. Me too. Well, I had a feeling. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer any rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just... You really fucked up this time, bro. Okay, okay, I was just curious of what they would say. Let's actually do it.
The person who
Shoma did it. Would Takumi even accuse Nozomi? Okay, I'm sorry. I gotta find out. Nozomi did it. It's Nozomi. Or Karu's mom. The real killer is you, Nozomi Kimifuji. Well, why do you say that? This is Samino. That is not physically possible. We all watched the drone footage together. Remember, the vents are too narrow for someone of Nozomi's size to pass through. You make a good point. I'm guessing you're the killer, Takumi. Because if you can frame someone else, everyone would start relaxing, and that makes it easier for you to keep killing. That's true. You may be onto something here. One after another. Yep. No choice. I would have appreciated if this route actually led to if you said Nozomi, it would have been like, no, it's not Nozomi because Takumi just can't fathom that she would do it. Before decision. Where's my option for other of it was somebody from outside the academy? Gaku did it. Okay, let's do Shoma.
The real killer
Is
the real killer. You! Shoma Gensaki!
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
Stop running your mouth, and just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
okay, Dora, if it's a spoiler because the game allows me to be spoiled by looking at the flowchart, I'm just gonna let it do that. That's part of its game's design. They chose to do that. I'm gonna be seeing every ending either way. This isn't like Danganronpa in which I need to like figure out the exact killer. Or it's different from Danganronpa. Anyway, back to the game. I really want to have a bit of time so that I can actually get to the gallery and set some cool music so I can finally take a break. Stop running your mouth and just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoing from start to finish. Please do a comic. Please do a comic. What? What? We're back to this shitty minigame. I'll tell you what happened in chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 27. You met up with her before that on day 26 to tell her to come to the gym during that period of time. So she showed up at the gym as you asked, where you made up a reason for her to swallow that thing.
That thing? What thing?
Perfect.
I'm talking about TTX. Tetrodotoxin.
The voice delivery with Takumi is amazing here. It's extremely poisonous. Ingesting just 1 to 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poison Kako to death. After poisoning Kako, you put the bottle of TTX right into her right hand. Then you block the gym door using a mop as a latch. Thinking you could make her death seem like suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder at the corner of the stage into the escape pod for storeroom. You already knew that shaft was there, because you'd seen Ima and Kako getting into the trapdoor before. You did your homework and went down to check out the storeroom as well, before carrying out your plan. That's why you also knew about the ventilation shaft. And you used that vent to return to the school building. That's the main reason causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason?
Anyone could have used the ventilation shaft to get
You're
back
the only
into
one who
school.
could fit.
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building. I can.
I can!
Because of how...
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bends is you, Shoma. You can't say that for sure. A girl who was flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No, it's physically impossible. Anyway, there was something left behind in the ventilation shaft. I swear to God, if we have like a route where it's a dating sim, it's a dating sim route, and this is the mini game to convince the girls to go out with us, that's going to be a challenging time. That is going to be the most challenging time of my life. Anyway, there was something left behind in the ventilation shaft. That's what's going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof?
The green cloth.
Let's see this.
Wait, blue hair? It was Chloe!
Here it is.
Here it is.
Square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
Out of all of us, only Karawa, Takamura, and Shoma wear something green on them. But Karawa's tomato mask isn't made of cloth, so this scrape can't be hers. The shade of green on Takamura's jacket is less vibrant than the scrape too. Shoma, turn around. Why? Just do it. I checked. Part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. Part perfectly matches the cloth scrape. Indeed, I too witnessed it and have concluded they are a perfect match. You couldn't have possibly passed through the narrow bends of that shaft while you were wearing your backpack, but you couldn't leave it in the shaft either. So you tried the shoulder straps to your feet and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how the backpack got caught on the sharp edge protruding out of the inner wall of the shaft. This cloth scrape got torn off because of that. No, no, no! This is fake evidence planted by the real culprit. Someone's trying to frame me. If that's the case, why would someone stab you? That one act would completely divert all suspicion from you. Now, this next part is just all conjecture. Shoma, you were actually intending to kill Ima as well, weren't you? The plan went awry because Kako showed up to the gym alone. So you had no choice but to kill only her. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storeroom as well. What's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If he told anybody about the shaft, this would no longer be a locked room case. And if we pursued the case as a murder, we would eventually close in on you. So you wanted to kill Ima afterward. But it was almost dawn by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you with no time to do anything about Ima. So you panicked and started thinking about the ways to remove yourself from the suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. If you could make everyone think you had been mutilated by the culprit, we would never even dream of suspecting you. You're being ridiculous. This is way too bold a plan for someone like me.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent.
You weren't actually going to die.
Of course. Actually dying was never part of your plan.
In fact, you were absolutely confident you would have died because we have the reviving medic in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your dead body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. That's why you screamed, right? And right after the morning announcement, so that everyone could hear you, then you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please be realistic. No one in their right mind would willingly stab themselves that many times.
It just doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about cutting your wrists or...
No, it is possible.
If you injected yourself with a powerful anesthetic like Gamma Feel. Remember what Yugamu said, as the proper dilution, the substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Yep, and I still stand by that. It does make sense. So you're trying to say I used that drug to do the deed, right? But where would I even find a drug like that? You probably stole it from somewhere. The biolab!
From where? You...
From the biolab.
That room is unlocked, and everyone had access to the shelves. Getting the drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for you. Alright. Assuming I did inject myself with that anesthetic.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building...
Toss it away.
You must have tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What about the knives? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed it far away as well, just like you did with the syringe. Did anyone find any of these things at the scene? No, but nobody searched the area nearby on day 27, the day of the incident. You could have collected those items the next day on day 28 after you woke up. But still, you're just guessing at this point. You got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. I do have proof. It's not with me now, but I did find something. There was something 30 feet away from where we found you.
What was it?
A blood stain.
I saw blood stains. Just a little patch on the corner of a rock. I saw blood stains.
He delivered that like he was like, I saw the future. In a place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached. Those stains proved that the bloodied knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already. It doesn't matter what you're trying to say because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed
Bluff.
to produce.
It's time you stopped playing dumb, Shoma.
I actually do have another piece of conclusive evidence. What? The bottle of TTX Kako was holding. Your fingerprints were on it.
That can't be. It can't be. It just can't. It can't. My fingerprints can't be on that bottle. I was wearing gloves when I...
You fell for it.
What an idiot.
No. That was just a slip of the tongue. I mean, it was just... Anyway, I'm not...
Give it up, Shoma. I'll say it again. The person who killed Kako by making her drink TTX. It was none other than...
Shoma Genzaki! Yeah! The killer is you! Persuasion complete. Kumi, you got a few things wrong, but for the most part, you were correct. It was me. I killed Kako. Back off, Ema. You promised. So which parts did I get wrong? The entire premise to begin with. I did not kill her of my own volition. I was ordered to by a certain someone. Let's call this person X for now. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received. Just before dawn on day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek. When I opened my eyes, X was there right in front of me. The raincoat killer. You didn't lock the door. I did. I think X was already hiding inside before I came in. Under the bed or something. It was Ito. What did X say? X said,
I killed Goku and intend to make you my next target. But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions. If you go against me or tell the others about my existence, I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately.
oh, Uchikoshi's handprints are all over this Kodokan mystery.
Yes. The bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot known as Searay.
Just who is this X person? I don't know. They were wearing a long black poncho, the raincoat killer. They wore a mask over their faces and used a voice changer to hide their real voice. That sounds like a fake stabber you made up to fool us. I mean, it's true, I wasn't stabbed by a person of that description, but that person definitely existed. What happened after that? I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed the way Gaku had been. X came up with the entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, escape pod hanger, and ventilation shift. How would the Gi know about that? The TTX. It was X who obtained that bottle TTX too. After that, I simply asked Kako to meet using the script X had prepared. What did the script say? Speak to her on the afternoon of day 26. Kako, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpit and launch the pod into space. So, would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Ema? If so, come with Ema at the gym tonight at 2 a.m. The plan was to kill not just Kako, but Ema as well. They were the only other people who knew about the storeroom. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their deaths look like seem like suicide. But only Kako showed up at the gym at the specified time, 2 a.m. Why? Kako said this. I haven't told my dear brother what you told me yet. First, I need to verify whether your information is authentic or not. If it's true, then we set off tomorrow. But keep it a secret from my dear brother, alright? I want to surprise him. I hesitated to execute the plan because she showed up alone. But X also told me,
If you chicken out and do nothing, I'll still blow you up.
so I passed Kako a water bottle mixed with TTX. Takumi more or less covered what happened after that until I returned to the school building, except I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to the first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Ema. It was going to be difficult to kill him because the sun had already risen up by then. Suddenly, X appeared again.
Ema probably knows about the ventilation shaft. If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room. They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide. The morning announcement will be playing soon. You won't make it back to the roof in time. Somebody will realize you were out and about before dawn. But rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
That's why you went to the back of the building, and yes, I have been left with no other choice. I was hesitant right up until the moment I injected myself with the gamma feel. Once I did that, it seems as if my sense of fear completely evaporated. He happy? Oh, X gave me the gamma feel as well, along with a knife and syringe. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one to collect the knife and syringe that I dropped after I did the deed, because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. His story thus told, Shoma slumped his shoulders and bowed his head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiroko finally spoke up. I just have one last question, Shoma. Do the words back or heart ring any bells? Back or heart? No, I have no idea. Thank you. Your reaction was the answer I needed. I guess that's that, Takumi. Yeah, X must have done it. But Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everybody was looking at us in confusion, probably because no one knew that someone had stolen the hearts from the dead bodies. If this is the Gi stealing the hearts as Takumi, where are we storing them? Or what are we doing with them? Then Shoma started trembling like a leaf, as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, that's it. I'm done. Gone for it. I told you about X. The bomb inside of me is going to blow up now. Nothing's happening. Did this X person lie to you? I think they must have. An amateur can't possibly make an amateur detonator for the bomb in our dead bodies. Only someone with the level of skill and experience. So, Mr. Gonzaki won't be executed? Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Do it, Ima. Ima let out a guttural roar and charged towards Shoma so quickly nobody had time to react. He shoved Shoma to the ground, clambered on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off.
Go to hell!
Ima, no!
I ran over in a panic and pulled Ima off. Damn it. Shoma had fainted and was frothing at the mouth. Yugamu darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister! My dear sister!
After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. Nozomi and Tsubasa rushed over and started comforting him. Everyone else was at a loss, simply staring quietly at Ima as they stood rooted to the spot. The sounds of Ima's pained wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. We moved the unconscious Shoma into the cage in the courtyard and made sure it was properly locked. Once that had done, I shoved the key deep inside my pocket. Everyone returned to their rooms without saying another word. I found myself completely alone. Looking up at the night sky, I thought about what had happened. Gaku's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Someone out there killed Gaku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. This was likely the same person who had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. X, the real mastermind behind this string of events. I had to find out who this person was by hook or by crook, and I would, no matter what I did. I clenched my fists tightly. I would let nothing shake me from this firm resolve. ... Day 51.
Up and at 'em, troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 51st day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable. Be ready to give...
Guys! Wake up! Something's happened!
Shoma's dead. Upon hearing that loud cry, I dashed out of my room. What happened? What's going on? I was up early, so I went to check on Shoma, and Shoma, what happened to him? Just come with me, quickly. We all knew where this was going. Where we were going. Everybody made a mad dash for the courtyard together. We ran through the second floor hallway, burst into the courtyard, and then ran to the cage without stopping. There we saw. Yoshiko grabbed the gate and tried to open it.
It is still locked and will not budge. Doesn't Takumi have the key?
Hold on, I'll unlock it now.
I dug the key out of my pocket and soldered it into the keyhole. Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to Shoma and checked his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, I felt something was a little off.
Sweat.
What?
I touched his cloths, and they were all wet as well.
Well,
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
Since I had touched the body, I knew already that too much time had passed, but I decided to go along with it anyway.
Yeah, we should try that.
Cause of death: hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death: day 51, between 2 and 5 a.m. Multiple stab wounds to the chest and abdomen. Murder weapon was likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. The hell's going on? How did the killer get to Shoma when the cage was locked? Takumi, did you lock your door last night? Yes, I did, so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was sleeping. And I know I'm repeating myself, but the key is unique. It can't be copied. Well, that list narrows down the list of possible suspects to just Takumi, right? Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same thing? Aren't we overlooking the other possibility that he stabbed himself like before? This time in a way that would be impossible for us to revive him. I can't think of any other reason he wound up dead in the locked cage in the middle of the night. Well then, who supplied him with the knife? It had to be X, right? If it was X, they would have passed him some gamma fuel and a syringe. Yeah, ain't no one strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged the hell out of their mind. He could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. We moved Shoma's remains to the morgue. There's now 4 bodies lying on the table there. At Ima's request, we made sure that Kako and Shoma's body were not placed next to each other. Ima walked to Shoma's dead body and stared at it for a long time, and then he said, "You got what you deserved." After that, we investigated the courtyard together. Okay, I've been meaning to take a break for a while, but this route just keeps on going. I'm gonna take a little bit of a longer break. I'm gonna get myself something to eat. We will be going pretty long today, because I will not be streaming tomorrow. There is no way I'm streaming tomorrow, and maybe Sunday I'm not streaming either. So we'll keep on going with this once I get back. Don't know how long it will be, but we'll see. Alrighty, see you in a bit. Greetings, greetings. I have returned. Water refilled. I have been fed. I gotta say, I guess I'm not as invested in the mystery in this because the answer seems pretty. I wonder if I would have arrived at the conclusion that Takumi's doing this in this route had I not done Slasher first. Because to me, it's really pretty definitive that it is Takumi in this route. Unless there is a third party going on somehow. I mean, Takumi's definitely involved as the Gi is doing shit and is, you know, doing the whole ... thing. Unless a second force has infiltrated into Takumi's mind. Because why not? Anyway, let's keep on going. Despite combing over every inch of the area, we found no traces of a knife or a syringe. The only thing we found was a balloon. It was lying on the floor near Shoma's cage. Although I couldn't immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it in my pocket just in case. Soon the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon and the darkness of the night took over. It was already way past dinner time. Seeing that none of us had an appetite after that, we skipped the cafeteria and gathered at the rec room instead. This makes it 3 people who have lost their lives because of X. We don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shoma's case yet. Of course they did. We'd all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X. Because that would mean there are 2 killers of X's caliber running around free. So, who do you think X might be? Everyone fell silent, the question I was dreading the most. And it seemed like the others felt the same. Ever since Shoma shared his side of the story last night, we'd all been avoiding that particular issue, but it was time to face reality. I steeled myself and turned to Tsubasa. Tsubasa, do you still have the organic light detection device? Yes. 12. The exact same number as people present here. That means somebody among us is X. ... No, wait. It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left for the school before the sun came up. Sadly, that's not possible. This device comes with a history log. At 4 AM last night. Oh, it comes with a history log. Very convenient. The number changed from 13 to 12 and stayed there. So Shoma was murdered at 4 AM last night. Yeah. Mr. McAdory, we are discussing something more important here. The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life, but after that it went up, neither up or down. Proving that nobody came into the school or left it, right? Yes. Thing is, we're all screwed if we don't do something. X threatened to kill us all in that message, and they're doing just that. The more we put this off, the more people will be dropping dead one by one. Well, I agree with that, the part about doing something at least. Hey, Takumi, you're the leader. Come up with something. Maybe. How about we make it compulsory to move around in groups of at least 3 during the day? Didn't someone mention that before that 3 is a risky number? That was because 2 other teammates could be working together. But the situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just 1 person. That's right, so a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels like that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night. Then we should... Phew, done and done. Are we all going to be sleeping here from now on? How about bland and boring? Getting evacuation center vibes here. Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in the ditch? We've used our curtains to divide the area up into rooms, so everyone will have some semblance of privacy. Is this really going to work? What if the killer strikes while we're all sleeping? In fact, That's why we've all avoided sleeping in one spot until now, right?
Huh?
Yes, and that's why I'm thinking of having a sentry system.
Ah.
3 people will be on watch at all times. We also rotate 1 person out every hour. And if anything happens, just shout. That's reassuring. Now I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. Looks like we're agreed then. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. Now we just have to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they tried anything else. There was just one other thing that was bothering me. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes, which meant I should grab his heart. Day 75. What?
Up and Adam troops, time to rise and shine!
What do you mean we just skipped all this time? Huh? We had all this free time up here, and this route is just like, nah, screw you. We are skipping straight to the plot. Okay.
Get ready, prepare, be ready to give.
Fainting disease, go! I woke up at the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought that crossed my mind was, not again, with a sense of, that time was not again, along with a sense of resignation. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds. I was in the gym. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled open the curtains divider, and stepped outside. Takumi! He awakens! I ain't went to sweat the small stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for 23 whole days. The allergic to slice of life disease only exists in this route. Is that a new record? Oh, for the love of murder. I turned slowly to look at everyone, then said, everyone's safe. Thanks to your last words, my last words, for us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember, those were the instructions you gave us on day 51. At this point, I really do feel like they should have been like, yeah, Takumi, something's up with you, buddy. Because nobody gets killed when Takumi's knocked out. We've all been able to survive all this time because of them. X hadn't had an opportunity to strike. That also means X is still, yes, we still don't know who they are. If we did, we would have thrown them in the cage and tossed away the key already. Now that I got a better look at them, I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's faces. X is among us. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. They've all spent the last 23 days or so under crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue was starting to show physically. Oh, right, there's something you need to know. What is it? About 10 days ago, we met the boy with the undying flames. You met Flamo? He showed himself?
Yeah.
Well, he was feeling very unwell, but he said he just had to tell us something. And what was that? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in this school. 1 second. I'm gonna write that down, actually. Distress signal transmitter is somewhere in the school. Okay, distress to who? It was put there in the event of all but one of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1 though, because 2 teams joining together had not been anticipated. The people on the satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. At any rate, no matter how strong they are, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, the survivor would be extracted and put on standby while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been transmitted into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Once the artificial satellite received it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. That's supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have any capacity restriction. That means people from Team 1 and 2 can board with no issues. What? The second to last Defense Academy does not have a transmitter of its own, so bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Unfortunately, I don't know where that transmitter is located. Still, it seems like this information could be of some use to you. That's why I came here to tell you about it. When did you find out about this, Flamo? Did you always know? A distress signal transmitter? I've never heard of such a thing before. Same here. After hearing that, we split into groups in search of the transmitter, but we still haven't found it. It doesn't matter. We have to put the transmitter on the back burner for now. Finding the new identity of X is our top priority. X was most likely the one to kill Shoma, or they could have ordered someone else to do it, like they did for Kako. At any rate, X was absolutely involved in Shoma's murder. As long as we could figure out who killed Shoma, we'd find out whose X is. Alright. I clenched my fists tightly. Yuriko, Tsubasa, come with me.
Oh.
What? Where? To the courtyard. I'm going to reinvestigate the scene of Shoma's murder. Very well. I don't mind, but what's that? Can we have breakfast first? I'm starving. And thus, Hiriko, Tsubasa, and I went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. Why did you ask us to come along? I can't go against my last words now, can I? The part about moving together in groups during the day.
Oh.
But why choose us? No reason in particular, I just felt like it. I felt like it. One of us could be very well at EX. Then it will be a 2-on-1 fight. And if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation, I'm not worried. They would have already done that while I was unconscious if it was that important. Yes, that is true. Then what are you investigating? One question before I answer that. Nobody has an alibi for 4 a.m. on day 51, right? When Shoma was killed. Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms. Well, Ava was in Ava's rooms actually, but you know what I mean. What about the murder weapon or any other clues? So far, we haven't found anything. In that case, the fastest way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. The killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the cage. Totally didn't, hijack you. Figuring out what that method was could break the case wide open. Who could have done this was thus the best line of investigation to pursue. How exactly are we going to do that? This place is so big that I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first. There is a clue. Shoma's body was wet when we first found it, remember? I think finding out why may very well be the case to solving this case. Oh, you mean just like regular wet, like wet with water, not wet with blood. I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spurted. I opened it completely and then a frightening amount of water gushed out all at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser or open dam. A giant column of water shoot up into the sky and came down again, like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon, the water slowed considerably and went back to its normal flow. Phew, that was close. What exactly are you trying to do? I'm glad I'm standing over here. I'd be all wet now if I'd been any closer. Next, I checked the central drain. More likely, it was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into that tunnel. There was a large handle there as well. I turned the handle, and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking it, I returned the handle to its original position. I briefly saw Hiriko and Tsubasa staring at me in confusion as I proceeded to my next destination, the cage where Shoma had been held. We already checked every last inch of that cage. There's no hidden tunnels underneath it, and the bars are as strong as can be. No scratches on the lock either, and no traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges of the gate are also untouched. As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is in an animal pen. I think it was supposed to be modeled after a bird cage or something. You see that ring suspended from the top there? Yeah, what about it? I didn't answer. Instead, lowering my glance to the bottom of the cage where something caught my eye. The cage isn't secured to the floor. It's just a bottomless cage placed on top of a base. What do you mean it lifts up? But the cage is impossible to move manually. It literally weighs a ton. How do you know that? There was a blueprint of the courtyard on the room's computer that had some information about it. I see, so it weighs 1 ton. Hey, that reminds me. You do know this courtyard was created as a biotope for space development research. A biotope? I'll keep the explanation as brief as possible. It said that before world death, Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. Each of these regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area, including plants, microorganisms, and vertebrates. For research purposes, this place had originally been created as a perfect replica of the ecosystems those creatures had been living in. That's why there are blasts of hot air to stimulate a desert environment. It can also withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. But wouldn't that amount of pressure cause the windows to break?
Oh.
What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows, they're all display screens, including the ceiling. Look carefully and you'll see the light flicker every once in a while. There's no way the sky could be visible from here. We are inside the school after all. You might be right. But what about the exits on both sides connected to the hallways? Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right?
Oh.
Those places were closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls, don't you remember? Oh, right. They open up after Survey released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard is a completely sealed space. Completely sealed space. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet. There's just one more thing. This. A balloon.
Oh.
The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. I can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is someone made it using the Gift-O-Matic. The Gift-O-Matic, which has a search history. We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. We made our way to the rec room. Investigating the Gift-O-Matic resulted in a few discoveries.
Oh.
This is odd music to play. So in summary, the official name of this is the Sturdy Rubber Balloon. It was made using a very durable material.
Oh.
The description on the box mentions it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters. It should be quite big when blown up. According to the loose logs, it's been crafted for a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons and for what? What? Unfortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted them. Only that data has been erased. So you're telling me you can edit the fucking Gift-O-Matic and Takumi in that other line was just dumb and forgot to erase the tattoo. After reviewing our findings, I put the balloon back into my pocket. Tsubasa, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. It has a caster wheels attached to it. Anybody can move it anywhere. But why do you ask? Sorry, let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I had a clearer picture of how the events unfolded. A clearer picture. And when will that happen? Probably by 7 p.m. tonight. We returned to the gym together, where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The day flew by as I did, and soon it was night. The time I had asked to meet had arrived. Are we going to do another whole, like, the killer is you segment? It was exactly 7 p.m. when I quietly said to everyone, "Hey guys, can we all move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss." I have genuinely no idea what all that water shenanigans is about. I genuinely have no idea, chat. Let me figure it out. Let me fail. What is this important thing we had to come back all the way here to discuss? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward and then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
How? Who did it? First, we must answer the how. How did the killer stab, well, inside a locked cage? Can we figure that out? The identity of the killer becomes apparent. Because only that person could have done all those things under those circumstances. Just cut to the chase and tell us the killer is already.
Alright. I'll tell you. The person who killed Shoma.
Aldox, real quick. Use the self-portrait emote if you want to smile. We use that exclusively in this chat.
It was. The name of that person is.
Okay, review the evidence because I have no idea. Okay, I genuinely have no idea. I don't understand. I don't understand this setup whatsoever. Fuck it, it was Takumi again.
I don't have any memories of it, but the killer, it could very well have been me.
Yeah, like I've been saying all the time, right? But how could you not have any memories? It's simple. I just don't remember. And you cannot be the killer. But I don't believe any of you could have done something so cruel. Also, I'm the only one who could have gotten inside since the key was with me. Yeah, exactly. And there are other reasons too. Nothing happened when I was unconscious, right? That would make sense if I was the culprit. The cause of my fainting disease may have played a part as well. Thanks to the treatment on the damaged part of the brain, fainting disease likely developed as an after effect. If those damaged parts have actually yet to heal properly, I could have gotten up subconsciously at the night and did all those things without being aware of it, right? That's why I'm saying it was probably me, maybe. And you leave with us no choice. Yep. Are you okay with that, Takumi? No. Huh? What? What? You're still trying to put up a fight even after you confessed? I wasn't confessing, I was just saying it's a possibility. But you're so confident you knew who the killer was. You are being utterly incoherent. Anyway, I'll hold him down, everyone. Okay. Stop. Stop. Stay away from me. I said, stay away. Ah. I screamed and started running. You bastard, stop right there. I burst out of the room into the hallway and just kept running. Some time passed. I was finally able to throw off all my pursuers after running around the school haphazardly.
I'll be in danger if I stick around here. I should leave the school for a while and get my head together.
I headed to the entrance hall, grabbed a fire extinguisher before sneaking outside. Before long, I arrived at the school wall of fire, but somebody had been lying in ambush there. Yugamu. You are X. No. But you basically admitted to it just now. I told you, I was just throwing out possibilities. Save your excuses. Now I can finally kill you without any regrets. What? Have you forgotten that I am an assassin? Wait, does that mean? Yugamu pulled out a dirk and walked toward me with a smirk on his face.
No! Stop!
And then we play as the zombie. What? Huh? What? What the fuck? How does that work? Okay, sure, whatever.
Nozomi! Why?
I saw you, so I ran after you.
Yugamu! How could you do this?
Hey, this wasn't my fault.
Yeah, you're kind of right, Yugamu. This always being kind of dumb.
I was just trying to intimidate you. Killing you had never been my intention
It's
at
just
all.
a prank, bro.
Shut up!
But charged at Yugamu with a feral roar, and we grabbed hold of each other. As we were struggling, we lost our balance and our bodies careened into the wall of fire at the same time. Ah! The very next moment, our bodies vaporized in the blink of an eye. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. That is so fucking funny as an ending. Mystery Root, dancing the purple flames. That is the funniest ending I've seen so far. What the fuck was that? Wait. Takumi is just a unique option here? Oh, that's awesome. Okay, before decision, we're gonna say Ito did it. And then see what happens then. It was Ito! It's your future! The real killer is Ito Atsuki. What the fuck, bro?
Huh?
Sorry, what?
Ah.
Ito's long dead, though. Yeah, you killed him yourself, Takumi. What are you trying to say? How does a dead body do any killing? Very well. Allow me to explain. Takumi, what's your explanation, buddy? What's your explanation here? What you did was, you know, it's all very simple. You were. This guy's stinking to high heavens. This guy stinks. Of course he is. He's X after all. Hey, now. Hey, now that I think about it, nobody got attacked whenever he was unconscious, right? He's trying to frame someone else to make the rest of us let our guard down. After that, he'll tell us there is no need to travel in groups or sleep together anymore, and then commit his next crime. So he brought this matter up in a futile attempt to shift suspicion away from him. It does make sense. Yes, it does, indeed. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement, and I found myself unable to offer anything in rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just... In the end, I was detained by the others and locked in the cage in the courtroom. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember, but it was too late for me to have regrets. I have no strength to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. Is this the same ending as we got earlier? Just a different way of getting to it? No, day 100. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. Next time I opened my eyes, I saw the cage had been unlocked. Not sure what that meant. I pressed the door openly. I only to know someone was lying in the cage next to mine. I ran over to see who it was.
Ava.
Oh, they locked her up again. I didn't even need to check. She was clearly gone. The cage was unlocked. I went inside and touched her arm. It was deathly cold. She'd been dead for at least a few hours.
What's going on here?
I stamped down my disquieting thoughts and quickly started searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika.
I checked her body. Yep. Seems like she died a few hours ago as well. Thinking everyone might be in their rooms, I proceeded to the roof. It was eerily silent all around. There was no signs of life anywhere. Still convinced there had been somebody around, I opened every single door to check. Takamura's room, Hiruko's room, Terumi's room. Their rooms were completely empty, abandoned. Karara's room was next. I went inside and glanced on her bed. Lying there was...
No! Kurata too!
How did you die? I checked her body like Ava and Kyoshiko. She was cold to the touch.
No, wait. Maybe...
Clinging to a ray of hope, I decided to move Karara's body to the infirmary, but... Too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive, was all the monitor would display. I had a really bad feeling about this whole thing. Dark despondency pooled and congealed at the pit of my stomach. But it's fine. It's going to be fine. That's what I kept telling myself as I continued searching. I checked every room on the second and third floors, and every other room that I had yet to check. I didn't find anyone. Finally, I reached the first floor. Upon stepping inside the mysterious room with no name, I saw...
Yugamu.
There was no need to even check his body. I could feel an eerie chill crawling underneath my skin and spreading to the rest of my body. The last place I visited was the garage. I pushed the door open and cautiously stepped inside, and then... When I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking. So, Takamura, Ima, Hiruko, Darumi, and Tsubasa. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over the bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Yep, hearts have been removed from the back. Acting on a hunch, I peered through underneath Hiriko's clothing to check her back as well. There was a large empty cavity there as well, just as I had suspected. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties have been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. Stepping outside, I wandered around aimlessly for a while before coming to a stop in the schoolyard. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time. Then a passing soundless breeze blew by. As I took in the breeze, a sight of unease of suspicion flashed through my back of my mind. How many dead bodies have I found? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. I was put in the prison cell on day 75. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were 12. Which meant... But that suspicion was quickly dispelled from my mind when the 2 remaining survivors appeared before me. We fought so hard in the defensive battles. Everyone gave their all. We even beat Vetchness. And yet, this was what we woke up to. What? So, you guys were knocked out too?
Takumi. You killed them all, right?
Right, okay, so this is, from their perspective, they only just recently died. This was an all, like, simultaneous thing today. Okay.
What?
We're the last 3 still alive. No one else but you could have done it.
Her accusations jolted my mind into action, and I started to defend myself desperately.
No, it wasn't me. I went through the same ordeal too. My cage was unlocked when I woke up, and I walked out to almost everybody dead.
You really think we'll believe you after what you've already done?
Who else could have done this, huh? Tell us!
Moko's right. The 3 of us were the only ones still alive. Stood to reason that one of us had to be the killer.
Come on, we're waiting! Who killed everybody if not you?
Is this a choice?
It was...
What? Who killed everybody? Moko, Nozomi, 3 choices? I'm guessing Moko or Nozomi get the same ending of they just kill us. Takumi did this.
I think I probably just didn't remember it.
Guess there's no way one of you could have done it, all that. That means he must be right. It was me. I must have killed everyone, somehow, without being conscious of it. I slumped my shoulders and humped my head weakly. Immediately after, I knew it. As Moko said it, she reached behind her and took out a large butcher knife. What? Two ... The next thing I knew, I was staring at my kneeled body, arms drooping lifelessly on both sides. Huh? How was I able to see my own body from this angle? That was the last thought that ran through my mind before I blacked out completely. Amazing. Mystery Room, terminated Sumino. Okay, is there actually a different ending there? Wow, we are getting through so many endings today, guys. Wait, there's actually multiple choices for this one? What? Okay, I really like how this route is set up, even if the mystery's kind of silly a little bit. Wait. Why does it say that nobody else is dead? Oh, whatever. Whatever. I guess we'll say Moko? Moko, you did this shit. Moko, it was you!
You! Moko Mochiro!
You killed everyone. It had to be you. There's no mistake about it. No, no, no! No, 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 no. Uncle charged at me deliriously while brandishing a massive butcher knife. I instinctively grabbed her wrist and snatched the butcher knife away, and it went flying off and hit you in the head. Lashed her neck. Okay then. Welcome, Deathball. Welcome to the most fun time of the stream. Welcome. I watched in horror as Moko collapsed to the ground. I killed her. I had not intended to, but it just happened. My knees were knocking against each other. My strength gave out, and the butcher knife fell to the ground. Immediately after.
Moko.
Any ending in which Nozomi so far has been happy with Takumi? I don't think there's been a single ending so far. That was just like, you know, laid back and just be like, okay, let them kill each other. Nozomi screamed at the top of her lungs and dashed over. The knife had to fallen from my hand was lying at my feet. She quickly picked it up and swung it wildly. Oh, how many endings have Nozomi killed Takumi at this point? God damn, bro, you suck at this.
Nozomi, why?
Nozomi was standing in front of me with an astonished look on her deathly pale face. I stared absently at her until my consciousness faded into nothingness. How many endings have I done so far today? Revenge for Moko. Wow, I'm gonna be done before the end of June at this pace. Wow, 21 already. Okay, now, the Zombie ending. I guess Moko just kills us in that one, because there's no way this is like the decision to let us live, because minimum, Moko could probably crush us before, crush our head just with her bare hands. It was Karuro's mom!
I'm sorry, Nozomi, but you're the only one who could have done this!
How could you even say such a thing? It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. No, forget it. I don't care anymore. Everyone died like that. So I... What? She suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs and ran off toward the wall of fire.
Wait! Nozomi!
I quickly followed her. Before long, we reached the wall of fire. But Nozomi did not slow down. She continued running at full speed, right into the wall of fire. What? What?
No!
What? Damn, bro, you really upset over this? This wasn't what I wanted. All because I made that accusation. Because of me, Nozomi. And then Moko threw Wait, no, wait. It's going to be fine. I may still be able to make it. I'll save Nozomi, drag her out of the flames, and my body was already moving before I could finish the thought. I lost myself into the fiery flames. The very next moment, I was vaporized in an instant. My consciousness ceased as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. A kind heart. Well done. Okay, I gotta give it one genuine try to figure out who it was over here. But, genuinely, I have no idea who it could have been. Or at least what the answer the game wants. This is the ending. Okay. That just leads to... Wait, what does this lead to? Ending 97? Oh, right, that's the one in which, Nozomi burns or something. I don't know. I don't know anymore, man. Okay.
Huh.
Okay, based off all the information I've gotten so far, like, literally the only person I can personally think of is Ava, because she has the mask that could, like, I don't know, allow her to get inside. I genuinely got nothing for this. I have no idea. I don't think the game has given me sufficient information to figure this out. I'm not gonna lie. Or maybe I'm just really dumb and I'm not seeing it? So, I'm gonna go with Ava. If it's not her, I'm genuinely just gonna look at what the answer is on the flowchart.
The real killer.
You!
Ava.
What are you saying, Takumi? I came
Okay,
to
it is
school on
Ava.
day 21. I couldn't have written the first threatening note or killed Gaku.
Or you were manipulated into doing it, huh?
That means I couldn't have been X.
Indeed. Indeed.
What?
I didn't say you were X. What I said was you're the person who killed Shoma.
I did not. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shut your mouth and just watch. I'll be exposing every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Oh, please don't be it. Oh, fuck. I don't know how I could do this one. What makes you think I'm the killer? Before we get into that part, we have to explain how the murder even took place to begin with. Someone's dead body was found in the cage. He had been stabbed multiple times. That means he had to figure out how to get inside the cage. But the door was locked. And you were the only one with the key, Takumi. Yes, I did have the key. So you couldn't have possibly used it. You used another way to get inside. Another way? The key lies in the design of that cage.
The design? What are you
Bottom
talking
is not secure?
The bottom part of the cage isn't secured in place.
It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base.
I don't understand. That
Lift the cage
isn't
up?
The cage could simply be lifted up.
So you went inside from the bottom. What nonsense is this, Takumi? I agree. How is it possible for anyone to lift such a heavy structure? Very true. The cage weighs about a ton. It's not something anyone can move with their bare hands. Wait, aren't you contradicting yourself right now?
You claimed I lifted it up, but now
You
you're saying it's
used
too
buoyancy.
You used buoyancy. You used buoyancy.
Buoyancy? That's right. You made the courtyard a watertight space by closing off the drains, and then you flooded the entire place. There's a fountain there. You open its mouth to fully release an enormous amount of water through the nozzles, turning it into something like an erupting geyser or open dam. You left the fountain valve wide open for a while to fill the space with water. Oh, I'm sorry. Your explanation was so outrageous, I couldn't help but be amused. Takumi, do you not know how powerful water pressure can be? Even if we assumed water was released into the environment after covering up any openings, some would still leak out because those walls are under constant pressure by the force of water. No, that wouldn't happen. That's how this place was designed. This mystery is kind of shit because you were just given, like, literally only all of this information in the scene before, and that was it. Because the courtyard was originally constructed for a certain special purpose.
Special purpose? What special
Space development research? Yeah, and it would also destroy the
This
landscaping.
place was a biotope to be used for space development research.
It was designed to be able to withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. That's what Tsubasa said. Yeah, that's right. And that's why it's impossible for water pressure to cause any leaks. After a while, the place became filled with water. Wouldn't Shoma just drown? Like, wouldn't he just drown? Considering the water flow of the fountain, it probably took about 3 hours for the water to rise to the top of the cage. And Shoma didn't drown. Shoma was killed at 4 a.m. Counting back from that time brings us to 1 a.m. for the approximate time the water started accumulating. Even if you were right, the entire cage is made of iron. It literally weighs a ton. You said so yourself.
It wouldn't shift around simply from being submerged in water.
Sturdy rubber balloons.
By using sturdy rubber balloons.
Rubber balloons? One that can be filled up with air to the capacity of about 10 liters. You inflated 100 of these balloons and put them into the cage. What did you do with them all? To be more precise, you put deflated balloons into the cage before inflating them. Archimedes' principal what? What the fuck are we going? Where are we going with this, bro? Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyant force is equal to the weight of displaced water. So 100 balloons on all 10 liters equal, each equals 100,000 kilograms. In other words, the effect is 1 ton of upward force. I feel like Uchikoshi is just like putting his hand through his ass and just making Takumi talk like a puppet. Right now, he's become a Wikipedia possum. That cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces to near zero. What? You barely need to use a single finger to lift it then. You were easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. 110-liter rubber balloons. That's just not... It would be impossible for me to inflate so many balloons in such a short time. How could anyone have done that? More than likely, you used a certain tool.
A
What?
certain tool. Well,
A tire pump? Are you serious? Like, it still takes time to pump them up with a tire
bicycle
pump.
tire pump in the parking lot. It's an electric air compressor.
I don't think... how many balloons did they say that it was? 100? Okay, maybe you could get that all done beforehand, but you would have to require not waking up Shoma, attaching it all there. And when are you going to be carrying 100 balloons? What the fuck is this? 1 second, chat. I need a second. I just... Oh, God. I'll be right back. Okay, 1 second. Let me up the stun lock counter, because I genuinely need to just take a break from reading through this. What the fuck is going on anymore? This is... What did you do with all the balloons, then? The bicycle tire pump in the parking lot. It's an electric air compressor. More importantly, how did Shoma not fucking drown? It's mounted on wheels and can easily be moved over here. Usually that would make it a literal breeze to fill up all those balloons. I don't think so. I don't think so. I see. I see. That method does make it possible for the cage to be lifted up while we submerged in water. But don't you find it strange? If the cage had been underwater for that long, Shovel would have drowned inside. Exactly. Yet the revival medic stated his cause of death is hemorrhagic shock.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events
Well,
you've laid out?
He
Your
breathed.
deduction
The
holds
cage
true.
wasn't completely submerged? What? Huh?
The cage wasn't completely submerged.
The water only had to be just below the topmost part of the cage for it to... Of the cage to... You think that Shoma can swim? That motherfucker can swim? No! No! And not for 3 fucking hours! What the fuck, writers? Shoma can't swim! Even if he could, I don't think that motherfucker has the duration to last for 3 hours! And then get stabbed!
Huh?
Discharging...
Huh?
God, this game's gonna kill me. Discharging water equal to the volume of the cage itself created the buoyant force needed. Shall get this head above water for some breathe through his mouth. Gaping, gasping for air the whole time. See, you took this opportunity to lift the cage while underwater slip inside and stab the multiple. What? What? I'm sorry. Why was there wet blood on the ground? What? I'm just doing so many things with my hands. What the fuck is this? Slipped inside and stabbed him multiple times. What happened to the water in the courtyard after that? You opened the drainage wells to drain it away.
Then the courtyard should have still been wet when we discovered Shoma's body.
Hot air
But we didn't.
blasts? That's utter horseshit!
You used blasts of hot air to dry the place up.
What the fuck? What? I mentioned just now that this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for I don't think it resets that fast, Takumi, but whatever. For space development research, because of that, it's a perfectly capable of reproducing a desert environment in just a few hours. Which means it has the ability to blast hot air around the area and perfectly dry out everything. I don't think that's how that works, Takumi. After draining the water away, you activated that setting to dry the courtyard. Due to the lack of time, however, the water didn't dry up completely. When we discovered Shoma's body, it was still actually somewhat damp. How the hell was there bloodstains on the floor then? It was dry enough though, plus we were all distracted by Shoma's dead body. That's why we failed to notice the remaining wetness in the You didn't notice the ground was wet? The only thing we did notice was that Shoma's body was damp. Fine, I understand. This is utter foolishness. I agree with Ava. Let me summarize what you're trying to say. I went underwater, lifted up the cage, stabbed Shoma multiple times while he was gasping for air at the surface. Then I dove underwater again and turned the valve handle to open the drainage walls. Look, Takumi, I am neither a diver nor a mermaid. Even if I was an expert at holding my breath.
A regular person would struggle to do even
Hey,
one
with
of
mask! Chat, I so badly want to do the obviously incorrect options, but it's
possible.
But I really want to get through this another time. I really want to come back to this and do all the shit options because they are going to be fucking hilarious, I can guarantee it. No, it's absolutely possible. You use your mask, Ava. Tsubasa told me about it. There's a miniature air tank in your mask. It allows you to use it as a sealed gas mask. You can breathe up for 30 minutes using it like that. You did all this shit in 30 minutes. Yeah, I did say that. I never thought it would work underwater, though.
Yes, I remember now. My mask did have a function like that, but someone stole it from me. That person must be the real killer.
It only fits your shape.
Yes, that has to be it. I know I am right.
You've been cornered and you know it, Ava. Just admit that you're the one behind this. Your mask was unique. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. According to Tsubasa, you're the only one who can wear it. You were right, Ava. This isn't a crime that a regular person could have committed. Only a diver, mermaid, or someone with that particular mask could have done it. Ergo, the person who could wear that particular mask is the culprit. And only one person in this world can put on that mask. That person is standing right in front of me. It's none other than you, Ava!
You're the only one who could have killed Shoma!
You're the only one who could have killed Shoma!
No! 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 No!
Persuasion complete. Oh, that was just so gloriously shit. Takumi, you're right. I killed Shoma. You see? There's a pool of blood right there. If we're believing what Ava said, then there shouldn't be a pool of blood anywhere. There shouldn't be a pool of blood there. The methods of flow of events were as you have deduced. I have nothing to add. But I have really done something wrong. I too had been threatened by X. I had no choice because we gave everybody fucking bombs to explode you. When did you meet X? A short while before 1 a.m. on day 51, just before the murder. I heard a knock on my door. And you opened it? Yes. Why? The thought that it might be X outside the door did flash through my mind briefly. But I am not a part of the SDU, and I wasn't even here when you saw the threatening note. I just assumed I could have not been on X's radar. Well, what did X say?
I have the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb inside your body. Here it is, in case you think I'm lying. I'm going to give you some instructions now, but you don't have much time. Follow my orders quickly, or else. Should you go against me, or tell the others about my existence, I will detonate the bomb in your body immediately.
Wait, what's going on? How did X get their hands on the detonator? You gave everybody the detonator, my girl. Wait, they stole it from one of us? No, X said he obtained it from the proper channels, from Tsubasa herself. No. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass it to you. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Now we are 100% sure that X is one of us. No, I think you can remove me from the list. Of course we can. I passed the first detonator to Hiriko and never got it back, and haven't received the duplicate from Tsubasa yet. That is fair, Sir Takumi shall be taken off the list of suspects. Everyone else starts scrutinizing each other with great suspicion, not daring to even move their bot. Wait, did she say that she saw the detonator? Here it is in case you think I'm lying. So she did see the detonator. Okay. With great suspicion, not daring to even move their bodies, only their eyes. Hey, Ava, just one thing. Yes? X said they'd blow you up if you told the others about him, right? Yes. And that's what you're doing. You feeling okay? Why hasn't X blown you up yet, indeed. I believe they could if they wanted to. The device is small enough to fit into the palms of someone's hand. It could be hidden in the sleeve, on their chest, or around their waist, and no one would notice. It would be easy to simply press the button at the opportune moment. But X cannot do that for one particular reason, because he'll blow up everybody. And what's that? Takumi, do you remember what I told you about the bomb mechanism from before? Yes, I remember. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at that time will be blown into smithereens. 25? That makes the blast diameter the length of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Basically the length of this entire courtyard. Aha, that's why X isn't pressing the button. Because they'll be caught in the blast as well, and it's not like they can simply run away. Taking such an action is as good as admitting you're X. That's why X got their hands tied, eh? Dot dot dot. This is the perfect opportunity. For what? For us to get more information about X from Ava. Since they can't blow her up, we can ask her anything we want. Great idea. Ava, do you know anything about X, their height, their body shape? They were dressed in the same outfit Shoma previously described and used a voice changer as well. So it's not possible to discern who they were by their looks and voice, but... Ava looked down. A short, hesitant silence later, she spoke up again.
Actually, I figured out who X is.
How'd you figure that out? By their mannerisms. Their mannerisms? You know, how some people will subconsciously touch their chin or play with their hair when they're thinking about something? Those sorts of mannerisms. They tried really hard to hide it, of course, but I still managed to pick up on them. So, who is X?
All right.
It's you.
I will tell you.
It's Takumi.
X is...
Kaboom.
The real identity of X is...
Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over me. My mind started working overtime as I went through all the possibilities. Maybe X would really press the button now. Everyone who thinks X won't do it because it would mean blowing themselves up as well. But if their identity would be real, it would be the end for them anyway. They might prefer to die with everyone in their blast over being caught and imprisoned. But in that case, why weren't they pressing the button now before Ava could reveal their identity? Were they banking on the possibility Ava might say the wrong name? If she did, X could just sit back and watch the show without it doing anything. And if she said X's real name, they could always press the button at the time. Surely that was why X was adopting a wait-and-see attitude right now. It might be dangerous for X to say the name out loud. Even if she got it right, everyone would die anyway. Still, I might be overthinking things. X could be hesitating simply because they were afraid to die. What should I do? What should I do? There was literally no time to hesitate any longer. My final decision was... So many choices this stream. Yeah, blow ourselves up. Shut Ava up. Yeah.
Ava, stop! Don't say anything.
Hey, what are you up to now? Wherefore have you stopped her? I explained my reasoning to the others. I get it. You're afraid that X may take us down with them. At that, all of a sudden, we heard... Ava burst out laughing to everyone's astonishment. Mind sharing the joke?
Sharing the joke with the rest of the class?
The joke is how you are all being so obtuse.
What?
It's the same.
What is?
Your ultimate destiny.
Wait, are you?
I shouted, but it was already too late. Ava pinched her little finger and pulled it without any hesitation. Great ending. Mystery route. Pinky promise. I like the puns on this route. 23. Alright. We're not gonna shut her up. Nah, he is going to be disappointed. The Dark Urge is sad and disappointed. Dot dot dot. I decided to let Ava finish her sentence without an interruption. However, she stayed silent after that and refused to say another word. What is the matter, Lady Ava? X got your tongue? Or do you actually not know who X is? What? And why did you pretend like you knew? At Eva's question, Ava suddenly... She smirked and let out a chuckle, looking as if she was mocking us. When I saw her expression, the truth dawned on me. Of course, you're afraid, right? You're afraid to die. That's an unexpected expression. Even if you were forced to do so by X, you were still the one to kill Shoma. That is an unforgivable act. Then you thought to yourself, I'm going to be thrown into the cage again. This time, they're never going to let me out. Why should I stay then? I'll blow myself up and take everyone in the STU with me. But you were afraid to face death. You never had the courage to begin with. So you decided to leave it in the hands of X, right? The act of pressing the button to activate the bomb. Oh, that's why you lied about knowing X's identity. Wait, that means you're going along with us all this time was just an act? When you said you hated Veshness, was that a lie too? All you could. Also, you could gain our trust and gather intel while hiding in plain sight? Ava said nothing in response. Her lips didn't move for a second, but something else did. Her hands. The detonator is on a joint on my left hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. My body moved before my mind did. I exploded into action and dashed over to Ava at breakneck speed. I grabbed her left wrist and shouted loudly.
Get away, everyone!
At that, everybody made a mad scramble for the exit. Right after that, Ava grabbed my shoulder and forced me to face her. As I did, I saw a raised foot and I found myself being kicked away. I landed near the exit where the other... that's a hell of a kick. Where there were 5 other people. They had just reached the gate and were not outside. The other 5 had rushed to the exit on the other side and were about the same distance as well. I quickly stood up, looking in Ava's distance. She pinched her little finger and said,
Is this the courage you said I didn't have?
She pulled her on her little finger without a trace of hesitation. Day 80.
Wow! It's finally your 80th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy! We have just 20 days left! Just a bit...
It's day 80. I was already so used to waking up and finding out that I had missed a bunch of days that I was more surprised by the fact that I was still somehow alive. Other figment, I seem to recall someone pulling me back with great force just before the explosion. That could be why I survived. Wonder who saved me. I didn't see who it was, but I remembered a lavender fragrance. I can think about that later. Is everyone okay? Was that Hiriko? I stood up from the makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. And then... What do you mean Tsubasa and Moko are gone? Exactly what I mean. They both missing when I woke up. You were the last free on watch last night, right? Yes, but halfway through my shift, I felt a pain on my neck. It's like something had pricked me. Someone must have jabbed me with the stolen anesthetic because I blacked out immediately. And when you woke up, they were both gone? That's what I'm trying to say. It was at this point, everyone finally noticed I was awake. So Takumi, I see you have decided to rejoin us in the land of the living. 5 days no see. Pretty fast, all things considered. Yeah, we should... Hey, shouldn't we be looking for Tsubasa and Moko? Yeah, the 9 of us will have to split up in groups of 3. After some discussion, we decided on the following groups. Group 1, Meet, Nozomi, Darumi. Group 2, Takamura, Karara, Kuyoshika. Group 3, Hiroko, Yugamu, Ima. Let's go find them! Okay, so how could have Takumi done this? And thus, we embarked on the search for Tsubasa and Moko. We visited every place in the school to see if we can find any traces of them. However, they're nowhere to be found. It's already been an hour since we started looking. Suddenly, we heard a strange voice coming from the schoolyard. Bad news! Team Takumi and Takamura, can you hear me? If so, come to the parking lot right now. We gave each other knowing glances before rushing toward the stairwell together. Takamura's team was already at the parking lot by the time we arrived. There were a few trees near the parking lot. Hiroko and Takamura's team were staring at a gate at something at the top of them. Dread started to pull in the pit of my stomach. I turned slowly and cautiously to look in the direction of their stares. What I saw was... gruesome.
No! How?
It was clear they were both dead. Blood drained from my face, and I felt sick to the bone. Now 5 of my friends are dead. I didn't know how my heart wasn't breaking apart. It's a good thing the invaders haven't showed up yet. Somehow I held myself together and said,
Help me lower them to the ground and move them to the infirmary.
Subject, Tsubasa Kawana. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 80 between 5 and 8 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on chest and abdomen. Murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in her body. Impossible to revive. Moko Mojiro. Hemorrhagic shock. 5 to 8 a.m. Day 80. Lacerated carotid artery. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade of unknown length. Too much time passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room turned rather utterly gloomy. We silently moved their bodies to the morgue. Hey, do you mind if I mention something?
Huh?
Go on. It's something I noticed about Tsubasa's back. She got her heart stolen like the others. How did you know about the hearts being stolen? I decided it was not something worth hiding and told them about it. Ah, right. But I don't think the cases are related. Neither of them had their backs cut open. That's what... Then what is it you wanted to tell us about Tsubasa's back? I noticed it when the hem of her blouse hitched up while we were moving her body just now. Rumi walked over to Tsubasa's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. She turned over the body and pulled the blouse up so we could see all the strange vein on her back.
Huh.
2? Think so. Could be a Z or an N. Or... I don't know. We're not gonna pull any Leon shit.
Huh?
The mark is small enough to be completely covered by hand.
Huh.
Not located in the center, but more towards the left side of the spine.
Huh?
This is indeed curious. The purplish color makes it look even like a bruise.
Oh!
What could this number mean? Nobody had an answer to that. We checked Moko's bark as well, but there was no markings at all, let alone one that looks like a number. After that, we turned them both back around, closed our eyes, and put our hands together to pay our respects. Moko! 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 Nozomi clung onto Moko's body and wept bitterly. Her anguish chokes and sobs reverberated throughout the hushed morgue. Night soon fell, and when bedtime approached, Karara suddenly brought something up. I found this in Tsubasa's space. Can you guys take a look at it? Organic life detection device? 9. Same as the people here. Well, ain't it about time you just showed your hand, X? You're one of us here, ain't you? No criminals in their wrong mind would happily come forward to identify themselves when asked. How about this, X? Fess up, and we promise not to throw your sick little ass into jail. So come on, help us out here. Are we only talking to X right now? Say what? X instructed someone to kill Kako and Shoma. What if it's the same this time? Hey, don't go put weird heads in your weird ideas in my head. You're basically saying there are 2 killers among us. Whatever the case, we should probably be sleeping together. I agree. X still may have some anesthesia left. Another option is to increase the number of people on watch, but it's probably safer for everyone to just sleep in their own rooms. What do you think, Takumi? Really, Nozomi? I folded my arms across my chest and thought long and hard about it before saying, yeah, going back to sleeping in our own rooms may be a better option at this point, on the condition that nobody opens his door until morning announcement. Are we clear on that? Oh, time to fall unconscious again. Here I go, stab it again.
Get ready. Prepared. Be ready to give your...
I didn't black out despite having gone through so many stressful events yesterday. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I'd been cured of the fainting disease. During the day, we split up into groups to investigate the deaths of Tsubasa and Moko, and we didn't find a single clue. Soon the sun started setting. Darkness took over. Wow, you get no free time in this route.
Head east. You never know when the invaders might attack. Well then.
At least you're not fighting anybody. It happened right after the bedtime announcement had played. Where are the invaders? We haven't heard any mention of them attacking. The sound of the doorbell sent a chill up my spine. Was it X? Were they here to get me? Those thoughts raced through my mind as I gingerly made my way to the voice. I was greeted with a familiar voice from the other side. I know what you're thinking, Takumi. Maybe Hiruko's X, right? But you would be wrong. I am not X. Yeah, you would say that, but just listen to me. I need to tell you something. You are likely innocent because you did not have the detonator for Ava's bomb. For that reason, I trust you and want to tell you something I remembered. What is it? I'm going to the morgue now. If you trust me, meet me there. I will be waiting for you. I heard the sound of her clacking heels getting softer and softer until it was completely silent. Maybe Vesh just really died after all. Yeah, maybe she did. What should I do? I don't believe Hiruko is X, but... damn it. I hid my infuser under my clothes as a precaution and ran directly to the morgue. I have never met an idiot as stupendously naive as you. Did you even consider what would happen to you had I really been X? But you said you weren't. Only a gullible idiot would believe a potential suspect is not a bloodthirsty serial killer simply because they said so. You're right. The hanged A, please don't disturb killing game in progress sign before the undying flames, so invaders are suspecting the crime. They're just like, well, if the idiots are gonna kill themselves, might as well let them. We'll just come in on day 99 and then get defeated by the last two guys. Gritted my teeth in frustration and then said, anyway, what was this thing you remembered? Yuriko walked over to Tsubasa's dead body without a word. She stopped in front of the body and removed the sheet. She turned the body over before lifting the blouse up. It's a strange number we saw yesterday. What about it? This is her liver mortis code. What? What the fuck is the liver mortis code? One second. Let me write that down. God damn it, I keep screwing up my windows. Where's the game? There's the game. This is a liver mortis code. Liver mortis code? This was mentioned during the comedy room, Moa. Were you not paying attention? I wasn't. I don't. If it genuinely was, I wasn't paying attention. Cool, great. Good job, comedy room, for hiding some essential lore. I don't care anymore. It's a unique... Actually, I do care still. I'm just like... This game's hilarious. It's stupid, but it's hilarious. It's a unique number that appears on the back of all SCU members when they lose almost all of their cryptoglobin. Only those from Team 1 have for this. Where did you hear about this? That is a 3-day-long story I can tell you another time. All I can tell you now is that this is a very reliable piece of information. She moved to Shoma's body next, removing the sheet covering him. She flipped the body over so his back was facing up. There was a large gaping hole there, so... They were removing the number? Shoma too? Yes, I believe X must have done this. But when? We are moving in groups ever since he died. Well, there was one sliver of opportunity X could have had to taken advantage of. What's that? When Ava self-destructed. Everyone got caught in the blast and were knocked out. It was next morning by the time we regained consciousness that X must have woken up sooner than the rest of us and... Yuko showed me Ito and Kaku's back cavities next. Finally, she turned Kaku's body over. Now we have 4 cases on hand. Every wound is the same shape. X used the same method to remove their hearts from their bodies. Sure seems that way. What do you see when you look at this wound? Well, the outline is rather clearly defined, like they were cut open with a scalpel or something. Oh, I get it now. It's the exact location. That has to be it. The part of their back with the liver mortis code had been cut out. Well done. Is it the same for Moko? Haven't you been listening? Liver mortis code only shows up on those from Team 1. What? Moko is from Team 2. Naturally, her back is code-free. After saying that, Hiriko returned the bodies to their original positions. But why would X do such a thing? I am guessing it is because they do not want us to learn of their existence. If the bodies were left in their original state, somebody was bound to notice the codes sooner or later. So they cut out the parts with the codes out in order to keep them from hidden from us. Why dig out the hearts too? Most likely a red herring. Think about it. What would be the first thing to come to mind if you saw that multiple bodies had only a certain part of their back cut away? I would think there would have to be something on our bodies as well. You see, now you're getting it. You think X is targeting something invisible on that part of our bodies, right? And what would you do with that information? What am I supposed to do? For example, I would cut out that part of my body before X could get their hands on it. Or cover it with something, like a tattoo of a soaring dragon. X would likely be highly inconvenienced if we did that. That is why they took out the heart as well. They wanted us to believe their target was not the patch of skin on their back, but the hearts in our bodies. Why would they do that, though? That's why X did that. Though, that still leaves us with one question. What's that? I'll explain later. You see, X's objective has to do with knowledge of the liver mortis codes. Our current hypothesis is X has cut out that particular part of the skin, not because they were avid skin collectors, but simply to stop us from knowing about the existence of the codes. But if that is true, why set up the red herring? If X's objective was only to know what the codes were, they could have simply gotten rid of the bodies once they saw it. They could have tossed the bodies into the wall of fire, buried them in the forest, yet X did none of those things. Why? I'm not sure, but maybe they need... Okay, so are the codes on the... Okay, I see. So the codes, there are regular liver mortis codes, are the codes for the transmitter then. So he is collecting all of the codes of the original team. Okay, so the Gi is collecting all of the codes in order to escape on the escape pod. I don't know how the Gi knows about all of this, but it's probably some morbing shit. So by killing all the original defense team, he's getting all the codes together to activate the transmitter. No. Okay, let me rephrase my theory. He's getting all the codes so that he can activate the distress signal, so that they send a team down, so that then he can, like, infect all of the team that comes out from the artificial satellite, or something like that. You think so too? Yes, X clearly wanted to leave the bodies in here. But by doing so, it would allow us to find out about the existence of the liver mortis codes. That is why they went through the trouble of setting up such complicated red herrings, removing the skin and hearts of those already dead. So the question is, why does X want the bodies preserved? That is what I'm trying to find out. Let's put that aside and talk about something else. Why does X want to know what the liver mortis codes are? It has to do with the... Yep, okay, I just guessed that before they talked about it. It has to do with the distress signal transmitter. The transmitter the boy with the undying flames told us about. Yep. Oh, I know. The correct series of codes he mentioned, he must be referring to the liver mortis codes. Yes, there are 10 people on Team 1. Entering 9 of our codes will summon the rescue craft. Because knowing the liver mortis code of 9 people indicates that the 9 people have entered total death. Total death? It means the complete cessation of life. In this state, a person is impossible to revive. Okay, but how did you come across this information? Same way I came across previous information, by remembering them. Oh, the 3-day-long story you were talking about. Yes, I will explain further when the time is more on our side. For now, our priority is to identify X. Do you understand now? Do you understand why I said X's objective is to find out the liver mortis codes? Does that mean X is trying to summon the rescue craft? It's very likely. So that they can leave this school? Quite so. Which also means X already knew where the distress signals transmitter is located, because liver mortis codes would be useless otherwise. That is a logical line of reason. Keep going. If we find the distress signals transmitter ourselves, we may find a clue to X's identity. Hiroko nodded deeply at my word. That is why I'm going to start looking for the distress signal transmitter now. Care to join me? It's almost midnight. What are you, 5? Oh, alright. Day 82. Hiroko and I ran around the school all night in search of the distress signal transmitter. We found nothing in the end. It's almost 6. We're not in our rooms with morning announcements. The others may suspect of us be next. Yes, we should call it a day for now, and just as Hiroko was about to finish her sentence, Karara, hide yourself. What in the world? Oh, is it time for another shitty hide minigame? What in the world? You made the rule that we should never go here alone, remember? So why is Karara wandering around by herself then? Oh, now that you mention it. Oh, it's Checker Curry. We peered around the corner to see where Karara was going. She quickly vanished in the direction of the staircase. The sound of footsteps on the floor above us slowly became softer and softer until we heard the roof door closing. Then there was silence. Karara went upstairs. I mean, we are on the ground floor, but she came from that staircase. Why would she come down the stairs just to go up again? Maybe she didn't come down the stairs? Are you saying... We started investigating the area around the staircases, groping around the wall surfaces to see if we could find anything. And then...
What is this?
There's just a door right there.
A secret door.
Let's see what's inside.
Yes.
Behind the door was a staircase leading down into a pitch darkness.
Kudata didn't come downstairs.
She came up from here.
So, at the end of this staircase...
Yes. There's something to be discovered for sure. Let's go see.
This place, it's a freezer. My god. I cannot believe we are still discovering new places in the school on day 82. It's freezing in here. Your unfunny jokes made the heat in the room shrivel up and die. What? I don't recall making any jokes. There was a device of some sort in the middle of the room. We should check it out. Hiroko and I approached the device and stared at the display monitor. Is this what I think it is? It's the user manual of some sort at the left part of the screen, which read, Distress Signal Transmitter. Enter the liver mortis code of each SCU member in the blank spaces on the screen. A distress signal is transmitted when 9 codes are entered. However, should a single incorrect code be entered, the poison gas will be released from the tank behind the device. Oh! We should just get the mask from Ava and... Well, Ava's dead, but maybe the mask is still around? In Ito's room? And then we just guess all the codes. This is a special gas designed to instantly dissolve all types of... Oh, okay. Neither a gas mask nor a biohazard mask will offer any sort of protection against it. You have been warned. This is it. This is the distress signal transmitter we were looking for. To think it's been here the whole time. This is a major discovery. In my excitement, I started looking around the other areas of the room. The next moment, I felt my blood going cold. I saw something I hadn't initially noticed because all of my attention had been on the device. An object in the corner of the room. No, that wasn't an object. It wasn't. That was... Ooh. Okay, so it isn't just Takumi. Karara Usatsuki's dead body.
Wait. What? We have to take her to the infirmary.
Don't bother. A dead body doesn't freeze up that badly within an hour or so.
So, she's been dead for a long time?
You have eyes? Can you not see? This is definitely Kurara O Suzuki. I know because I've seen her real face before. The one beneath her usual tomato head mask.
When? In this timeline?
I've seen her face before too.
On that note, do you remember who we just crossed paths with?
Yes. Someone dressed like Kurara.
Okay, this is a little bit more interesting now that it's not all Takumi.
But the real Kurara is here, which means...
Who the heck was that?
One thing is for sure. That person is none other than X themselves.
What if there's just two X's? What? You have arrived at Story Lock 3. You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. Try exploring other branches for now. What? Unlock condition. Reach Story Lock 2. What? Okay, fuck me. I'm not... I wasn't expecting, to get locked out like that. Okay. Okay, game. Respect. So, I guess it is one of the suit men, or something. Or there's gonna be some real morbing happening. Alright, well, we still got time in the stream, so, Is there another lock that I've already hit already, or... Will I have known I've already unlocked a different, lock already, or... Ah, fuck it, it's killing game time. Okay, was there anything else from this route that you have to do? Okay, so, leave the school. No. Okay, so this is the last thing I can do on the, that is not, spare Ito route. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna go to the restroom and I'll be right back. 1 moment, please. Alright. I guess we're gonna be joining the killing game. Darumi, I hope you're happy. So are you gonna actually play a legitimate killing game, or is it just gonna be we show up and then... Yes, we are gonna join the killing game.
I think I'm going to join the game.
Feeling determined, I voice my intention to participate. Will you all join me in this invader hunt? Oh, no. Have you lost your mind, Mrs. Amina? Oh, Kako's alive in this route. Participating in a shady game like this would just make us like Mr. Maruku, jumping into the fire and getting stabbed for it. We might end up getting slaughtered like Gaku. I know it could be dangerous, but I think ignoring the invitation would be even more dangerous. We ought to accept despite the risk. Hey, Takumi, let's think about this rationally. Who knows what kind of monster's behind it? Anything could happen if we joined some insane game like this, man.
Hey!
I more than understand the risks of participating, but I still want to know. I want to know who killed Gaku. I want to know who put us in this situation. I thought things would be different without Ito secretly manipulating us, but apparently I was wrong. Someone had destroyed Surit and killed Gaku all in the space of one night. Gaku's death plunged us all into paranoia, and we haven't been able to come together since. Who could possibly be doing this? Everyone, please, I'm begging you, even if this just this once, go along with me. Please join the game with me. I bowed my head while shouting my pleas, trying to show them how serious I was. But I didn't get the reaction I was hoping for. Sorry, Takumi, I can't. It smells like a trap to me. I'm out too. There's something so vulgar about using a game to encourage murder. A group of strangers all killing each other without any love behind it. It's no better than a hedonistic orgy. Did someone say orgy? Oh, simmer down, you stupid perv. You know what? I haven't increased this number in a while. There we are. Thank you, Kodaka. Oh, simmer down, you stupid perv. I'm out too. The audience hates to see a team turn on each other like that. My life will be worthless, but if I die, I won't be able to see my dog Leo again. Leo? This is bad. Really bad. At this rate, I'll be the only one playing. How do I convince everyone this is the right move? What do I have to do? Before I could say anything more.
Are you kidding? Sign me up!
Hell yeah! What? I'm gonna play the game, obviously. I mean, duh. Obviously, a killing game is about to go down either way. Finally, the god of killing games has smiled upon me and broken the chains spiding me to this pitiful, tedious life. Anyway, that's why you're all gonna join. It's mandatory. Yeah, right. I'm not fucking doing this. We can't start killing each other. We're here to fight the invaders. Excuse me. If you guys keep acting like such wusses, I won't get my killing game. But at least, we need at least a double-digit player count, or it's not gonna happen. And I need it to happen. I've been waiting for this my whole life. I'm so sick of this lame tower defense game. I want us to kill each other. Do it, 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 do it. We're all gonna do it, right? Darumi vociferously urged everyone to play. But the more she insisted, the more it turned everyone off. What utter foolishness. I'm not entertaining this nonsense anymore. Disgusted, Kawawa left the classroom. The others followed soon after. If you want to kill each other, do it by yourselves. I won't stand for this. Sister Dearest and I are going back to our rooms. I've always wanted to storm out in a dramatic huff like this. So cliche. In the end, the only ones left standing in the room were... What's wrong with them? Not playing like defies the laws of nature. Myself, Darumi, and Hiriko. Hiriko, are you gonna play the game too? I'm shocked. I didn't think you had any interest in something like this. Don't misunderstand me. I have no interest at all in the game itself. I just want to make sure. Make sure? Hiriko fell silent, refusing to elaborate. She does tend to be secretive. Well then, the three of us will meet in the leisure lounge tonight. The message said anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 p.m. Well, with so few participants, it's entirely possible the game will be canceled. No. My long-awaited killing game is slipping through my fingers. Yuko and I went back to our rooms, leaving Darumi behind to wallow in despair. An invader hunt. I was lying in bed, contemplating this mysterious game that we were going to play. Why would anyone why would whoever wrote the message invite us to join a game? What kind of game did they have planned? Or was the announcement itself a trap? I was racking my brain, unable to figure out any possible intention behind all of this until suddenly... a visitor? I opened the door and came face to face with Darumi. Darumi, what's up? Why aren't you saying anything? Darumi continued to stand there, not speaking so much as a single word. 1 minute passed, then 2. 3 people isn't enough. Finally, she spoke. A killing game with only 3 people? That's not going to work. The joy of a killing game is that there's a ton of participants and a lot of dying. 3 people do not a massacre make. I mean, forget Royale. That's not even enough of a battle to get excited about. Totally impossible, like way impossible. She was muttering to herself, but I more or less understood her point. So you're saying there's not enough people to hold a proper killing game? I've literally been saying this the whole time.
Hey!
Really? I didn't notice. I got the feeling this announcement only exasperated Darumi's emotional instability. Normies always do this. They're like so happy to do an athletic meet or a talent show or whatever, but if you suggest a killing game, they're all like, no way! That's probably because they don't want to die. At this rate, I'm not going to get my killing game. Can't have that. If it gets cancelled, it's so over, Kiho. You have to help Takumi. Tell me how important this is and convince them to play. Are you kidding? There's no way they'd listen to me. Even just now, they barely paid attention to what I had to say. They'll be fine. Just stand in their doorways and keep putting their peer pressure. They'll cave eventually. You mean like what you're doing to me right now? I might be dumb and useless, but even I can handle staging a sit-in. I mean, I didn't stick around my parents' house for basically my entire life without ever running away, no matter how much my brother and daddy yelled at me to leave. So I guess that was mostly because I didn't have anywhere else to go. What do I even say to that? Okay, you'll be in charge of convincing Takamura, Shoma, and the twins. Your job is to flip them over and be willing players before we're supposed to meet. You have to get them to play, no matter what. Oh my god, do we have to play a persuasion minigame for this? Darumi stormed away without giving me a chance to object. Man, why is she so pushy? But now that she's asked, I can't just do nothing. I don't want the game to get canceled either, so I guess I should try and encourage everyone to join. I'm supposed to persuade Takamura, Shoma, Ima, and Kako, huh? Of the 4, Takamura looks the most likely to hear me out. He looks like a hard ass, but at his core, he's genuine and kind. He might be willing to listen if he sees how strongly I feel about this. Okay, the first ones I'm going to try to convince is Takamura. I can't tell if she's Danganronpa fan bait or Kodaka telling Danganronpa fans to go fuck themselves anymore. Probably both. Honestly, yeah, both. That's all that. Now, to think of a way to get him to join. He's probably against it because he's wary of what might happen. His concerns are valid. The monster that slaughtered Kaku is behind this after all. I get why you want to avoid a confrontation, but... if you don't participate, we may never find out who's really behind all this. I can't let that happen. I want to catch whoever killed our friend, no matter what it takes. Kaku might have been careless, sneaky, goofball, but he was one of our own. He didn't deserve to die. Nah, he did. I'll never forgive whoever killed him. I'm going to find them, and I know Takamura feels the same. Maybe I should get him to remember how he felt when Gaku was murdered. But how do I do that? How do I get Takamura fired up again? How do you reignite the rage in someone's heart? No point in trying to figure this out on my own. I should ask around if anyone has any ideas. Oh my god. How to get Takamura fired up? Pro wrestling offs. When you're locked up and tight and exchanging pure soul energy with another fighter, your heart will be on fire. Come and experience it for yourself, Takamura. Takumi, I'll spar with you right now. Sorry, Moko, but that was not too much of a wuss to put your butt on the line and fight. Well, yeah. Man, I picked the wrong person to ask. Moving right along. You wish to know how to ignite the fire into Takamura's heart? I recommend to giving him stickers. Stickers? A while back, I was messing around and put a cute character sticker on Sir Takamura's custom biker's jacket. He was completely overcome with rage. The fuck do you think you're doing to my jacket? That's the window to my soul. If you ever transition, you better damn well call me so I can kick your ass, man. Man. He's all about transitioning people. That's exactly what he screamed at me. If I were to describe his countenance of that day, he looked like an angry temple spirit or an active volcano. So indeed, a sticker will set him ablaze. I don't think it had anything to do with a sticker. I think he just got mad at you with his clothes. This doesn't seem like it's going to be useful, but I'll try to remember it anyway. Takamura is very serious about his biker outfit. Noted. How to get Takamura fired up? Isn't he always fired up? I mean, is he ever cool or composed? But don't you think he's holding back a bit too much lately? Oh, yeah, I'd expect him to be the first to jump at an opportunity to do this invader hunt. I mean, even Takamura has to hold something back. I mean, how many of our friends have died so far? Ito, Gaku, and even Survey is just a heap of scrap now. What are Survey's remains doing here? I'm connecting what's left of him to the PC to the war room to salvage what I can. I figured if I can access this confidential information, I can learn how to fix the corpse recovery drones, and maybe I'll even be able to get some information on whoever destroyed him. So you're basically doing an autopsy? Yeah, I'm sure even Survey regrets that this death happened to him so suddenly. So I feel like I need to make his death mean something at the very least. I felt my chest clench as I stared at Survey's remains. I'll never forgive whoever did this to him. They have to pay. An incredible rage was coursing through my body. Tsubasa, do you think I could borrow him? I guess so, but what for? I'm going to show him to Takamura. The person who did this to Sarah was more than likely the same person who murdered Gaku. Takamura might remember his rage when he sees this. Well, if it isn't the village idiot right on cue, what is wrong with you? What's your problem all of a sudden? Why are you so angry? Obviously, because you're a complete and utter moron. You want to play some killing game? You're such an uneducated street rat, I could puke. She's worried about you, Takumi. We were just talking, and we think you're not thinking rationally. Takumi, it's not too late. You can rethink this. I know you have your reasons, but playing such a dangerous game is madness. Even a sick necrophile like you should know a killing game is going too far. Try to rub your proper brain cells together long enough to generate a spark and think about why you shouldn't value your freak fetishes over your own life. She was being unnecessarily cruel, but Karara was worried about me in her own Karara way. I appreciate the sentiment, but sorry, but I've made up my mind. I gladly accept the risk for a chance to confront Gaku's killer, and nothing would change my mind. Shoma, where you at, bro? How to get Takamura fired up, you ask? Kumi, you're asking the wrong person. My IQ is so low, it's a negative number. I couldn't possibly know. Can you stop the self-deprecation for a second and really think about it? What gets him worked up? I'm sorry, I have no idea. I'm too scared about anything. The invader hunt is all I can think about. They want us to kill each other. Shoma is completely terrified. It's pointless trying to question him further. Who am I missing? Ava. Takumi, did you bring it? Bring what? My mask. You promised me yesterday. That's right. She asked me to give her a mask back to her yesterday. Sorry, Ava. I just don't have time for that right now. No, I've been waiting so long. Takumi, are you going to break your promise to me? You're mocking me because you know I'm a helpless prisoner. Calm down. I'm sure to bring it when I'm done. Just wait a bit longer, please. Have I done any gameplay today? You promise. You really will. If you don't, I'll break down crying. She incessantly confirmed again and again I would actually bring it. That mask must be incredibly important to her. Oh, for what? Apologies about that. I completely forgot about a inspection that was going to be coming in today. Alright, let's get the brake text back off. Let me get some water in me. My throat is actually getting kind of dry because I've been talking a lot today. I don't know how I did 11 hours that other day. Oh, I should probably check what route I'm on. Am I still on 15B, or is this a very... Actually, it doesn't say yet. Okay, it doesn't say yet. Alright. Yagami, what are you doing here? I came to check with that Tsuki guy. I'm terribly intrigued by him. Chat, he's a dead body. Corpses are surprisingly articulate. You can learn so much by looking at them. I knew the moment I laid my eyes on his body. He was a brilliant assassin in his own right. I would give anything to have met him while he was still alive. Yuri, what are you doing here? Can't you tell I'm pretending to be a corpse, duh? A corpse? We're going to play a killing game, then all of the useless nobodies like me are going to die first. So I thought I'd better practice being dead. That way I'll be a cool corpse when the time comes. I see. Good luck with that. You should look at Gaku's body and practice, too. He's a perfect example of how we're all going to end up. The moment I saw Gaku's body, I had an idea. This should work. I'm sorry, Gaku. I'm going to have to move your sheet. Hauled down the sheet draped over Gaku's body, came face to face with his brutalized corpse. Then, I took off his jacket. It was splattered with blood and covered in countless holes. The criminal stabbed him over and over again with a knife. I felt like I could feel Gaku's pain and agony just by touching his jacket. What are we doing? They won't get away with this. They're going to pay. I filled my heart with a sense of duty and conviction. If I show this to Takamura, he'll remember how angry he was when Gaku was murdered. Okay, this should be enough to convince him. Gaku's jacket and Survey's remains. Holding on to them tight, I marched into Takamura's room. Well, Takumi, where's your manners? You can't just let yourself in. Takamura, sorry to spring this on you, but I have something I want to show you. What's this? It's all fucked up and full of holes. And real dirty too, covered in dark stains. That's Gaku's jacket. He was wearing it when he was killed. When he was killed? You mean these stains are his blood? You asshole, why would you show this to me? I know, nobody wants to see this, but we can't hide from it. Got all these holes in it, see? Because he was stabbed with a knife, over and over, brutally. That motherfucker stabbed him this many times? God damn it, Gaku must have been in so much pain! Takamura's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the holes in Gaku's clothes. He was shaking with fury. Here's where I got him once and for all. And this is what's left of Survey. The person who did this was more than likely the same person who murdered Gaku. He might have been a machine, but I know he suffered. He was torn to shreds. Takumi, what the hell are you trying to do here? I owe you one, but I won't hesitate to fuck you up if you're just here to mess with the bodies of all our dead friends. Yeah, this is really fucked up, Takumi. No, that's not it. I just wanted to ask you. I looked Takamura dead in the eye. It's very likely whoever is inviting us to play this game is the same person who's killed Survey and Gaku. The killer who did this to our friends is throwing down the challenge. I moved closer to Takamura. Takamura, listen to me. Are you sure you won't want to run away from this game? You back down now. You might never get another shot at catching whoever did this. I can't let him get away with this. I'm gonna kill him with my bare hands. But that ain't enough of a reason to play this game. If what happens to Gaku happens to all of us, then it's all completely pointless. Crap, he's still not angry enough. If I want to get Takamura to join and still on the fence after all this, I'm going to have to make him even madder. Okay, persuasion minigame time! We need to piss him off.
I won't let Gaku's killer get away with it. I will get payback, but this ain't the time for that. Whatever this invader hunt shit is,
are
it's
you
obviously
scared?
A trap. We got no clue what's waiting for us in the leisure lounge. We can't just take up a challenge from a killer.
So that biker's jacket is just for show.
So, that biker jacket of yours is just for show, huh?
Huh? The fuck did you just say to me? What are you, deaf? You said a coward like you shouldn't be wearing a jacket like that. Bastard, you ain't gonna get away with talking about my jacket like that. She reflects my whole soul. And just like Kiyoshika said, Takamura gets upset when you insult his jacket. He lost his cool. Now's my chance. I'm going to make him see it my way. Oh, straight success.
Takemaru, you don't deserve to wear that jacket.
Did we just die here?
The fuck, man? I ain't called the strongest gang boss that's ever lived for nothing.
You? A gang boss? You don't seem like much of a boss to me at all.
What?
Think about it. You're literally cowering, even though the person
Damn.
who's your friend is throwing down the gauntlet.
Damn, Takumi.
I didn't know a gang boss could be such a fair-weather friend and still get any respect.
Takamura's face looked nothing short of demonic as he glanced at me, but he didn't argue back. I must have hit him where it hurts. He was at a loss for words. Takamura. I bumped my fist against his chest, near his heart.
If you want to show me how a real boss acts, fight with me. Join me.
Please join the game with me.
Join the game with me.
We got him. You're going to bust my balls like that. I guess I can't back down. Fine, I'll do it. I'll join this fucking invader hunter or whatever it is and kill the bastard behind all this shit. My hard work had paid off. Takamura finally agreed to join. But I didn't have time to stick around and celebrate. I quickly left Takamura's room and set off to persuade the others. Since I won over someone as influential as Takamura, persuading the others went smoothly. Huh? Takamura said he joined? If you got someone as cautious as Mr. Yakishiji to fold, then I guess the game can't be all that dangerous. Oh, thank God we don't have to do the persuasion game on all of them. If everyone's going to join, then I guess I should too. Having won over Ima, Kako, and Shoma, I met the quota Darumi forced on me. And then, night finally came. I arrived at the Leisure Lounge just before 7 p.m. and found that all the other Special Defense Unit members were already there.
Huh?
We've got quite a group here. Did everybody decide to join the game? Honestly, I never wanted to come, but Darumi rang my doorbell at least 10,000 times. She was so persistent, I just gave in. I was eating a snack in the cafeteria when Lady Darumi snatched my holy Jumanji. Oh, I hit the microphone there. 1 second. Okay, there we are. I was eating a snack in the cafeteria when Lady Darumi snatched my holy Jumanji sword. I resounded the scoundrel in an attempt to retrieve her, when I suddenly found I'd been lured here. Oh, the holy Jumanji sword is safe and sound if you were concerned. You could say it was this was a real steal. Ha 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 ha. Yoshika, give that blade of yours to me immediately. I'm going to snap it in half along with your entire spinal column. Why would you say something so frightening? Wait, what? Lady Carrara, you came too? We were worried when you disappeared so suddenly, so we came looking here for you. Yoshika, if you worry like us that again, I'll drop a heel right on the crown of your head to teach you a lesson. Oh, for the love of murder. Looks like we've all been tricked into coming here. Darumi seems to have used pretty underhanded tricks to get everyone to come. Yo, what a score. With this many people, killing each other is gonna be so much fun. Alright, it's almost time for the game to start. Who's gonna die first? Maybe me? I sure hope so. Everybody, please kill me. Oh, and I made sure to bring all of your infusers too. We're all set for the great slaughter to begin. She's so prepared, it's scaring me. Darumi seems thrilled at the idea of us killing each other, but I don't plan on hurting any of my friends, coward. I'm not going to let anyone else die. That's why I wanted to do this. It's almost time. What kind of person do you think is running this game? I'm kind of excited to see who the bad guy is. Time passed. And finally it was 7 p.m., but... For fuck's sake, nothing's happening. Nobody came, nothing happened. The Leisure Lounge was as quiet as peaceful as ever. Maybe the mastermind gave up after they saw a disgusting insect like me was joining. Or maybe that whole message was just a prank. Honestly, as anti-climactic as that would be, a safe conclusion might be for the best. Look, it's getting late. I'm out of here. No sooner that Tinkermore said those words, it happened. What? Did he release... Did they release the bees? Suddenly an ominous sound came out of nowhere. What is that sound? It's awful, my ears hurt. The hell, someone's revving a bike engine? No way, I've never heard an engine make a sound this horrible. Just listening to it's making me... The bees! The bees are coming! The unidentified sound grew louder and louder. Where is it coming from? He looked around for the source of the sound. That's when they happened to look at the ceiling. The bees!
Huh?
What? The fuck is this? Suit guy, you're here. Welcome, welcome, suit guy. Welcome with your horde of bees. Only to be greeted by an unbelievable sight.
Bees?
Bees!
The hell? They're flying around with a bunch of big-ass bees?
Is that a spacesuit? Wait, no. A diving suit?
A bee parachute? I've never seen such a hideous mode of transport.
Eek! I hate bugs! Someone get me some bug spray stat!
Same. The individual in the spacesuit gradually lowered their altitude. What's up? They landed in the leisure lounge. You look fucking ridiculous. Take that helmet off and show us your face. Is this some wrestling federation mask fighter? Love the costume, but you gotta lose the bees. We need to take this seriously. They might be with the invaders. What if it's a commander? Takumi, did you see a commander like this during your first 100 days? No, I never saw anyone like this. We never faced a commander who controlled bees. Especially not one in a spacesuit. Hey, who are you? It's only polite to introduce yourself. Speak up, asshole. The mysterious person examined our faces without answering. Then, they nodded, seemingly satisfied.
So good to see so many of you. With so many participants, this killing game is sure to reach a screaming climax. The more lives there are to lose, the more spectacular the battle.
Their voice sounded unnatural. Perhaps they were filtering it through a voice changer. Their face was obstructed by the mask too, so there was no guessing their age or gender. Well done for deciding to join my game, Special Defense Unit maggots. I commend your small act of bravery. They commended us. Yosuka, they're definitely being sarcastic or trying to provoke us. We're so terribly honored. But who exactly are you? What are you doing at this school? I'm here to play my game with you, of course. I'm the sponsor of the Invader Hunt. You may call me Sponsor. Treat me the title with the respect it deserves. Sponsor. So this is the person who invited us to play this game. Which means... time is precious. I wish to start the game quickly. First we'll hold an opening ceremony. Let me ask you one thing first. Yeah, I yelled over the sponsor, interrupting them mid-sentence. Are you the one who murdered our friend Gaku Maruko? I love how if you refuse to join, they apparently just say, okay, no bees. It's not like I've been excited to show you them or anything. A strange threat was written on the blackboard the day before Gaku's murder. It perfectly matches this order of events. In other words, it was only natural to assume this was the person behind Gaku's death. Does it really matter who I have or haven't killed? After all, every last one of you will die in this game. Don't dodge the question. I'm asking if you killed Gaku. Yes or no? Yes and no. There's no other way for me to answer. Because I'm you, Takumi. I told you not to dodge me. Takumi, read the room! The sharp voice pierced my eardrums, caused me to cover my ears. Darumi? I've been waiting this day my entire life. I pray to the god of killing games every night. Beg to be released from this pointlessness of my life. Beg for me, my parents, my brother, and teachers to all die in gratuitous, gory style. My dream is finally about to come true, and I'm going to get the killing game I've always wanted. Don't ruin this for me. Don't you dare ruin my dream. I would never dream of it, Kurumi. I was taken aback by the desperation in her voice. Aren't you a strange one? Are you that excited for my game? Like you don't even know. Tell me all the messed up rules we have to follow. It motivates me to hear you have such high expectations and allow me to explain the rules. No, thank you, not interested. Karara interrupted and stepped forward. I have no intention of playing your game. I refuse to even recognize it. You want us to kill each other? I'd never approve such a vile game. Don't be so harsh, rash, Tomato Head. That vileness is what will make this game interesting. Hey. You might even introduce it. That was 100% a Takumi line. Hey. You might even enjoy it more than you expect if you just give it a try. It's not often you get the opportunity to unleash your primal urges and kill your fellow man. I told you I'm not playing. I'm a scion of the Usuzuki family, the pinnacle of all the Susuzukis. It's fine for me to trample over the ignorant masters from up on high, but there's no way in hell I'm allowing someone to try and kill me if we are equals. So you refuse to participate. That goes for at least half of us. There's always the few mental patients here that want to play your deranged game. Takumi, she just called you a mental patient. She means you too. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. I believe I made that very clear. I believe you did. Oh, is it time to... Imagine my experience of seeing this suit on this group before Slasher. Oh, that's a crazy way of experiencing that shit. So, I guess we're about to find out if the bomb thing is real. I believe he did. Karara glanced down for just a moment. So go ahead and try. All of a sudden, she was ready to fight. Pull your filthy eyeballs out of your sockets and watch closely. Behold, the Usuzuki's family boxing technique. I'm going to beat you in your ugly costume until you're so swollen you'll look like you've stuck your head in a stupid beehives. Karara assumed a boxing stance and steadily approached the sponsor. Wait, Karara, don't try to fight him alone. I can handle this by myself. I don't have any fighting spirit in this pathetic worm. They have the quintessential all talk and no action. One punch will do it. Ignoring our warnings, Karara continued to close the distance between the sponsor and herself. Hope you like the taste of noble fists. Karara was about to unleash her deadly uppercut when it happened. Karara! Oh no, the bees! Bees that had been hovering near the ceiling descended in a terrible cacophony of beating wings, and then... You shall ascend to heaven now. They instantly grabbed Karara and whisked her away into the sky. Where were these guys in the slasher route?
Put me down! Put me down this instant! These horrible things are so creepy!
Karara squirmed frantically, but they held on to her tight, refusing to let go.
Karara Suzuki, I sentence you to being suspended mid-air. What a sight, don't you think? As they say, smoke and fools rise to great heights. You can writhe and suffer for now. I'll ease your pain when the time is right.
Lady Karara, give me my... Lady Karara, you vile insect. Karara, what should we do? How do we get her back? She's so high up, even my mid-air attacks won't reach her. What do we do now? How can we solve Karara when she's all the way up there? Kako's sniper rifle might be able to reach, but this Kako has never used her hemo anima before. Oh, you're right! Right now, there's no use for us to attack the bees up near the ceiling. In that case, we'll just have to attack the person controlling them. Suddenly I found myself running at full tilt, making a beeline for the sponsor. I am not going to lose anybody else. I let that determination take my fear away and carry me forward. I plunged my infuser into my chest as I ran. Give back. I screamed as loud as my voice would let me and swung my sword down on the sponsor. I felt it connect. My blade was going to split them in two, but the suit resisted hemo anima. I was so sure it would, but yet. That tickles. Is that all you've got, Takumi Samino? How? The sponsor was completely unharmed.
It's simple. Your power isn't enough to inflict even the slightest scratch on me.
No, this had to be some sort of mistake. This has to be some kind of cheap trick.
Then try again. I won't stop you.
You've got some balls, bee fucker. Let's see how long you can keep this tough guy act, huh? I've joined the fray, Takumi. Combined, our power level is like 2 million. We can get them, guys. We need to save Carrara as soon as possible. Everybody. Even if we can't take the sponsor on alone, we can if we all attack together. Brace yourself, asshole. Our breaths synchronized as we leapt at the sponsor.
Take that!
You blackguard!
You're finished!
Takamura, Nozomi, Kyoshika, and I unleashed everything we had on the sponsor. We punched, we kicked, we sliced, we pummeled, we tried every attack possible. We used every last ounce of our strength until we had no energy or hemo anima to spare. However,
It tickles.
why don't our attacks do anything? Are you immortal or some goddamn thing? You have the endurance of a wrestler to withstand my body slam. No matter how much we attack, our opponent didn't even flinch. This was far beyond a matter of strength or endurance. They were literally invincible. We can't give up. We must save Lady Carrara. My fellow warriors, just one coordinated attack and...
Enough of the slideshow. The opening ceremony will conclude with Carrara Uchizuki's death.
There was a cruelty in the sponsor's voice as they pointed to Carrara, still hanging in the air. I'm allergic to breeze. Actually, hang on, Caps, 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. Just a second. Alright, Caps, give me a 0/Delta/sponsor ass line. We're gonna see if this works.
Inside of you, there is a bomb.
How did that come out?
Alright, in that case, we're going to use this from now on.
Too quiet, but good enough as proof of concept. Hang on. I got other ideas. Hang on. What if I do it like this? Inside of you, there is a bomb. Tiny evil walrus.
Tiny evil walrus.
How did that sound? Is that good or nah? You know what? I'll listen to it on the recording and see how it sounds to me. Alright, there is no funny lines from the comedy route. Wait, you can suck up the hemo anima, you stupid insects? Her body was rapidly turning black. Was that a swarm of bullet beasts draining her cryptoglobin?
Lady Kurara!
Well, she's not gonna be in the rest of this route. Once they suck everything out of Carrara, the bees suddenly dropped her dried up husk on the floor. No. Karara! No, this can't be happening. Lady Karara can't be dead. She won't be in the 100 line 2. No, she won't be in 100 line 3. Don't give up yet. Let's take her to the Revive-O-Matic. Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika lifted Karara's corpse and left the leisure lounge, but...
How pointless! How can a body be revived if there isn't a drop of cryptoglobin left in it? How pitiful that she would die before the game even began. She's ruined my schedule. I suppose I'll simply have to postpone the start of the game until tomorrow morning. Return here as soon as you're awake tomorrow. And might I remind you, there's no point in trying to escape. You know now what happens if you refuse to reply. I have a million bees!
There was nothing else, nothing we could say. We'd be killed instantly if we tried to resist, and never had any message come through so clearly. Bummer, Karara got the opening death scene. Must be nice, she died with so much drama, but it should have happened to me. Well, whatever, the game starts tomorrow, so I'll have plenty of chance to have a nice gory demise. I wonder how everyone else is going to die. Who's going to kill me? There's like so much to look forward to. The Rumi's eerie yet strangely innocent cackle rang out across the silent leisure lounge. What? What do you mean? Save your progress. What? Why am I suddenly having, like, save your progress? Day 26. What the fuck is about to happen? Is this announcement gonna...
Get ready for your 26th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
It's morning. I barely slept last night. I don't understand though. Sometimes they just give you a save prompt for no reason. I guess it means a route is getting started. Yeah, maybe. What is this route called? 15A. One second. I need to update the top there. Okay, there we are. I woke up over and over again, seeing Karara's face when she died in my nightmares. They won't get away from me. They won't get away after killing my friends so horribly. If I could, I'd kill them right now. But right now, we're too weak. We can't beat them. One poor attempt to revolt, and we'd be massacred. For now, we just have to obey. We have to play the game. They want us to come back to the leisure room lounge once we woke up. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom again. I've been drinking a lot of water, man. I will be right back. This is great. This is fantastic. I really do hope that the,
there are tiny bombs in front of you.
It's working out pretty well right now. I don't know how it's coming through on Mag, but I'll be right back. such happy music, considering we were about to kill each other. On my way to the leisure lounge, I came across Nozomi and Moko in the hall. Nozomi, are you okay? You're so pale. I couldn't sleep last night. I just couldn't believe it. Karara, she's gone. Karara, I didn't know what to say. What could I do for her after she lost a close friend? We buried her. Make sure to say goodbye to her later, okay, Takumi? Yeah, I promise I will. They're not going to get away with killing Karara. I'll do whatever it takes to revenge her. But now's not the time. They're a bit too strong for us right now. So we're going to play this game for a little while and wait for our chance. And for now, we just have to push all this grief down and grit our teeth. Knowing how to bide your time is an important part of fighting. Nozomi was barely able to hold steady on her own 2 feet. Moko looked after her as they walked to the leisure lounge. I made a vow to myself as I watched Nozomi walk away. No matter how this game turns out, I'll protect Nozomi to the end. No, not just Nozomi. I won't let anyone else die. You sure about that, buddy? Before I come back here to protect them, I grab hold of a future where we can find happiness.
At last, I present to you the rules of the Invader Hunt.
Once we were all in the leisure lounge, the sponsor began to explain the rules without any preamble.
The rules are exceedingly simple. All of you have to hunt the creatures known as invaders. You'll gain points for every invader hunted, which will be tallied.
And reflected in the live rankings.
The names of everyone in the room were shown on a screen, being held up by 2 bees.
1 round lasts 10 days. The person ranked last at midnight on the 10th day will be executed. Their cryptoglobin drained by my bees.
My bees!
Executed. Karara's death was proof that this was no bluff. They could easily kill us all. In short, we need to try and kill as many invaders as possible. I'm glad we don't have to actually kill each other or anything. I mean, not glad, but if we're just hunting invaders, then we just keep fighting in defensive battles, right? That's the same shit we were doing anyway. Not
at all. What you were doing was merely defending your base. Hunting and defending are entirely different. To hunt, you must go out. The playing field is the space outside of the school. You will not receive points for any invaders killed at the school, no matter how many.
We can't get points anywhere in this area shaded red. That's anywhere within the school grounds. That means if we want points, we have to go hunt down invaders wandering outside. So we're being forced to fight outside of the ring then. It's too much for a shut-in like me to be forced outside like this. Well, you're gonna die first. But what happens if the invaders attack the school while we're all out there? If a commander strikes when the place is empty, it's the end of the line.
All of you need to all you need to do is to engage them before they infiltrate the school grounds. They say that a good offense is the best defense after all.
Then, we can't stray too far from the school. If we're not careful about how many battles we fight out there, we'll end up disqualified for going out of the ring. So, we need to hunt in a place we can quickly return to the school if something happens. But how are you gonna track how many invaders we hunt down out there? With my bees! You're not counting on an honor system, right? Someone would definitely end up lying about their numbers.
These bees will count your points. Whenever you kill invaders, they will count the points and report them to me.
In other words, these bees will be monitoring our actions while we're playing the game. Guess running away isn't going to be an option.
And last but not least, the most important rule of all. You are strictly forbidden from causing me harm while the game is underway. Anyone who defies me to defy me will immediately become food for my bees. But not to lose your cool.
A rather tyrannical one-sided rule, isn't it? Does this mean we can't resist even if you use violence against us?
Don't worry. I will not lay a finger on any of you. The game will immediately cease if the sponsor harms a participant without just cause.
In other words, they won't hurt us so long as we do what they say. But you're the one who enforces these rules. If you turn on us, we're entirely without recourse.
I intend to run this game as fairly as possible. Otherwise, things would be very boring. I promise not to violate the rules. Please trust me on that.
There's no way we can trust them, but we're in no position to argue.
Now then, that concludes the explanation of the rules. There are plenty of other hidden rules, but I'm not so inclined as to give them all away at this juncture. Come up with strategies on your own. Doing is learning.
The sponsor looked at all of us and shouted,
Special Defense Unit maggots, participants of my game, assume your new roles as proud hunters and claim as many invaders as you can. The invader hunt has hereby officially begun.
Without as much a moment to prepare, the game was on, but I wasn't sure how I was supposed to handle our newly assigned task. I decided to go back to my room and prepare to leave school grounds. The Invader Hunt is a point-based hunting game. I decided to review the rules of the game. The rules themselves were simple. All we really had to do was hunt invaders. However, the game field was outside the school grounds. Even if we killed an invader, if it happened in the school facility or in the schoolyard, it wouldn't count. Basically, no matter what we do in defensive battles, it wouldn't be worth any points. If we wanted points, we had to go out exploring and hunt down any invaders we come across. But it's way too dangerously to be constantly fighting out there. If we died outside school grounds, the drones wouldn't collect our bodies and a revival medic wouldn't revive us. Death would truly be final. We have to be careful so we don't die. And if we want to do that, we should probably form teams. In a team, there would be someone to have our backs. We could look after each other to keep each other alive. We'd need to comrades if we wanted to survive. Okay, before I go out, I should find someone to partner up with. I decided to go talk to everyone if anyone would be willing to team up with me. For some reason, I went out onto the roof. Everyone was already there. There was no sign of Terumi or Hiriko, but almost everyone else was there. Takumi? Oh, everyone, great timing. I just figured out a way we could survive this game. Do you mind if we talk? Everyone rushed over to me and I explained the necessity of forming teams. So I think we should at least be in pairs. Trying to do this solo will end in game over the moment you take a lethal hit. Yeah, we were just saying the same thing. We should work in teams, I mean. We were actually just deciding the teams. In short, we're right in the middle of the draft meeting. Kako pulled out a piece of paper with the members of each team members written on it. The first team is us boys and Sister Dearest. And the second team is all the girls. We might end up spending a lot of time together from now on, so we thought grouping up by gender would make sense. What we're worried is Yugamu, who's nowhere to be found. He's a boy, but it's entirely possible he'd like to stick with Miss Kiryufuji and Miss Magatori as he's done up until this point. But if we put Yugamu in Team 2, then we should put Hiriko in Team 1. Miss Ichihara is very strong, so we were discussing giving preferential negotiating rights to the weaker team. Preferential negotiating right? This really is like a sports draft. By the way, what team do you want me in? It would make sense if I was in the male-centric team, but you have to play alone. Nobody wants you. Huh? I was so shocked that my voice withered away mid-excitement. What? Why am I being the one left out? Don't tell me you guys are still suspicious of me. I thought we cleared things up about Kaku. I didn't kill him. It was a sponsor. Isn't that obvious? No, we're all on the same page here. They're definitely the one who killed Mr. Maruku. They destroyed Survey too. They're behind everything. Then why? Mrs. Sumito, have you forgotten? You killed Mr. Aotsuki. Sure, but why did you bring that up again? He was a traitor. He had to go. Even if I grant you that, he was still one of us. If you had a comrade who could kill another comrade without batting an eye, would you want to team up with them in a killing game? No way. You've got to be kidding. But, and whenever you do anything, someone invariably ends up dead.
You're cursed. Do us all a favor and get out of here.
Ima is so right.
You're more than cursed. You're the Grim Reaper.
Okay, a little bit too far, Kako, but you're so right. The Grim Reaper, it's dumb, but I couldn't argue. It was true, I was the common denominator in all of the deaths so far. I came back to the past and immediately killed Ito. And because I ignored the message on the blackboard on day 4, Gaku was killed the next day. And 2 days ago, I decided to join the game and encourage everyone to join with me. And because of that, Carrara died so brutally. If you hadn't convinced us to join this game, Lady Carrara would still be with us. It's all your fault, all of it. Give her back. Give Lady Carrara back to me.
The blood of Lady Kurara is on your hands!
You're so right. Yoshika drew closer to me, letting out a pained cry. I couldn't bring myself to meet her eyes, which were now red and swollen from crying. Yoshika, no! Moko put herself between us and embraced Yoshika. Embracing Takumi won't bring her back, he'll just make it hurt even more. But... Knowing how to swallow your sorrow is part of fighting. We need to be strong right now. I'm sorry, Takumi. Yoshika understands, I swear. She knows it's not your fault that Carrara died, but she has no outlet for her grief, so she's just taking it out on you. I was so shocked I couldn't utter a single word. I had no idea everyone had so much contempt for me. All I ever wanted to do was make everyone happy. That was why I came back. Where did it go all so wrong? I swear, Lady Luck or Fortune or whatever the hell she's called turned against you the moment you're off. You know, honestly, with how this route went, you're not wrong. Sheesh. This whole slew of shit speaks for itself. Not even I can help you out there. Sorry, but you're on your own. Sorry, Takumi. Everyone left one after the other, leaving me all alone on the rooftop. I felt total despair. This is my first time being so obviously and intentionally isolated. I always had Carrara by my side in the TRC, and my mom and dad were always waiting at the dinner table whenever I went home. But now, here I was, all alone. I would have to face this game of death all by myself. Nobody would ever want to team up with the Grim Reaper. But then I thought of something. That's right, Hiriko. I saw Hiriko in my mind's eye. On day 5, she took me to second to last defense academy. I said we needed to bring in a second team to increase our combat power. I could never really tell what she's thinking, but she's a surprisingly caring person. She might be willing to work with me on this. Maybe I should ask Hiriko if she'll team up with me. Wow, the top route really loves Hiriko. I followed a sliver of hope. I decided to stop by Hiriko's room. I was praying as hard as I rang her doorbell. Please, Hiriko, you have to answer. If you forsake me too, then it's all over. Maybe my prayers were answered because... Takumi, what do you need at this hour? Hiriko, thank goodness you're still here. I was almost cheering up with happiness. I'm so glad you're here, so glad the moment I met you, you stirred my soul. Going too far there, bro. Can you go back inside? You're creeping me out. No, wait. Just hear me out, please. You're not about to try and tell me about the word of God, are you? No. I think the writers forgot Nozomi was supposed to be the main love interest for Takumi. And low-key, you're kind of right. So far, Hiriko has just been so much more interesting so far in terms of, like, her whole thing. Like, I think it's just the routes I have chosen so far, but literally none of the routes have touched on Nozomi and Carrara being the same person or so far, except for that brief moment in Comedy Route, which probably just is non-canon. Or, I shouldn't say non-canon, but, like, not true or whatever. Or maybe it's true in a weird way. I don't know. Point is, there's been a lot more substantive Hiriko stuff so far. I explained everything that had just happened. I didn't leave out a single detail. I told her how they called me the Grim Reaper, how no one would team up with me. So, you're already very low popularity and now has hurt rock problem then. It hurts me when you lay it out like that, but in a nutshell, yes. At this rate, I'll have to do the invader hunt all alone. I'm begging you, Hiriko. There's no one else I can trust. Please, team up with me. I lowered my head and pleaded sincerely. I believe that if anyone would let me a hand to pull me out of my predicament, it would be Hiriko, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. My hope was crushed. Is there anything I can do to change your mind? If you team up with me, I'll work myself to the bone for you. I promise I'll be useful to you. It's simply not possible. I will not be teaming up with you for this game. Do you think I'm the Grim Reaper too? Please, I don't believe in that kind of superstitious nonsense. I simply have my own situation to deal with. Besides, I already have a partner. You do? Just then, Darumi! Fuck, I forgot about this. Get lost, Takumi. Mistress Hiriko is all mine. Darumi? She's mine. All mine.
Oh.
Stupid puppy, I told you not to come out. Go back into your doghouse like a good girl. Don't be mad at me, Mistress Hiriko. What's going on? Why is Darumi barking?
Oh.
You know how this one's been an overexcited nuisance since the killing game was announced, right? So I turned her into my dog. I don't understand it in the slightest. Big Chainsaw Man vibes right now. Basically, I used my strength to make her submit, and it broke her a little. Come to think of it, Darumi has been unusually quiet during the announcement of the rules. I guess she was already a dog at that point. I have a responsibility to her as our owner, so I'll be playing the game with her. Arf, 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 bark, bark, grr. Go away. No boys allowed in the Yuri zone. I think I have finally found the average Jad's message. She's all mine. I instinctively fled after being ferociously barked by Darumi. I guess I'm on my own then. I felt strangely refreshed after being cleanly rejected. Fine, I'll play by myself. I'll hunt down the invaders on my own and survive all on my own too. Past okay, I head to the entrance hall. There was someone unexpected waiting for me when I arrived at the entrance hall. Let me get the cup out.
How pitiful that you must go all alone. Are you going to hurt, to hunt, or to be hunted? Huh? Were you waiting?
Huh? Were you waiting here so you could laugh at me?
No, I merely came to give you some information. I failed to mention it earlier, but I added 5 more fire extinguishers. Now you may go outside at any time. You should all hunt whenever it pleases you.
They're all pretty prepared. How long have they been playing this? Now
then, go out there and hunt. Struggle away for my amusement.
Okay, so how does this section work? Is there like a fail state here, or is it like on rails? It's dangerous to stray far away from the school. I should try to find invaders as close as possible. Pretty sure a decent number of invaders were wandering around the city to the south. I'll head over there today. Just as I thought, there was a large number of invaders inhabiting the nearby city. They roamed around the ruins like zombies with no will of their own. They were all basic cannon fodder. I could defeat them on my own. I sensed a presence nearby and glanced up in the air to see one of the sponsor's bees were tailing me. It must be here to count my points. Okay, here goes. I stifled my breath and slowly crept up on one of the invaders. Time to attack with everything I got. I wanted to attack, but my legs froze. I couldn't move. Am I scared? I fought on my own plenty of times before, but there was a difference between choosing to go at it alone and having no alternative. I was going to have to fight alone forever. I was scared of confronting that truth. But I can't just cower forever, can I? I took a deep breath and steeled myself. This time I left her in front of the invader. Battle? Okay, let's go. You guys still have the potions?
Here we go.
Fuck yes!
Time to use it. Let's do this. Yeah! Got it. Let's go. Ready when you are. This should do it. Let's do this.
Actually, I should have... I should have used that. Maybe not now. Okay, that might have been a bad choice on my part to use it right there.
Ready when you are.
Wow, you are really screwed in this section if you did not upgrade Takumi whatsoever. Okay,
Yeah! Got it. Let's go. Good to go. Time to use it. Say when.
oh my god, Coco, you are completely right. This is the first gameplay I've had all stream.
All right, I've got this. There. Say when. Take that. Good to go.
Wave 1 done. I was already exhausted, even though I only killed off a few minions. I can't come back if I die out here. The lingering fear of death weighed heavily on my mind and body. But I couldn't afford to rest. I had to do whatever it took to get more points, not to mention. Invaders, drawn by the sound of fighting, were showing up one after the other, and they were beginning to surround me. I prepared to face the next battle with scarcely any time to breathe in between. Gameplay in a visual novel, it's more rare than you think.
My turn.
Welcome, Kits Nexons. Welcome, welcome.
This should do it. I've got this. Yeah! Got it. Ready when you are. Here. All right. Say
Oh,
when.
right, we can do this. I forgot about this.
Harder. My turn.
And we
Let's
can
go.
spring trap, yeah?
Ready when you are. There. Go. Let's do this.
Spring trap you over here.
My turn. Oh, let's go.
And now we just lawnmower them. And we'll use an agility potion.
Time to use it. Ready when you are.
And
Here
probably
we go.
air blade.
Take that. Ready when you are. Ha!
Silly,
Good to go.
silly guy cannot even reach us.
Gotta push it.
And we'll just end our turn there.
My turn. That's it.
Oh, come on, Takumi. You can take him. No matter how many I kill, just keep cropping up. They just keep turning again until I was completely surrounded. They were just moods, but there were too many of them. My stamina was at its limits.
I wish I wasn't alone.
I needed to toughen up, but telling myself that wasn't doing anything. For the first time, I felt truly how alone I was. At this rate, I'll die without anyone ever knowing. Just then.
I'll help you out, Takumi.
Who? I heard a voice and turned around. Saying there was
Yugamu.
Yugamu, our bro.
Of course. Showing up uninvited but sorely needed. It's everybody's beloved Yugamu Omokage.
What are you doing here? Were you trying to score some kills out here too?
We can talk later. Let's take care of these things first. Our first joint effort.
There was something creepy about how he put it, but I was grateful for him in that moment. Our breaths synced up. We began to clean up the swarm of invaders.
Here we go.
And,
Let's go.
Attack potion.
This should do it. Thanks. I've got this.
Oh my god, this is too powerful.
Yeah. Got good to go. Here. All right. I've got this. Take that. Say when. Take this. My turn. Good to go.
Agility potion.
Time to use it.
Right. Sorry, I forgot about that. Papaga's unfortunately right.
Let's go. Got it. Say when. That's it. Let's do this. Say when.
Move again.
Harder. Good to go. Let's do this! Ha! I've got this.
Yeah, Takumi could have soloed this. This is not even using Yugamu. Yep, you're right. Very nice, very cool. Is that all of them? Seems so. I don't sense any traces of them. We've well fought, Takumi. You were quite a predicament considering it's the first day. I couldn't believe it. I was shocked to see how they kept coming. I almost killed a bunch of weaklings. We're almost killed by a bunch of weaklings. Fighting truly isn't something to be done alone. Right. I didn't even get a chance to properly thank you. You saved me, Yugamu. Thank you. If you hadn't run into me here, I might have been the first to be eliminated from the invader hunt. Oh, no need to thank me. It wasn't by coincidence we met here. It wasn't? Yes, I've been following you all morning. You had no idea, did you? Tailing is one of my specialties. Was he just joking to play off its embarrassment? No, that doesn't seem like where this is going. What's going on here? He really was following me. Then it makes sense why he showed up at the perfect time to save me. But why? What was the point of following me? Oh, for the love of murder, don't be so wary of me, Takumi. I'm not going to eat you, alright? Although you look plenty delicious to me. How could I not be wary of an assassin? Yugamu Omikaze, the descendant of a family of assassins. I'll come right out and ask, why were you following me? I was figuring out my timing. I wanted to come gallantly to your rescue if you found yourself in trouble. I really wasn't. The plot demanded it. Then I'd show you how useful I am. Call it a courtship display. Are we doing yaoi now? Why is everything you say so creepy? Well, that's the long and short of it. He muttered as he held his right hand to me.
Takumi, would you team up with me?
He's offering to form a team. It was all I ever wanted, my isolation, but why do you want to team up with someone who everyone hates? Wouldn't you rather be with Nozomi or Kiyoshiko or the others? I don't do well in groups. Honestly, I'd rather enjoy my kills alone, but going alone is too risky. So I thought buddying up with the odd man out would just be the thing. Is that really the only reason? It made sense, but it's hard to decipher his true intentions. I was sure he was planning something, given that he went out of his way to ask me after I'd been ostracized, but if I turned down his offer, I'd have to hunt alone forever. Well, will you join me or not? What should I do? Should I team up with Yugamu? You know what? I'm saying no. Nope. It's either going to be a unique path or an early ending. Sorry, I can't team up with you. I was convinced Yugamu had been plotting something, given that he went out of his way to approach me after I'd been ostracized. The things he usually talked about already made me uneasy. He probably just wanted to torment me for his own amusement. Oh, for the love of matter, you're a cautious one, aren't you, Takumi? Turning me down is as good as having a death wish, you know? Unless you have someone else in mind? No, I'm not going to team up with anyone. I'll survive by myself. So stop following me. With that, I ran away. Huff, huff. I ran and ran until I was nearly out of breath, trying to get away from Yugamu as quickly as I could. The thought that he might try to kill me struck fear into my heart. Huff, huff. But no matter how far I run, I didn't feel safe. After all, I was up against a professional assassin. I continued to run with my headless, eatless abandon. Where am I? I realized I had ended up in a place I'd never seen before. Where is this? Which direction is the school? Started looking around my surroundings. All of a sudden, a huge swarm of school invaders popped out from the shadows. Of all the times to show up. I spun around and began to flee. Huff, huff. Despite my best efforts, I was unable to shake off the pursuing invaders. They kept coming after me relentlessly, trying to intimidate me with their weird cries all the time. I've been running for what felt like hours, but they were so hot on my trail. In fact, there was even more invaders than before. Then it finally happened. The invaders managed to completely surround me. I saw no way out. The only thing I can do is fight, but I can't possibly beat this many invaders by myself.
Somebody, help me!
Of course, it was pointless call for help.
Yugamu, are you out there somewhere?
He wouldn't come help me now. Not after I slapped away his offer to work together so thoughtlessly. Sorry, I can't team. Why did I turn down his offer for help? Oh, right, because I got so paranoid. I lost my mind after falling out of favor of everyone else. Took out that frustration on Yugamu, but he really wanted to save my life. It was too late for regrets. I was truly alone now. The invaders are getting more excited, like animals licking their lips before a big meal. They'd found the isolated apart from the others, and now they couldn't wait to start tearing me apart. Slowly and steadily, they inched closer, and the closer they got, the stronger a smell of death became. My breathing quickened, my body was trembling. I instinctively understood that this was the end. As I looked death in the face, I finally understood how powerless someone who was completely isolated could be. Somebody who had lost the trust of others, who had lost the ability to trust others. Wow, not even like a forced lost boss fight where you just like, narrative, you lose? Okay. Somebody like that was already good as dead. Man, I think, is that ending number 25? The killing game route as good as dead. Fuck yeah. Hang on, how many is that? Is that 24? We're gonna reach 25 today. No matter how long it takes me to stream, I'm gonna reach 25. I'm now determined. We found the killing game route. This is the mystery route. How many enemies does mystery route have? As 1, 2. Probably 2 more here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's probably 2 more endings at the end of this locked route. Reach story lock 2. Okay. Before decision. Do I have to refight that fight? Please tell me I can skip. Well, it's a quick fight anyway.
Let's do this.
Well, that sucks. I should have just said.
My turn.
Well, that sucks. Oh well.
Got it. Say when. Here we go. Time to use it. Let's do this. Ready when you are. Take that! All right, let's do this. Yeah! Get my turn. This should do it. I've got this. All right, my turn. Ha! Say when. Here. Let's do this. Not bad. Let's go. Take that!
Just quickly get through this. Skip, skip, skip.
Let's do this.
Hang on,
Let's
with
go.
another attack potion.
Time to use it. Let's do this.
Very nice, very nice. Okay, I'd rather kill you.
Got it. Good to go.
Ah, shit, that was a bad move.
Let's do this.
Oh well.
Take that. All right. Ready when you are. This should do it. Let's do this.
Counter strike.
Gotta push it. Ready when you are. That's it. I've got this. All right, let's do this. Let's go. Time to use it. My turn. Take this. Ready when you are. Yeah.
Just come a little bit closer.
Here we go. Good to go.
Actually, one
Let's
second.
go.
Attack potion.
This should do it.
I owe you one.
My turn. Here. Go. Say when. Take this. Oh, let's do this. Ah! Say when. Ah! Got it. Here we go. My turn.
Go to
Time to
potion.
use it. Let's do this. Ah!
I really do
Hold
think
up,
that
say
Takumi in this state could solo this whole thing.
Good to go. Not bad. Let's go. Take that.
Okay, now we're gonna make the obviously correct decision. And team up with Yugamu, red and blue. So sad that we're not going to see Darumi on our team. Well, you're stuck for me for a while then. I shook Yugamu's hand. Whether he could be trusted was beside the point. I simply couldn't carry on like this all by myself for much longer. For now, I would team up with Yugamu. I'm glad our hearts are in tune with each other, partner. Want to try for the best couple award while we're at it? Don't think they're giving out awards here. Also, you and I are not a couple. While Yugamu and I were trading quips, we heard it. Obviously correct decision versus obviously wrong decision. You decide. There hasn't been that many choices like that, actually. I'll go over it later. Maybe on next stream we'll go over like the more substantive choices. Boom. What the? There was an ear-splitting sound, and the earth shook, but it wasn't an earthquake. It felt more like... I sense a torrential gush of overwhelming energy. Someone with incredible power is present nearby.
Yeah.
Don't tell me commanders are joining the hunt. That would be bad news. Just the two of us wouldn't be enough to deal with a commander. Just use the mines. A little bit of reconnaissance would go a long way right now. Tiptoe after me quietly as you can manage, Takumi. Right. We cautiously made our way to the source of the sound, hiding behind pieces of rubble along the way. And then...
You saw that, Mistress Hiroko? My 18th invader kill! How have you been treating them?
With the bloodiest brand of carnage only I can dish out.
These two are unironically the strongest characters, gameplay-wise, because Hiroko's maxed out, Darumi has 10 commander kills, and she can just generate voltage like there's no tomorrow.
Now save your breath for tearing them from limb to limb. Let those entrails fly. Let the bloodworks explode far and wide.
Oh, my Mistress Hiroko! Nobody goes wild as beautifully as you!
Damn, this really is the Yuri route.
Your rampaging form electrifies me! You're everything I long to become!
Yeah. Those two are enjoying this way too much. They aren't hunting anyone, they're just straight up massacring every invader they see. It kills me to say this, but I'm afraid we must cede the best couple award to them. Yugamo agrees. Something feels off, though. Yuriko's always been strong, but when did Jerumi get so powerful? When you told her to consume all the commanders, Takumi. Takumi, she's the most powered up of everybody. She hadn't joined any defensive battles before this and should be woefully unfamiliar with combat. Takumi, review your 100 days, my man. The euphoria of being finally able to partake in a killing game has likely unlocked the latest potential in her hemo anima, making it bloom. That's an unconventional way to unlock her latent potential. By the gripe, potential is a logic-defined definition. Meet potential woman. Also, we should totally call it a day and head back now. They are likely murdered all the invaders in this area anyway. Yeah, we've earned enough points today. Let's get back and rest up for tomorrow. We made our way back and decided to drop by the leisure lounge before returning to our rooms. We checked the leaderboard.
Unsurprisingly, those two are in the top spots. I expect they'll be staying ahead of the pack for a long time to come.
I'm in 3rd place? Honestly, I thought I'd be much lower than that. Well, I did take out quite a number of invaders today.
And I'm in 4th. If we keep this up, we won't fall to the bottom of the rankings in the first round, at least.
The first round of this game will last until day 35. Whoever finishes last in each round will be executed. I decided I wouldn't keep tabs on where the others would place. Ensuring my own survival was more important. And besides...
You're cursed! Do us all a favor and get out of here!
You're more than cursed! You're the Grim Reaper!
The blood of Lady Kurata is on your hands!
Jeez, this whole slew of messed up shit speaks for itself. Not even I can help you out here. I shouldn't be letting the other people ostracize me and live rent-free in my head anyway. What a day. The constant fighting and stress of possible death had strained my mind and body to their limits. I wanted to rest early to recover from the fatigue, but...
Hey!
Care to explain what you're doing in my room? Just something buddies should do, right? And that's what we are, buddies. Partners, bosom chums. It goes without saying we need to be joined at the hip. Join with your own hips and get out of here. Come on, buddy. Humor me. Pretend we're brainstorming strategies for the rest of the hunt. How about that? This game's more of a marathon than a sprint, so we've got to come up with a long-term plan. Playing it by ear the whole time is bound to lead us to quick and easy deaths. He makes a very good point. Can't you at least make it clear whether you want to be disgusting or discreet? Who would I be if I didn't dabble in a bit of both? Call me Double Dipper if that's what turns you on.
Hey!
In your dreams! After that, we spent several hours discussing strategies for surviving the killing game in the days to come.
Heady, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay.
Chapter 15 so far has been by far and away the most entertaining, even if it has been really fucking stupid at some points.
You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
Bedtime already. Time flies when you're having so much fun. If you don't mind, Takumi, we can continue the rest of this conversation in bed. Of course I mind. It's about time you went to your own room. Oh, Takumi, throwing me out after our exciting intercourse without any pillow talk at all? How cold is your heart?
Hey!
Stone cold. Out. Now. After chasing Yugamu out of my room, I crawled into bed and closed my eyes. I had to grab every second of sleep I could to let my tired body recover, but... Give her back. Give Lady Kurara back to me. Yeah, it would be a shame if someone did chapter 15 for us and been chasing that high for the next 50 Oh. Oh no. Caps. It's a tragedy, ain't it? Oh no. Yeah, we'll keep going. I swear, Lady Luck or Fortune, or whatever the hell she's called, turned against you the moment you offed Ito. I will not be teaming up for you for this game. You suck, Takumi. Ugh. And then, okay. The key in this raid. Yeah, you suck too, Takumi. Their words from this morning reverberated around my mind, preventing me from slipping into a restful slumber. How did it turn out like this? I came back in time to lead everyone toward a brighter future, so why am I being so despised? What I wouldn't give to return to those happy days. Day 27.
Ah.
Let today's hunt begin. I trust you're ready, Takumi. Yeah, ready when you are. On day 2 of the Invader Hunt, we went out to explore the city again to earn points by hunting the invaders we can find. Found some right off the bat. Check out that swarm of invaders at 2 o'clock. I turned in the direction Yagami mentioned and found the invaders lurking behind a ruined building like he said. I don't think they've noticed us yet. Let's get closer and catch them by surprise. Put on your pussy boots and slink behind me, Takumi. Sure. Yagami had clearly adapted well to the rhythm of the game. He knew how to take quick and decisive action to earn points for our continued survival. I, on the other hand, my feelings had yet to catch up to the strange situation of me participating in a killing game with him as my teammate. What am I doing? Why did Yagami propose our partnership in the first place? Was my life ever worth living if I had to kick someone else down to do it? There were so many things on my mind, but come on, Takumi, time to sound the deafening for them. I didn't have the luxury of time to think through. Fighting to survive was the only thing I could afford to do now.
Here we go.
So, this is really the,
Good to go.
get a bunch of battles, simulator.
Say when.
I mean, route.
All right, let's go. There. Go. Ready when you are. Good to go. There. Oh, ready when you are. Good to go.
Agility potion.
Time to use it. Say when. Let's do this. Take that. Got it. Let's go. Harder. Ready when you are. Ha! Here we go. This should do it. Let's go. I've got this. Take this.
And as a treat, Yagami can kill one.
Does this do it for you?
Did we get them all? It's too early to be celebrating. More enemies are winning in the wings. Invaders are approaching at 3 o'clock. They just keep coming. I prepare for the next battle with scarcely any time to breathe in between.
Ready when you are. Time to use it. My turn. That's it. Good to go. I've got this. Say when. Not bad. Good to go. Take that. Oh, I've got this. Let's go. Take that. Got it. Good to go. Let's go. Take this! Oh, say when. This should do it. My turn. Take that! Got ready when you are. Harder. I've got this.
And
Time for me to
Yugamu,
move.
you can take out one as well.
Experiment
You can
time.
kill precisely one.
Say when. Yeah!
Fighting outside is tiring. My body resists me whenever I think about how death is permanent out here. You need to relax, Takumi. At this rate, you'll kill yourself first before the enemy has a chance. I don't get it. How are you so calm? You're not even perspiring. I wouldn't be so much of a professional assassin if I let every other spot of good brethren get me down, would I? Hey, what's your secret? How do you kill the enemy so efficiently while conversing so much stamina as possible? I just let you do all the work, Takumi. The secret is your heart. That is to say, your frame of mind. Get it in your head that the act of killing is nothing special at all. Nothing more than mundane work. Mundane work? Like hitting a nail with a hammer. Like turning a screw with a screwdriver. Just dull, repetitive work. To be repeated without much thought or physical strength. So basically, I psych myself into believing it's nothing. Does that really work? Anything more concrete, like a better way to move my body or something? Your body's movements are virtually perfect, Takumi. There's nothing to critique. So what's left is your mentality, right? Just give it a shot. You got nothing to lose. Pretend the act of killing is the most boring job in the world. Just dull, repetitive work. Despite my misgivings, I decided to try out Yugamu's suggestion. I crept up on an invader that happened to be meandering nearby and launched a surprise attack. By entertaining the fear that threatened to well up from within, I quietly lifted my sword. Nice! And brought it down nonchalantly. This was just work, something that had to be done. No need to think too much about it. I went after the next enemy as I repeated those thoughts to myself. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. It's just work. Incredible performance, Takumi. It's like you've become another person. Yes, you have an aptitude for killing. I sensed it the moment I laid your eyes on you. An aptitude for killing me? I think you need to get your eyes checked. Might sound strange coming from me, but I wasn't so good at things as well. I tend to miss the obvious and my reflexes were average at best. I don't have any aptitude for anything. Gifts show up in many different ways. Sometimes they manifest later in life. Later in life? You'll understand one day. I wasn't happy to be left hanging like that, but I knew he wouldn't be evasive if I tried to press the matter, so I didn't. Anyway, we should focus on the hunt for now. Now that I seem to be getting my mind under control, I wanted to get used to the hunting at one go as well. Let's go look for the next group of enemies. I feel like I can take on another 15 before calling it a day. Nah, I think we should call it a day now. We've earned enough points. But I was just getting the hang of it. And that's when it gets dangerous. Everything in moderation, including assassinations besides. We keep on hunting. We'll run into Thumb later, sooner or later. You okay with that? Thumb? Just as I was wondering who Yugamu could be talking about. Over there. This is our starting point for today's hunt. Don't fall behind, you losers. I heard a familiar voice coming from somewhere nearby. I quietly made my way toward the voice and peered out from behind some rubble. I feel like I'm starting to use my Hemo Anima better. Not even a commander can stop me now, I think. Confidence is the name of the game, sister dearest. You and I both know nothing can stand in the way of our newly awakened powers and strengthened bonds. Don't start getting carried away, you two. Thinking you're invincible because you learned a thing or two is the best way to die on the battlefield. You little chicks can just stay beneath my big, strong pinions for now. I ain't gonna let any of you die on my watch. I'm gonna protect you with all my life in the name of Takamura Yakushiji. They're hunting here too? Takamura, Ima, and Kako weren't the only ones. I could see Tsubasa, Nozomi, and the others in the distance as well. Why does fighting invaders outside the academy seem so much more graphic? It's like I'm really killing something alive in all blood. All that blood. So much blood. That feeling of invader I just took down still lingers on my hands. Urk. Tsubasa, are you okay? I can give you a back rub if it makes you feel any better. I think a big one's coming. Why didn't I bring your barf bags with me this time? Lady Tsubasa's about to start puking like a fountain in a park. Was there anything we can give her in place of a barf bag? Alas, necessity knows no decorum. Lady Tsubasa, heave it into my sheath bag if you must. Are you sure, Kiyoshika? Isn't that the Holy Jumanji Sword's pajamas? The Holy Jumanji Sword is a party animal with a soft spot for the ladies. She'll understand. Now come, Lady Tsubasa, let it all out and hold nothing back. I'll be fine. I pushed everything down with sheer willpower. The roiling stopped. Sorry guys, I haven't been feeling well since this morning. You don't have to mind me. Go on and get more points for yourselves. We're not supposed to mention that, Tsubasa. Looking out for others, what's the teammates do? No wrestler worth the assault abandons their tag partners to get ahead in the match. Loyalty above self. None shall be left behind. It is the way of the warrior. Takamura was desperately trying to protect Ima and Kako, who weren't used to fighting. Nozomi and the others refused to abandon Tsubasa, even though she was holding them back. They were watching out for each other like true friends. I used to enjoy that sort of relationship with them too. I could feel my strength rapidly leaving my body. That's right, I've been alienated. But I just only served to cement that fact. All those kind and comforting words would never be for me. You look like you're in a lot more pain now than when you were fighting the enemy. That confirms it. Your fatal flaw is that fragile mind of yours. I left that place quietly and made my way back to the school, taking care not to be seen by the others. Taking back with me nothing but an arm full of distressing thoughts and feelings. I got back to my room earlier than usual, but wasn't in the mood to do anything, except lie upright on bed and stare long and hard at the ceiling.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
I suddenly realized it was already night. I knew I should be resting, but bad memories kept surfacing in my mind, pulling me back to wakefulness. Yep. You're a loser, Takumi. You suck. Like I'm being punished for just being alive. The pain of being despised was more excruciating than anything that the killing game or defensive battles could inflict upon me. In the first 100 days, it wasn't a happy ending by any means, but at least everyone was my friend. We had a barbecue. The same one in which Ito's put sleeping medicine in, and then bonked me the next day. We set up festival booths. The same one that Ito set up for us so that we could all fall apart. We got testy with each other, and somehow... But we always made up in the end. Our bonds became unbreakable. How do I repair our friendship? How? As I was agonizing over this matter... Is that Yugamu? Maybe he wanted to discuss our strategy for tomorrow's hunt. Although, I wasn't honestly in the mood to talk. It wasn't like I could simply drive away with the only friend I had right now. Got up slowly and ambled to the door. When I opened it, I saw... Yuriko! I was about to kick the door down. What are you doing here? Or rather, are you sure you want to be seen here? I'm jinxed. Nothing good will come out of association with me. Well, aren't you wallowing in self-pity today? Finally lost your mind after falling out of favor with everyone else? Including you, right? You think so? Yeah, I do. You didn't want to team up with me like all the others. I went through hell and back after you left me in the lurch. Those invaders chased after me and surrounded me. I had no way out. They almost killed me. That wouldn't have happened if you had turned me down. It wasn't Hiriko's fault that I'd been almost killed. I knew it in my head, but my heart refused to stop those angry words from spilling out of my mouth. Hiriko said nothing in response to my irrational accusation at first. You're right. I could have handled that better yesterday. You were already crushed by everyone's unkind words and deeds. I should have been more considerate. So here's a token of reconciliation from me to you. She took out a box she had been holding under her arms and handed it to me. A token of reconciliation. Open it. I think you'll like what you see. I took the box and gingerly lifted the cover. Inside was... What? It was the dead body of a gigantic bee! Is this some kind of sick joke? No, wait, this bee. Isn't this one of the sponsor bees? You killed it? I did. I took advantage of the chaos after Karara was killed to secure one. As this research sample. What sort of research? You can't be this stupid. Research that will help us kill the sponsor and put an end to this travesty of a game. I was dumbfounded by how nonchalantly Hiriko talked about killing the sponsor. Sponsor's invincible. We can't kill them the way we are now. We can, as long as we find a way to deal with the true weapons they wield. Two weapons. The bee is the first. The other is the suit they're wearing. That spacesuit thing? Yes, I believe this suit is the source of their invincible power. She was right. We attacked the fellow with all our might, but didn't even manage to scratch the suit. The outfits clearly had some special powers attached to it. How confident are you of finding something? My research on the suit is already in progress, and I expect to discover its weakness in the very near future. Really? However, I'm too deeply involved in researching the suit to spare time for anything else. I've not done anything about that bee or the identity of the sponsor yet. And you're bringing me on board to deal with the lack of manpower. Something like that. So, are you willing to join me in my quest to bring down the sponsor? If that were truly possible, I'd be more than happy to give her as much help as she needed. There was something that were bothering me. You wanted my help. Why did you turn me down yesterday when I asked to team up? Then you wouldn't have to come over again to do this. Where are your brains? Try to remember what my exact words were. I will not be teaming up with you for this game. Surely you understand the implication that I would be teaming up with you outside of the game instead? Oh, sorry. I guess I couldn't see past that big bush you were beating around. You've been nothing but dismissive of me so far. I was already alienated. You didn't try to take my side. Yes, I do think I could have handled that better, but can you blame me? I was still trying to figure out if I could trust the person you are right now. The person I am right now? It sounded like there was a deeper meaning to her statement, but I decided this wasn't the time or place to pursue it. So the gi is still within us. The Takumi Sumino that I know is essentially a good person. He cherishes his friends, has a strong sense of justice, and possesses good leadership qualities. Someone worthy of my trust, however. You killed Ito on the night of day 2. A would-be traitor who would yet to do anything out of line. That created some doubts in me. I had to wonder if the Takumi I'm seeing right now is the Takumi I know. That's why I've been assessing you from a slight distance. See whether you, the person you are right now, can be trusted. It was starting to make sense to now. Like why she wanted to come with me on the last defense academy when I went there. She wanted us to use the opportunity to ascertain my humanity. We can chat later. Let's be on our way. I couldn't find a definitive answer to my question until that day, when the game sponsor appeared and fatally ruined Korara. You were the first to attack that unknown enemy to save her, with no care about what might happen to yourself. You were like a ray of light back then. That's when I was convinced.
You are the Takumi I know.
Yay, we're so in?
The same kind-hearted Takumi Sumino, with the most disheveled and generic mug, who always puts his friends above himself.
My tears threatened to spill over despite myself. To think there was someone who still had so much faith in me after being called the Grim Reaper by everyone else. There, I said it. Now are you willing to work with me to bring down the sponsor? I'm not taking no for an answer. I wasn't as cold-hearted as to say no to someone who had just spared so much of their heart to me. However, you know I want nothing more to do that, but I'm already in a team with Yugamu. What should we do about him? He's welcome to join us. His knowledge in biology will be very helpful in analyzing the body of that bee. He may not want to go against the sponsor, though. When it comes to killing someone, he tends to err on the side of discretion and deliberation. That's where your leadership abilities come into play. Leader, what? You have just been appointed the leader of the Anti-Sponsor Alliance, ASA. Hang on a minute. Shouldn't the one suggested who suggested the partnership in the first place, be responsible for taking the lead in. You know I'm not the leader type. Barking orders is just not my kind of thing. Excuse me? You expect me to believe that after all that tyranny you displayed in the previous 100 days? She was only around for 17 days or so, Takumi. I'll leave the convincing to you, leader. The anti-sponsor alliance will turn this situation around, defeating the invincible sponsor of this game. It sounded impossible, but being told we could do this by Hiriko of all people, somehow it felt like we really could. Maybe the others would have a better opinion of me if I took a part in taking down the sponsor. Maybe we could become friends again. I fell asleep, clinging into that small ray of hope that had lightened up my heart. This is weird, random progress saves in this route. I don't recall any other, route doing this. Day 28. An alliance? Sure, sign me up. Yagama agreed to join the anti-sponsor alliance. Oh, bumped the microphone, my bad. Agreed to join the anti-sponsor alliance so readily, I almost felt disappointed. That's it? You're not going to talk about it a little more? We're going against somebody who's virtually invincible, you know? It's a risky gamble that may very well end in our own deaths. The same amount of risk we're facing if we continue playing this game, right? We may not end up taking last place during the first round, but what about the second? What about the third, fourth, and so on? We'd be completely worn out by then. Would we be able to drive away any commanders who chose to launch an attack during that time? Either way, our strength will slowly be sapped away. Exactly. None of the others have noticed it right now, yet, but we're standing at the crossroads of destiny right now. Either we break free of the situation, either by defeating the sponsor, or get slowly tortured to death as the game drags on. So you can imagine how grateful I am to Hiriko for taking the lead in revolting against the status quo. The thing is, its expression darkened. I have one major cause of concern with this alliance. What's that? Hiriko's current teammate, Darumi. She's made no secret of how much she loves killing games. Hard to believe she'd be sympathetic to our quest to put an end to this game, you know what I mean? I'm sure Hiriko will find a clever way to hide it from her or something. She said as much last night. Oh, this wasn't actually said in the scene. Oh, this wasn't actually in the original scene. Okay. But what does Darumi think about this plan? Killing the sponsor to end the game. She may get mad because she loves the killing game so much. I'm keeping it a secret from her. She's merely an in-game partner. That's all. I was never going to let her join the anti-sponsor alliance. Incomprehensible. Why even bother teaming up with her in the first place? I'm sure she has her reasons that she won't reveal even if we repress. Yes, femme fatale. Thy name is Hiriko. Not that I approve of allies keeping secrets from each other. You speak for yourself. Point taken. We'll put Darumi back on the back burner for now. So what exactly are we expected to do? Good question. Our top priority is to earn as many points as possible. The plan immediately falls apart if any in this alliance gets executed in the first round. Stay in the rank that safeguards you from that outcome. Understood. Safety first. Basically focus on the hunt in the morning, anti-sponsor activities in the afternoon. Your role in the alliance is? I want the anatomy and abilities of this bee to be thoroughly analyzed. This will primarily be Yugama's job since he's good at dissection. Good. You mean fabulous. I'm dying to get my hands on those bee remains already. By the way, what's your role? Takumi, I want you to investigate the identity of the sponsor. Focus on whether they're an invader or not. How exactly am I going to do that? Look up books in the library or something? Courses for courses and all that jazz, right? Best person to ask about invaders would be an invader herself. So Ava then. Yeah, Hiriko passed me the key to the cage of the courtyard and said she'll leave the interrogation to me. You think she'll be cooperative? She's a former commander we captured and imprisoned. I doubt she'll betray her companions so easily. I know, let me tag along. I'm quite the killer torturer if I do say so myself. Slurp. No, stay far, far away from her. Wipe that drool off your face. It wasn't easy for me to build some semblance of friendly relationship with Ava, and I wasn't about to let this lunatic flush that down the proverbial toilet. Acknowledge. I'll follow Hiriko's general directions as instructed. That means going out there to earn some invader points. Right now, you ready, Takumi? Yeah, ready when you are. We took our weapons out and went out attacking the invaders loitering in the ruins. I applied Yugama's advice yesterday about treating the killings as mundane work. Lifting up my sword quietly and bringing it down nonchalantly. It's just work. I kept repeating myself in my head. Attach yourself. It's just work. Attach yourself. It's just work. No, that sponsor isn't one of us. When I asked Ava about the sponsor's identity, she flatly rejected the possibility of them being an invader. Absolutely impossible. I could stake my life on it. You must have solid proof to be so sure. The proof is in the strangeness of their abilities. If they were truly one of our ilk, they wouldn't be using blood-sucking bees to fight. What do you mean? Bees are taboo in your religion or something? Not the bee, the blood-sucking. The absorption of divine blood is strictly prohibited in our commandments. Divine blood, meaning the cryptoglobin running in our veins. Absorbing cryptoglobin was prohibited. That reminded me of something similar I had heard during my previous 100 days. Cryptoglobin, was it? Absorbing cryptoglobin is a taboo of the highest order. Which proved that the sponsor of the game couldn't have been an invader since they absorbed Karara's cryptoglobin. First of all, if the host was one of us, why would they organize a game to hunt down their own kind? Yeah, good point. It didn't make sense for an invader to urge the enemy to hunt down other invaders. However, this did complicate matters. The sponsor was neither a special defense unit nor a school visit invader. Did that mean they were an unknown third party? By the way, Takumi, if you don't mind me asking, Ava suddenly changed the subject. Remember that favor I asked for the other day? Did you bring it for me? Bring what? You know, my mask. You promised to return it for me. Right, you did ask me for a mask a while back. Yep. Mask was really important to her, as much as I'd like to give it back to her right now. Sorry, Ava, I'm going to have to go back on that promise. You have to bury your face for a little while longer. Why? Why are you being so mean to me? She grabbed hold of the cage bars as she protested, tears welling up in her eyes. Supposing our plain faces is as embarrassing as walking around outside without clothing. Do you enjoy humiliating me so much? This is prisoner abuse. Yeah. Wait, calm down. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's just the time's not right. What do you mean the time's not right? The mask is a symbol of your identity as a commander, right? Wearing it will make everyone realize that you're also a target of the invader hunt. As a commander, Ava was most likely, but it doesn't count on school grounds, man. As commander, Ava was most likely one of the targets of this game. Her death would likely result in a lot of points. If anyone realizes this, she was bound to be murdered sooner than later. It doesn't count on school grounds, my man. Hey! Can't give you back your mask in order to keep you safe, that's all. I can protect myself. I'm not known as a hero among my people for nothing. But you can't use any of your powers when you're inside the prison. You're like a sitting duck. But look, you have to accept it. I'm not about to sit around and watch you get killed. You're not getting your mask back no matter what. Ava looked utterly unconvinced, and it seemed like she was about to protest again, but this is awful. She sighed deeply in what sounded like resignation to me. Hey, cheer up. Once the game is over, you can have your mask back, okay? Maskless life isn't a bad one once in a while, see? No risk of heat damage to your face, ha ha ha. I'm very sorry. She ignored my encouragement and apologies in favor of glaring at me through half-lidded eyes.
You're so useless. Can't even fetch a simple mask for me?
Useless. I thought I had been imagining things. Did she just whisper something out of character for her? Ava, sorry, can you repeat that again? Did I hear you calling me... Did I hear you calling me useless? Do you have a problem with me speaking the truth now? I can go on, you know.
Takumi's a gibbering idiot! The enemy of all maidenkind! Downright pervert! I'll sue you for prisoner abuse one day.
Ava had done a complete about face. What could have transformed that sweet docile lady just now to the sharp-tongued witch? I'm guessing these are your true colors, huh? Yes, I'm done playing nice. I know I won't be getting anything out of you. This is the pits of pits. After all that hard work, I didn't even get to see a glimpse of my mask. Why don't you give it back already? Sob. The shock of not being able to get her mask back made Ava burst into tears. He'd been putting on a neck this whole time. I was astonished by that fact and annoyed by her hurtful accusations, but... What am I supposed to do now? I couldn't muster up the anger to chide her as she wept sadly. She was likely mentally strained for the stress of being held in the middle of an enemy stronghold. No wonder everyone hates me. I finally left the courtyard so as not to agitate Ava any further. After that, I returned to my room and organized the information I got out of Ava in a notebook, and then once night fell...
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can.
I gotta keep on playing, but I'm gonna chew on some Ritz crackers, so I'm gonna mute myself for a little bit.
Well then, good night.
The Alliance meeting shall begin now. We'll take turns to share our findings of the day with each other. It had been decided that the anti-sponsor alliance would be holding nightly meetings in my room to exchange information starting from tonight. You start first, Takumi. Learned anything about the identity of the sponsor?
Huh?
Yes, according to what Ava told me. I shared the results of my investigation with everyone. About how the bee could not have been a weapon of the invaders, blood-sucking was taboo, so the sponsor couldn't have been one since they sucked Karara's blood. In conclusion, it's quite likely the sponsor is an unknown third party unrelated to us or the school invaders. That's all from me. We're already having enough trouble with the invaders, and now there's a third party? This is highly displeasing. Be that as it may, I commend you for the job well done. That was remarkable work for a person of your intelligence. Thanks, but can I get something other than a backhanded compliment once in a while? I'll work on it if I feel like it. So that's enough. Allow me to go next. After dismembering the dead bee and investigating its anatomy, I made several discoveries. First of all, the bee was modeled after a type of parasitic wasp. A horrible species that parasites the bodies of butterfly and larvae and feeds off their innards. Basically, the bee is a scaled-up version of a parasitic wasp. There's just one major difference between this bee and an actual parasitic wasp. Bees and hornets usually use their stingers to inject poison into an enemy body. This giant bee uses it to suck stuff out. Like a blood collecting device sorts. It works more like how a mosquito stinger. We all see how the bee uses it to suck up the blood out of Karara. Yes, and she was drained in a few seconds, a testament to the strength of its suction. But it does bring up another question. The body of the bee has nowhere to store the blood it sucks. So where did Karara's blood disappear to? To cryptoglobe in space. Maybe it was warped to another place instantly. It's likely that's what's happening. Maybe it's designed to transfer all the nutrients it sucks up to into the sponsor's stomach. In other words, the sponsor's using the bees to consume cryptoglobin? Just a hypothesis. If that turns out to be true, it would mean the sponsor absorbed Karara's blood. The thought of my friend's blood being used as food sparked an intense rage within me. And that's all I've got. Let's hear what Hiroko has to say now. Any progress on that suit the sponsor's wearing? Yes, I'd venture to say there's some major progress, much more than I initially expected. I may have gotten my hands on the spare suit worn by the sponsor in the near future. There's a spare suit? Yes, and I've almost pinpointed its location. All that's left is to find the coordinates. Hiroko previously said the sponsor's invincibility coming from that suit. If we could secure something similar, wouldn't that make us invincible as well? Where's this spare? We can look for it together! No, that won't work. I'll search for it myself. Why? 3 sets of eyes are faster than 1, yes? Right? Because I'm the only one who can find that place. Something terrible beyond all imagination may happen if someone other than me discovers it. So don't even try, understand? What does she know? Also, what is this sprite? Why is she going cross-eyed? I'm not the only one. Is she going cross-eyed right about now? Her assertive tone made it clear that there would be no further discussion on the matter. Something that could cause the usually placid Hiriko to get so worked up had to be extraordinary. Okay, I'll respect your wishes even if I don't understand them. It's for the best. Moving on, what's the plan for tomorrow and beyond? I need you two to continue your research, where you have a dire lack of good information right now. Don't forget to keep earning points as well, stay in 6th place or higher. Also, avoid situations that may end up with you dying to mere minions. As usual, we're going with safety first. If you accidentally die, I'll bring you back to life and kill you myself, Takumi. Why only me? Because if anyone screws up, it's you. I'll be fine. Yugamu's with me. I'm not that bad of a fighter myself. You should be watching out for yourself. You were the first to die last time. Please, are you talking to me? I'm much stronger than the Hiriko you knew. Hirumi and I can take out a commander or two by ourselves. Hirumi, huh? Yugamu's expression darkened at that. Hiriko, I just don't get it. Why would you team up with Hirumi of all people? I'll be brutally honest, the fact that your team doesn't sit right with me. She loves her killing games. I can't imagine she won't at least try to sabotage our work if she ever finds out about it. Rest assured, she'll never find out about it. She's just my in-game partner. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm talking about what ifs right now. You can't guarantee that it won't happen. You really ought to dissolve your partnership with her. No, I'm not letting her out of my sight. She has an important role to play as well. Which is? I can't tell you. Why not? Shouldn't allies share as much information with each other as possible? Yugamu continued to question Hiriko about her reasoning with teaming up with Hirumi, but she kept quiet throughout. The Iron's meeting ended on a slightly sour note because of that. Day 29. It's been 4 days since the game started, and I had gotten used to fighting outside the academy. I wandered around the town quietly in search of invaders and strike them down using as little energy as possible. Yep, kill them. Take their lives. It's just work. Nice, seems like I'm in pretty good form today. I doubted I would end up in last place in first round if I kept this up, but ensuring my survival alone wasn't enough to put me at ease. The ultimate goal of the anti-sponsor alliance was to put an end to this game by killing the sponsor. But what was the sponsor hoping to achieve by making us do this? I couldn't get that one thought out of my mind as I cut one invader after another. In a way, the sponsor and Survey was similar. Both were trying to make us fight against the invaders. Except Survey never ordered us to fight outside the academy. He always insisted on we fought on academy grounds. On the other hand, the rules laid down by the sponsor basically forbade us from doing so. They were designed to make us fight outside. Why was the sponsor so determined to make us fight out here? Did they not want us to use using the revival-matic? Dying outside meaning our dead bodies couldn't be revived. Was that the sponsor's objective, to ensure that anyone who died would stay dead? Hey Takumi, when did your hands go on vacation? I was jolted back to reality by Yugamu's teasing. Sorry, just thinking about something. It's dangerous to think and kill at the same time. There's a fine line between familiarity and carelessness. Keep your mind on the hunt for now. Don't forget that Hiriko warned you last night about getting killed. You're right, sorry about that. I refocused my mind at the task at hand. With my sword in hand, and my mind cleared, I resumed the work of hunting down invaders. Yugamu and I spent the better part of the morning killing together. We returned to the academy a little past noon and immediately made our way to the leisure lounge. There, we checked our latest ranks. Oh, Moko's above us.
I'm in 4th place, and Yugamu's in 6th.
Our positions had slipped from the first day, but we were still in the top bracket. Still, since it was already the 4th day, it was unlikely we would tumble all the way to the bottom unless something catastrophic happened.
Shoma's currently in last place.
I told myself not to look at other positions, but my eyes naturally drifted to the last spot. Speaking of leadership board positions,
Tsubasa's is surprisingly high.
She was clearly holding her teammates back yesterday. Yep. She's likely benefiting from the points sharing system. What points sharing system? What? You haven't noticed? There's a way to earn points in this game without killing invaders yourself. Yugamo took out a notepad and started drawing some sort of diagram on it. Let's say, for example, a 10-point enemy appears in front of you. You kill that enemy by yourself, you gain 10 whole points. But if I help you in the fight, I gain a percentage of those 10 points. Could be 50-50 or an 80-20 split, depending on the situation. It all hinges on how much person contributed to the fight. Simply joining the fight earns you at least 10% of the points. Tsubasa's emo anima is very versatile, so I'm sure she's earning points by supporting the others. Yeah, she would. She absolutely would. So every member of the team gets some credit as long as they work together, like in sports. Strange but fitting comparison. Weaker players earn points by focusing their efforts on supporting others. Stronger players gain support by offering to share points with those who do. This game may not be pure combat powers, but how well we work together. We're being tested on teamwork in a killing game. Killing game usually pits participants against each other, but the rules for this one clearly lent itself to fostering teamwork. Had this been implemented to adjust the difficulty of the game onto our level, or did the sponsor have some ulterior motive? We haven't heard any ... from the Gi in a while. I wonder if it's been shut off now or something. I returned to my room, unable to quash the indescribable wave of nausea threatening to bowl me over. What should I do this afternoon? I was in my room trying to figure out what to do with the time. Was to find out the identity of the sponsor, but I like the idea going, damn, that's a thick flip that distracted the enemy. +2 to this chatter. It's not as easy as it sounds. I felt like I needed clearer direction. Like, where was I even supposed to start? If only I had a head tip so to get me the ball rolling. I suppose I'll just have to ask around. Asking for information would be my best way to find clues that might shed light on the matter. Asking around, yes, that's what I'll be doing today. And the others would be shocked by seeing the most unpopular guy in the school right now, approaching them out of the blue. But I can't just hold up in my room all day without at least trying something. I steeled myself before dashing out of the room. Okay, so a lot of battles. Battle. Huh. Okay. What time is it? I've been streaming for 7 hours, good lord. I think I'm going to take break now, keep on going for a little bit longer. If I feel like, I'm wilting a little bit more, I might call it there, but for right now, I'm going to take break. 12-hour stream. I don't think I could go for 12 hours. No, there's no way I could do 12 hours. I need to get sleep tonight. I have an early shift tomorrow. Let me turn on some different music and let me get some, more food in me. Powerhouse on fire? Nope. We haven't heard survey supervision in a while. Okay, break text. I'll be back in a few minutes. I just want to get some more food in me so I can keep on going for a little bit longer.
Okay, chat. Which one do we like more for the modulation on Sponsor Guy?
Inside of you. There are tiny bombs inside of you.
Okay, that's one. And here's two.
Inside of you is tiny bombs.
That's two. Which one is better? One vote for two, one vote for two. I might get the Pringles can after all. We'll see how it works. I honestly can't tell, says Rebecca. Okay. We will probably go for 2 hours. If we end on something very interesting at precisely the 2 hour mark, I could go on for a little bit longer, but I would really be pushing my comfort area because I will need to be going to bed relatively soon at around the 2 hour mark because I gotta get up for my 5 a.m. work shift tomorrow morning. Alright. I guess we'll talk to Tsubasa. Takumi. Tsubasa lowered her eyes awkwardly as I called out to her. I'm sorry for abandoning you the other day. Did everything turn out alright after that? Yeah, I managed to walk away with my life somehow. Yugamu and I are a team now. I'm just glad you're safe. I don't want to see any more of my friends dying. Though, that means Shoma's in trouble for the first round, huh? Why? He's not taking part in the game at all. Takamo's been pulling out all the stops to invite him, but he refuses to even leave his room. I see. Shoma is probably going to be the first to die if things continue like this. But we could save him if we took down the sponsor before that happened. Tsubasa, do you happen to know anything about the sponsor? I'm trying to find their true identity. That's a question I'd like to answer myself. Why did they show up and take part in this killing game? None of it makes any sense. Talking to Moko. Info about the sponsor's identity? Oh my, are you investigating that too? Too? As in, you're also looking into this? You bet. I even tried to film a day in the life of documentary of the sponsor some time ago. Day in the life. First, I made a camera of a gift-o-matic, then I tailed the sponsor around for 24 hours. Wait, is he on the map? That way, if he ever revealed their face that entire time, you'd catch it live on film, right? Did you? Oh, I wish. They cling to that spacesuit like it was the championship belt itself. How is it possible to carry out any sort of daily routine with that suit on? What about food? Oh, the sponsor doesn't eat. Doesn't eat? Yeah, I never saw them eat or sleep even once. What if this is the evil Flamo? The evil Flamo that gained a corporeal form after being infected with the Gi. Yeah, I never saw them eat or sleep even once. They just keep buzzing out orders to their bees underlings day in and day out. The sponsor could stay active for 24 hours without any food or sleep. It sounded unbelievable to me, but Boka wasn't the type to tell tales. We're dealing with a real main event headliner here. Better be ready for a Royal Rumble if you are trying to unveil their real identity. Is the sponsor around? I really want to see if we can meet the sponsor and be like, hello there. Who are you? It is I, Karuru's mother. Hey, Takamura, can I have a minute? I'm gathering more info about the sponsor right now, and sorry, man, I ain't got nothing to say to you. You're just bad luck these days. Everything you touch turns to ashes. I'm so sad that Takamura is not our bro anymore. Bad luck, huh? Just being part of the school jinx, I guess. Ava. Probably got nothing to say to us either. Ava was in her cell looking as dejected as I'd left her. She was clearly still aghast at not being getting her mask back. Thrilling conversation. Darumi! This is bliss! Whoa, who just shouted? It is I, Darumi. And I'm shouting because this is the happiest I've ever been. Killing game check. Mistress Hiriko's lapdog check. Killing and killing and killing every day, day and night. Check, check, and check. I'm Mistress Hiriko's loyal lapdog in a killing game. What else does a person need to be happy in life? Just thinking about how I'm going to wring the innards of those invaders tomorrow releases so many endorphins into my brain, I may just pass out from sheer pleasure. Oh. Ruri was enjoying the current situation of every fiber of her being. I still can understand why Hiriko would team up with someone like that. Because she's just that strong. Yeah, Ruri is really just living her best life. Do not speak to me as if we are friends. I will never ever forgive you for sending Lady Kurara to her dismal death. Begone, accursed Grim Reaper. Give Lady Kurara back to me. Calm down, Kiyoshika. I'm sorry, Takumi, but Kiyoshika's still very angry about what happened, so... I knew I wasn't popular, but actually having such vitriol spewed directly in my face was a sobering experience. Okay, I've collected quite a bit of information. I've learned a lot, and I was glad I'd mustered up the courage to talk to everyone. After putting the information down in a notebook, I prepared for the nightly meeting.
At ease, soldiers. It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you still can. Well then, good night.
The Anti-Sponsor Alliance, the bedtime announcement was a call to action and a reminder to rest. A sign for us to gather and report on the day's findings. One moment, chat. I will be right back with you. I don't think it'll be more than a... Okay, I'm back. Everything's fine. So now we know it's highly possible the sponsor doesn't eat or sleep. And still manages to be so powerful. They should just quit sponsoring killing games and go make a killing in the business world instead. Who wouldn't be impressed by a corporate soldier who can work all day and night? This is neither the time nor place to be joking around. It's precisely the time and place to be funny. Morbid humor is the best way to deal with morbid situations. That's just how strong the enemy we're up against is. Right, Hiriko? The sponsor person is an enigma. Stays active for 24 hours without any kind of nutritional replenishment. Are we dealing with a robot? We can't rule that out the possibility, considering what little we know of their identity. Be that as I may, I must commend you for the job well done. That was remarkable work for a person of your intelligence. Thanks, but can I get something other than a backhanded compliment once in a while? Was that a joke? It must be. Your entire existence is one. Ha 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 ha. Well, aren't you something yourself? Allow me to share my additional findings on the bee's anatomy next. I got down to business by dismembering the bee to its smallest parts. Some interesting truths were uncovered as a result. Despite its tough and grandiose appearance, it doesn't quite have the hardness to match. The joints snap out of place if you look at them wrong, and the sting comes off with much effort as well. It's as fragile as life itself. But it can't be so weak. These weak bees killed Kurara like it was nothing. Their bodies were likely enhanced by some supernatural means when they were still alive. Supernatural, in other words, hemoanima. The ability to move around without needing eat or rest hemoanima enhanced bees. The more we pry into the sponsor's business, the more of their uncanny strands we seem to discover. But none of these prove that the sponsor themselves was impossible to defeat. If we could just find a way to get them out of that invincibility suit. Last but not least, but let's hear what Hiriko has to tell us. Did you find that spare suit you talked about? Yes, I pinpointed the location yesterday. If all goes well, I should be able to get my hands on the suit by tomorrow. Really? I honestly wasn't expecting to find it so soon either. Once we actually have it, uncovering a weakness or two should be trivial work. Fortunately for the sponsor, their invader hunt is about to draw to a premature close. An end to this abominable invader hunt seems like the dream, but Hiroko seemed confident the odds were in our favor. Anything we can do to help you secure the spare suit? Quite a lot, in fact. I'd venture to say I couldn't possibly recover the suit without your help. The suit is located somewhere to the south of this campus. Actually, getting the suit is going to be the easy part. The thing is, if the bees flying around find out what we're doing, all our efforts will go down the drain. Because then, the sponsor would realize what we're up to. That's why we're going to need a little bit of creative prep work to hoodwink those rowing bees. With that preface, Hiroko shared us a brief outline of her plan. Our operation commences at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The three of us here, plus Darumi, will head south in the direction of town. Once we're somewhere in the vicinity of this area, we'll start hunting down invaders. As we do, we'll destroy the ruins around them in the flashiest way possible, kicking up so much dust and ash as we can. I'll use the sudden drop in visibility as camouflage to secretly move to the place with the spare suit without being discovered by the bees. We'll meet up once I find the suit. And rush back to the school to examine it until we can discover its weakness. After we ascertain a way to destroy the invincibility suit, it's showtime with the sponsor. Hiroko's plan was simple but bold. She would absolutely end everything tomorrow if circumstance allowed, both the invader hunt and the sponsor themselves. Will you help me, Takumi and Yugamu? An honest plea for help from Hiroko, without her usual barbs, was a straight yes from me. I nodded vigorously. Of course I'll help. Let's get that suit, and bring down the sponsor to get... I'm against this plan. I won't be joining it. What's gotten into you, Yugamu? Is there something wrong with the plan? Nothing's wrong with the plan per se. What's wrong is one of the participants. Hiroko, why are you letting Darumi join the operation tomorrow? You've been insisting all this time that she's nothing but your in-game partner and not a member of the anti-sponsor alliance. She's very strong. She'll be useful in combat. That's nice. But what guarantees is there that she won't turn around and slit our throats after learning about the plan? She lives and breathes killing games. I can already picture her lunging at us in unrestrained anger when she finds out we're trying to put a stop to her beloved game. You're overthinking this. She'll be too engrossed in the game to even notice what we're doing. That's my point, see? It's counterproductive to let someone so engrossed with killing games into our confidence. I disagree. I'm bringing her along tomorrow by hook or by crook. I have my reasons. Such as... The discussion was leading nowhere. Neither Hiroko nor Yagami were seemingly willing to compromise. Tomorrow's operation would be aborted if we didn't find a way to break the stalemate. I had to do something. I'm afraid I have to take Yugama's side this time, Hiroko. We're putting our lives on the line tomorrow. Yet at the same time, you're trying to involve someone outside of the alliance. You can't blame us for feeling hesitant. Even you think so. She averted her eyes and bit her lips. Fine, I won't ask for your help anymore. I'll get the suit myself. Hold on, I'm not trying to find fault with you or anything. I reached out and quickly grabbed Hiroko's hand before she could leave the room. We understand you have secrets you can't fully share with us, and we know you have your reasons. But can't you at least tell us something? It has to be something out of the ordinary, right? You're not the type to insist on doing things your way from your selfish reasons. And how are you so sure I'm not? Because you trusted me, so I trust you too. It was Hiroko who trusted me and brought me out when everyone else was shunning me and calling me a jinx. She needed help. I wanted to do everything in my power to help her. I quietly pleaded with Hiroko while intensely staring her in the eyes, praying hard that she would trust and lean on me. And then... Yeah. There's a sigh of resignation. The trouble with your generic face is how it completely disarms me when you're sprouting the occasional hero-like rhetoric. Very well, you will have the full explanation of why I must bring Darumi along. Really? Yes, but not here, outside. I'll be waiting for you on the roof. Come alone. With that, she exited the room, but her wanting to meet with me alone would mean... Oh, for the love of murder, I'm the outcast now, eh? I don't mind. Go ahead, Takumi. I'll be right here, keeping your bed warm for you until your return. Yeah, thanks. I'll be right back after I hear what she has to say. Also, don't touch my bed. No promises. Please, promise. I left Yugamu behind in my room and went out to the roof. Huh? Hiroko? I didn't see Hiroko on the roof, even though she said she'd be waiting for me there, unless she went back to her room. Over here, Takumi. I turned toward the direction of the voice and saw Hiroko seated on the ledge. She was staring intently at something. I followed her gaze and... that was the artificial satellite floating in the night sky!
Do you long to see the people living there again?
Her question was sudden and unexpected.
Of course I do. That's what I'm fighting so hard for.
Yes, you would be right. We're all fighting here because there are people we want to see again. We'll be able to go back to them after this war ends. That's what motivates us to keep going. In other words, that's why we're so determined not to die here. However, Darumi has none of that. She's got nowhere to return to.
Damn. Damn.
Nowhere? Surely she has family who can take her in.
Takumi, have you been listening at all to her dialogue?
Not all families are worth going back to. Not that I expect you to understand.
She's right. I didn't understand. How could I? It was my cherished dream to be surrounded by my parents and Karura at the dinner table someday.
Takumi, do you know why Darumi is so enamored with killing games?
No.
It's very simple. She grew up in an environment that was like a killing game in itself. If she'd let her guard down, even for a brief moment, she'd be abused by her parents or teachers.
Damn.
Punishment awaited her at every turn for no reason other than the adults in her life having a bad day. None of the grown-ups who were supposed to be looking out for her reached out to help in her time of need. You see? Just like a killing game, right?
I had an inkling Darumi may have not come from the best of family environments, but I had no idea it was that bad. Not surprised leeching off someone without ever giving anything back, abusing them on top of that sounds like my scumbag brother. Right, just like how he ignored all the eviction notices and restraining orders and doubled down on the violence. Dad goes to see the horse races on Sunday afternoons, beats me when he loses his bets. She wasn't kidding about that.
And when you go through life living like that, you can't help but wonder, why only me?
Yeah. That's understandable.
Why am I the only one suffering like this? Why can't everyone suffer together with me? Young and old, male and female. We should all suffer together. Use up our lives, our very existences, to entertain ourselves through misery. That's why she loves her killing game so much. It's the closest thing to her ideal world she can find.
So, are we looking for, like, a Darumi redemption route here?
So she was being dead serious when she talked about wanting to start a killing game.
Dead and buried 6 feet underground. She would have given her life for it.
What sort of mentality could drive a person to be this desperate for a killing game to begin with?
Her wish to see the whole world turn into a killing game was never going to come true under normal circumstances. But as fate decreed, that wish somehow actually did come true.
When the sponsor showed up. The sponsor of the killing game suddenly appeared in midair one day. Darumi must have felt like her childhood dream was finally coming true.
She's on Cloud 9 right now. Living out a dream that once seemed impossible to achieve. And she intends to die in it. After playing to her heart's content.
Die? Even though her dream finally came true?
Exactly. Now that her dream has come true, she has nothing to live for anymore.
She didn't look like someone who wanted to die, though. The few times I've seen her outside the academy.
In fact, you guys were slaughtering the school invaders together quite enthusiastically. Someone who fought with such wanted and abandon in a situation where there was no coming back from death couldn't exactly be mentally sound, could they? She was right. Someone with normal sensitivities would be a lot more cautious than this.
Without me keeping a close eye on her, she'll be running headlong into the largest group of invaders she can find. If I don't keep forcing her to return together, she'll keep on fighting, even past her limits. Even after returning, she always wants to go right back out to continue the hunt. It's not easy for me to keep pulling her back. She's basically committing slow suicide. I can't take my eyes off her for a minute.
Is that why you're so insistent on bringing her along for tomorrow's operation?
I just don't want to leave her alone to her own devices. A short while's fine, but I get the feeling we may be taking a while tomorrow. I have to take her along. If I don't want to come back to a dead Darumi, this whole plan would be pointless if even one person dies.
I was completely dumbfounded. Hiriko was dead serious about saving everybody's lives. Then again, Hiriko has always been like that, even last time. My primary goal here is to win the war. There's nothing I won't do for the sake of victory. But it's not enough for us to defeat the invaders. All of us have to survive as well. That's what victory means to me. She would ensure no one got left behind by snatching them from the jaws of death, even if it meant taking their place. Her tenacity in that aspect saved me, and was now saving Darumi. My body trembled involuntarily when I realized the depth of Hiriko's determination. I had to admit, she was the real hero here. I feel bad for Darumi, but this game needs to end, and the sooner the better. She's never going to come back to her senses unless she first wakes up from this sham of a dream. I'm begging you here, Takumi. Help me tomorrow. Yeah, of course. How could I possibly turn down a respect from this awesome hero standing before me? I'll convince Yugamu to help as well. I can't believe he'll turn us down after I explain the situation to him. The four of us will rampage through town together tomorrow and put an end to the invader hunt. We both stretched out a hand spontaneously in exchange a firm and solemn handshake. The only thing going through my mind at that time was what I could do to protect Hiriko's kind-hearted resolve. We would work together to defeat the sponsor, and then let's all get to the best day 100 together. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen, buddy. But I was too naive. Kind-heartedness had no place on the battlefield, because it was Hiriko's kind-heartedness that led her to end up like that. Damn. Day 30.
Hiriko!
Really? We just jump cut to her being dead? She was lying on the ground with blood pouring out of her back. This was a mortal room. There was no way she could recover from this. The attacker, if I remember correctly, is the
Squad 3 Commander!
What is a commander doing here? Why is Hiriko lying in a pool of her own blood? Was she defeated by that commander? Nothing was making sense. Mine was in a state of confusion.
How did this happen?
I'm confused as well. Our plan had been proceeding normal. I feel like we skipped a scene. He lost the fucking Beyblade. Our plan has been proceeding smoothly. We set off early, reached the part of town south of the school, so during the battle. This was definitely, this was definitely one of the ones that they just ran out of dev time on. One of the parts they ran out of dev time. Yeah, that. I can't speak anymore. One of the parts that they ran out of dev time to make. Using the flashiest skills we had in our arsenal, we hunted down every invader in the area. This was to draw the flying bees' attention to us. Sometime after the battle began, Hiriko secretly left the area like she had planned in order to secure the spare suit. The bees were struggling to count the points Yugamu and I were racking up and didn't seem to notice her sudden absence. I felt like the plan was actually going to work. All we had to do was to wait for Hiroko to return with the suit that would lead us to victory, but then something unexpected happened. I took off my eyes off Terumi, who had been fighting with us for only a short while, and she vanished in that moment. She probably got overly excited and decided to expand her hunting territory. I panicked. Hiroko would be heartbroken if anything happened to Terumi. Ran around the vicinity in a desperate attempt to locate her, all the while imploring her in my heart to not do anything reckless that might end up making Hiroko sad. I was praying hard for her safety, and just as I caught sight of Terumi on the other side of some rubble, the unthinkable happened. I couldn't make head nor tail of the scene, no matter how long hard I stared at it.
Why? Why? Why is this happening?
Get a hold of yourself, Takumi.
I snapped back to my senses as Yugama's yelling. Yugama, Hiroko's down, most likely by a commander. Yugama's face twisted into a hateful scowl as he turned to look at the commander. That's why I didn't want Terumi to come along. She's too high profile in a lot of ways. You can't blame the enemy for zeroing in on such an attention-grabbing target on the battlefield. I'd waited the commander to attack Terumi first in this case, and when Hiroko tried to help her, attacked Terumi as she was rampaging around. And when Hiroko tried to help, she got struck down instead. What do we do now? How can we save them both? Right away. That's what. Operation failed. But we can't just abandon them. There's nothing we can do to turn the tide of battle, especially not against a commander. We need to survive so we can carry on Hiriko's will. Decision time? Best outcome we could avoid right now was to avoid all of us dying. But did I really want that? Was that the point of surviving if I had to abandon friends to do it? Abandoning Hiroko and Terumi to escape and wait for another chance, or jump in to save without caring about the consequences. We're saving them. I think it will mean for quite a kick-ass boss fight, if it will actually let me win it. Yes, yes, yes. This is the easiest yes in the universe. It's your future! I'm going to save those two. You better get out of here before the commander notices you. Don't be crazy, Takumi. You won't accomplish anything by dying here. I know, you're absolutely right, but...
You are the Takumi I know. The same kind-hearted Takumi Sumino, with the most disheveled and generic mug.
Oh, sorry. It's a flashback anyway. Hiroko put her trust in me. I won't abandon her now. Please give me a boss fight. I cleared my mind with a battle cry and charged into the fray. Once I reached Hiroko and Terumi, I launched into a painfully one-sided battle against the enemy commander. Please give me a fight. Please give me a fight. Hell yeah! Oh, hey, Takumi, you came to save us? Thanks, brah. I hate to disappoint you after you came all this way, but we're totally headed for a game over here. Mr. Hiroko is already out of action, and I'm basically about to kneel over too. Yo, looks like we bought ourselves a one-way ticket to hell. Why don't we just accept it and die together? If you've got the energy to talk, you can still fight. Take out the weaker enemies first. You got it, boss. Alright, how much health does this guy got? 80? 75. Do you have counter? Fuck yeah! Okay. First of all, you're taking a power panacea.
I've got this. My turn.
An attack potion.
Time to use it. Ready when
Actually,
you are.
we're gonna do... Hang on, I had the idea. We're gonna give you a fence around you. We're gonna fence you in.
Time to use it. Say when. This should do it. My turn.
Okay. Time to spring trap you over here.
Let's go.
Hang on. Explosive mine max.
Time to use it. Here we go. This should do it. Ready when you are. Time to use it. My turn. This should do it. I've got this.
Wait, waves 1 of 2? What?
Time to use it.
Who else is gonna come?
Say when. My turn.
Then Spring Trap over here.
Let's do this.
Hang on. Explosive Mine.
This should do it. Say when. Time to use it. Good to go.
What's the range of your counter? It's only there. Okay, so
Say when.
we moved you over here. We're gonna give you a defense potion.
This should do it. Good to go. Time to use it. Say when. This should do it. Good to go.
And watch this idiot completely kill himself over this. Actually, I would like to do a little bit of damage on the other guy. No, wait. Actually, there's no way of doing that. Okay, that's fine. So we're just gonna do the max damage possible. Oh, okay. Anyone else get the feeling this commander's just playing with us? He's not even attacking, he's just standing there, all menacing like. I guess he knows he doesn't need to get involved directly. We already outnumbered and outclassed. It's only a matter of time until they overwhelm us. Damn it. Well, there goes my explosive mind plan. Yugamu, you really are too dumb to life sometimes. Did you really think you could take on the commander with just the two of you? Actually, unironically, yes. Yugamu, what are you doing here? We told you to run. I'm just making the most logical choice I can. We can't afford to lose you, Takumi. We have no chance of winning the war if we do. That means our only choice is to do something about this guy so we can all get away. It wasn't much of a plan, but at least we had hope now. The three of us, we might be able to pull it off. Let's do this. Give it everything you've got and take him down. It just says drive the boss back.
Here we go. That's it. All right, I've got this. Time to use it. Say when. I've got this. This should do it. Say when. Time to use it. Let's do this. Take that! Damn it.
Idiot. Attack down.
Ready when you are.
Wow, that's kind of a
Let's get to the killing.
very aggressive amount of attack down there.
How's that feel? I'm good to go. How about this? I can't wait. This hurts.
Here we go!
Here, looking at the zombie timeline when it's just Takumi and Kiyoshika versus Fashion. Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there.
Push it.
Okay, okay.
I'm good to go.
Might as well kill off these guys over here. Wow, that's a shitty attack.
My turn. Ready when you are.
Can't even counter from here. What an idiot.
Let's go! Don't bother me!
I've got this. Good to go.
I can't wait.
I'd rather just move again with you.
I've got this.
Oh, okay. Game said no. It's no use. He's too strong. Takumi, bro. Curse the narrative. The only weakness to me now. He really is just playing with us. An extra fighter or two isn't not going to really make any difference. For the love of mother, if he's gonna kill us anyway, he could at least go all out too. Half-assing it will makes the whole thing feel cheap. This is why I hate fighting invaders. Don't give up. There has to be something we can do. Nah, dude, we're done. Let's charge him one time and get blown up to smithereens. I just wanted to go out like a bunch of dirty fireworks. Hee-haw. We're all out of options. Are we really gonna die here just when it's even all hope is lost? Take my cryptoglobin.
Take my cryptoglobin.
Really? I heard Hiroko's voice. Faint and weak, but still determined on my comm channel. Hiroko, I thought you passed out. Never mind that. Just absorb my cryptoglobin. It's the only way. Absorb your cryptoglobin? What are you talking about? Am I not being clear enough? I want you to kill me. If I'm going to die anyway, you may as well take my power and save yourself. But you're my friend. I could never kill you. I may die, but you still have hope. You still have the spare suit. Use it to figure out the sponsor secret and defeat them. Kill me so you can survive. You can't be serious. There's no way I can do this. I'm not asking. I'm telling. Do it now. Take my power and survive. Dower me. God damn it! You can't power up anymore, Darumi! Come on! Darumi! God damn it! You can't power up any more than this! For a moment, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Darumi had thrust a knife right into Hiroko's back.
Mistress Hiroko! Mistress Hiroko! Your power flowing into me! I can feel you inside me!
I tried to stop her, but it was too late. Darumi absorbed more and more of her blood. Hiroko's body began to shrivel up and dry. Oh man, oh man, oh man, I've never felt this kind of energy before. I'm in the zone now. I feel like I can fly. I feel like I can do anything. Yahoo! Darumi threw back her head and let out a cry of elation, totally at odds with what just happened. Don't you realize what you've done, Darumi? You killed Hiroko! Save the recriminations for later, Takumi. Now that it's reached its point, we have to see it through. But Hiroko is... Darumi's overflowing with power right now. She might actually be able to beat that commander. Yugama's right. Darumi's stronger than ever. She rushed over to the battlefield like a berserker, swinging her weapons in every single direction, even charging the commander without the slightest trace of fear. No one can stop me now! By the time we were able to take stock of our surroundings, we realized the commander was no longer there. Did he just leave? Did he just straight up said no and left? Yeah, seems that way. Really won. Somehow it didn't feel real. Relax, he's gone. I don't sense any traces of his presence anymore. Also, the thing Hiroko gave her life to get us is still here, and it's still intact. Yugamu held up the suitcase Hiroko had brought from the school. It most likely had the spare of the sponsor suit inside it. We've done what we've set out to do. Make no mistake, this is a win for us. It's just, we had to pay a pretty big price for it. Yugamu's gaze wandered to Hiroko's body. It was bad enough that she sustained fatal damage trying to bail Darumi out, but then her cryptoglobin was absorbed by the very person whose life she saved. As for Darumi herself, he was just staring blankly at the sky. You know, maybe Darumi's not best girl. I could only imagine how she felt, having killed someone who just was like a sister to her. But before I could say anything, she collapsed. Darumi, her eyes rolled back in her head and she fell to the ground. Looks like she's finally out of her system. You'll have to carry her from now, Takumi. I'll take a grave for Hiroko. She is as good of a resting place for her as any. Yugamu began digging with an old piece of wood. When the hole was big enough, gently lowered Hiroko's body into the ground.
Hiroko, I'm sorry I couldn't save you.
Not again! But I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. I'll use the suit you worked so hard to get us to figure out the sponsor's weakness, and then
I'll defeat them and end this game. I promise.
we return to school, determined to carry on what Hiriko had started. Unfortunately, I have no idea where to even start. Alright, with this tech this weird. Yugamo and I had gone back to our room to look at the suit, but looking at it was all about what we could do. Neither of us knew anything about electronics or wearable technology or whatever made this suit tick. Analyzing how it worked and how to get past its defenses was going to be hard, if not impossible. Well, it's a protective suit made out of some kind of specialized material. That's about all I can say. Yeah, I can't figure out anything else either. How can something this flimsy block our attack so completely? We worked hard to get it. This feels such a waste.
Hey!
Darn it. If only we had someone with actual engineering knowledge on our side. As if to answer my exasperated cry. Someone here at this hour. You don't think it's the sponsor, do you? It's not totally out of the question. They might have realized we got our hands on a suit just like theirs. The bell rang again. Pretending I wasn't here would only put off the inevitable. The sponsor was relentless. As if I was going to die anyway, I might as well put up a fight here and now. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Tsubasa! Tsubasa? I definitely hadn't expected to see her standing on the other side. Since this game began, everyone except Yugamo and Hiriko had been keeping their distance from me. Tsubasa's eyes were downcast. She looked like she might start to cry at any moment. Hey, what's wrong? Howdy, Tsubasa. 1 second, I'm just checking. Am I still on 15A? Yeah, I'm still on 15A according to this. Saved army. Early ending there. Interesting. Oh, is it gonna, like, go down here instead or something? Huh. Because if it keeps on going straight, we're gonna eventually hit this. Howdy, Tsubasa. You look pretty grief-ridden this evening. Is something bothering you? We're glad to listen to if you want to talk about it. I have a feeling we're not the kind of people you really want to confide in, though. Yugamu's laid-back attitude did nothing to put Tsubasa at ease. Eventually, she did speak on her own.
I'm sorry, Takumi. I'm so sorry.
All of a sudden, she burst into tears. Calm down, Tsubasa. What's all this about? What are you apologizing for? Is it because you didn't let me join your team? You don't have to worry about that. I'm doing fine. No, that's not it. I was there, Takumi. When Hiriko was fighting that commander, I was watching the whole time. Huh? Tsubasa was there too? I wanted to help. If I'd activated my Hemo Anima, I could have used my car to get Hiriko and Darumi out of there and bring them back to the school. But I was so scared I couldn't move. And while I was wondering what I should do, Hiriko got wounded and then she... Sorry, Hiriko. I'm sorry, Takumi. I just stood there and let her die. Okay, so do you rescue them in the ult route? I know apologies won't fix this, but I had no idea what to say. I knew all too well how much it hurt not being able to save someone. That's why I knew nothing I could say which would take the pain. But before I could even try, you're right, Tsubasa. A simple apology isn't going to cut it. Yugamo got there first, speaking in a harsh tone I hadn't heard him use before. You didn't save Hiriko when you had the chance. That also put our lives in danger. That's not the kind of crime you can quite cream. Letting someone die is basically the same as killing them. You had the gall to give Takumi the cold shoulders. At least he still has a shred of human decency in him. That's more than I can say for you. Yugamu, I know you're mad, but that's going too far. Tsubasa already feels terrible. She doesn't need you making it worse. No, it's fine, Takumi. He's right. I'm always like this. Whenever there's any kind of conflict, I just go with the crowd. When Gaku died, I suspected you because that's what everyone else was doing. It was the same when we decided to form teams. Everyone said to stay away from you, so that's what I did too. I never stand up and make important decisions for myself, and now Hyoko's dead because of me. Hirui's probably heartbroken too. I could have stopped all of that from happening. Wow, she really did see everything. She's probably still in shock. I'm a terrible person, aren't I? Treating my friends' lives with so little respect. It's disgusting. It makes me want to puke. Urk. Tsubasa didn't stop at dry heaving. She vomited all over the floor, tears still streaming down her face. You're amazing, Takumi. You jumped right in to fight that commander and tried to save Hiriko. I can't believe I've been so awful to you all this time. I'm really so sorry. I'm sorry, Takumi, for everything. I'd be lying if I said I was ready to completely forgive Tsubasa and call it all water under the bridge, but I wasn't going to hold anything against her, not when she was already suffering this much. Just the thought that I was still capable of some kind of compassion was a comfort in itself. You can cry all you want. It's not going to erase what you did. The world wouldn't need the police if atonement was that easy. What's with you today, Yugamu? Tsubasa made some mistakes, but you don't need to be so hard on her. Tsubasa, if you really want to make up for letting Hiriko die, there's just one way.
Indirectly or not, you caused a death. Now you have a duty to save lives instead.
Save lives, but how do I... Just a suggestion, but how about you join up with me and Takumi? We're working on something that could save everyone. We just so happen to need somebody with your particular skill set. It's kind of like carrying on Hiriko's legacy too. This is what she gave her life for. Of course. It'll mean putting yourself in a lot of danger, but what do you say? Will you help us? Tsubasa didn't say anything for a while. She just stood there, staring at her feet. Then she nodded, as if she'd come to an important decision. Okay, I don't know what you guys are up to, but if it can save everyone, I'm in. So, what do you want me to do? When Tsubasa said that, Yugamu turned to me and winked. Now it makes sense. He made her feel worse, so she'd feel like she had no choice but to join us to atone. Can't say I like that he manipulated her feelings like that, but we do need all the help we can get. Here's how it is, Tsubasa. I told Tsubasa all about our secret plans, how we formed an alliance to take down the sponsor and end this game, and how, thanks to Kiriko, we now had a spare of the kind of the suit that the sponsor wore. A spare suit? Whoa, that's awesome. It's the real thing. I see. Hiriko, wait. Where the fuck did Yugamu get his suit then? In the slasher route. Where the fuck did Yugamu get his spare suit from? Was that mentioned in the slasher route? I suddenly had this dawning realization that we have no idea where Yugamu got his suit from. If it was the same suit. I see Hiriko risked everything to get us this.
Huh?
Yeah, but this stuff isn't really our area. Do you want a reminder? Was it revealed to me in the slasher route? If it wasn't revealed in the slasher route, I do not want to hear it. If it was revealed in the slasher route, sure, go ahead. Yeah, but the stuff isn't really our area. We got no idea what we're supposed to do with it to learn anything useful. What do you think, Tsubasa? Do you think we need some kind of special machinery to analyze this thing, or what? Maybe we should take it to the metal shop. We don't want anyone to find it. We've got this, though. Somewhere we can investigate without being seen, huh? I might be able to help with that. You see, there's a secret lab. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who knows about it. There's a secret lab here? And you guys see it, it'll knock your socks off. Is that crazy? You'll understand once we get there. Come on, I'll take you there now. Follow me. Does everybody just know of a secret area on this, in chapter 15? Everybody just knows of a secret area? We gathered up the suit and left my room, letting Tsubasa lead the way to the secret lab she found. Oh, is it the escape pod? Finally, we arrived at the race area in this gym. Okay, if I remember correctly, in the slasher route, Takumi kicked the guy in the suit who ditched the suit. Takumi then took the suit, put it on, killed Moko. Somehow, this ended up with him falling into the pool with the suit on. Takumi took off that suit and put it in a locker in the pool room, and Yugawa just found it in there. I think that's right? No? Okay, let's just put a pin in this conversation. I'll review what Guy said in that ending. There's a lot of there is a lot of things that I need to suddenly review with that Guy conversation with the yes. Shit. Yeah, I need to review a lot of that. This is your secret lab. I guess people don't come here all that often. Back up, guys. You're gonna fall. Go stand by the edge for a sec. Fall where? Tsubasa showed us the edge of the stage, then knelt down and began pulling on a broken forward. All at once, the board came loose then. A hole? Peeling back that, the one board had somehow made a huge hole appear on the stage. Doesn't Ima and Kako know about this? Hang on. When did Ima Kako die? Kako died here, so I think they, Kako and Ima know about this route. Oh, yeah, and we also lost, the days there. I wonder if we're gonna have another fainting episode and we're gonna have this big, oh shit, I'm gonna be in last place. Somewhere somehow made a huge hole appear in the backstage. I happened to find a map of this room when I was fixing the corpse recovery drone using the war room computer. This was in the war room computer? Sorry to have kept it secret all this time. I always wanted a place like this so I could have it all to myself. No, you made the right call. Now we have somewhere we can talk without being worried about being overheard. I'm gonna warn you, try not to be shocked by what you see there. Even if you are, try not to scream. It's like an echo chamber down there. Scream? Shock? What in the world is in this lab? I don't know if I can explain it all that well. It'll be easier to just show you. There's a ladder leading down. Come up on and before anyone sees us. Sure. We followed Tsubasa down the ladder and into the secret basement room. Sure enough, what greeted us at the bottom was something I'd never imagined. It's the escape pod. Yep, large machine that looks like some kind of spaceship. This is the escape pod. I'd seen it before at the very end of my first 100 days, but I never expected to see it here like this. Yeah, I was shocked when I first saw it. I knew it must be the pod you told us about. This place is probably designed to store it safely until it's needed. Is there any chance you can get it working now? I thought of that now, but it's no good. It's locked up tight and there's no way to get in. We could probably force it open, but we can't exactly go into space with a damaged door. It must have a security mission to stop from using it before the day 100. That's the only time we were allowed to leave the school. Well, we can think about that pod later. Let's concentrate on the suit for now. Do you have any machinery from the metal shop? Sure, we can go get it for you. No, I should be fine. There's plenty of gear in here for me to get started. I looked around the lab. It was full of miscellaneous machines and equipment, probably stuff Tsubasa already brought in already. There was also lots of weapons for some reason. We just have an AK just lying around? I figured I'd make these and keep them for emergencies, just in case we need to hold up in here. Oh, perfect killing game weapons. Perfect. I've snuck some food supplies in here too. Help yourself if you get hungry. It's a real stronghold down here. It will make a perfect HQ for the anti-sponsor alliance. So how are you gonna investigate the suit's capabilities? You got any experiments in mind? You basically want to know how to break through the suit's defenses, right? The fastest way to figure that out is to try a bunch of stress tests and see what holds up. By testing its resistance to stretching, pressure, elastic, and plastic deformation, we can start getting a better idea of its fracture's toughness. Deformation, fracture? Some of those terms were lost on me, but at least one of us knew what we were doing. Okay, well, let's get started. Figuring out this suit's weakness is only the first step. Once we've done that, we're taking the sponsor down. We spent the rest of the night testing and analyzing the suit any way we could. Day 31. Next morning, I made my way to the leisure lounge where the sponsor was usually loafing around as usual. One moment.
Takumi Sumino, what are you doing here so early? Did you miss me?
You could say that. I wanted to see you. Anyway, do you have time to talk?
Hardly a respectful attitude to take towards someone in my position. But I'll allow it. You are one of my most accomplished hunters, after all.
Hunter? Me?
No need to be modest. Just take a look. The results speak for themselves.
Sponsor gestured to one of their BEs and brought up a display of the leaderboard.
I honestly didn't expect you to gain this much of a lead so quickly. The advent of a dark horse like yourself makes this game that much more exciting.
At some point, I made it all the way to number 2 in the rankings. Yuriko had been number 1 all this time, but now that she said, I was catching up.
You've made impressive contributions to my little game. I was thinking you deserve some kind of reward.
A reward, huh? Since you're here, how about you play a game with me?
Very well. If that's what you want, what shall we play? As I said before, I'm grateful to have you for becoming such an accomplished hunter. I'm even willing to turn a blind eye if you ever want to bend the rules a little.
That actually helps a lot, because what I want to is a duel to the death. I'm going to fight you, and I'm going to win, and then I'm ending this stupid game of yours once and for all.
So, it's come to this. Very well. Activate your class armor and Hemo Anima. Attack me all you want. Your sword is no more threat to me than a blade of grass.
The sponsor clearly didn't consider themselves in any danger. They stood there, radiating absolute confidence, knowing there was nothing I could do that would hurt them. Nice of you to be so laid back about it. But I won't be attacking with my sword. I'll be using this crossbow. I brought out a crossbow because the boss I haven't made with the Gift-O-Matic. Normally, using a conventional weapon like this would be pointless, especially against an invincible opponent like the sponsor.
Fool, what are you thinking, turning something like that on me? Such insolence will not stand. A hunter should use Hemo Anima.
Just like that, the sponsor's confident demeanor vanished, and they began to panic. Looks like we were right about the suit's weakness. We performed every kind of stress test we could think of on the spare last night, and we discovered something very interesting. I knew it. The suit isn't actually all that strong. It's short just from a little force, and it's not that much tougher than a regular protective suit. A long knife or something could probably cut through it pretty easily. That doesn't make sense, though. The suit's that weak. Why don't any of our attacks work on it? Is the spare a fake one, maybe? Is it different from the sponsored one? No, it's the real thing. The material is the same as what the sponsor wears, actually. Anyway, so why is this one so much weaker? I think it's not so much weak as built for purpose. What do you mean? Ever since I saw the suit, something about it has been bothering me. It looks like some kind of protective gear, so what is it supposed to protect its wearer from? Not sure I follow. Workers at nuclear power plants use suits to protect themselves from radiation, right? And firefighters have ones to protect against high temperatures, and divers one for water pressure. Protective suits are made for specific hazards in mind, stuff that only threaten in certain environments and scenarios. There are not actually a lot of use beyond those scenarios. Have you ever felt an actual radiation suit? They're basically paper thin. I think it's the same with this suit. It's designed to protect against one particular threat and nothing else. Protective gear for a specific threat. If you have the gun, why not use that? I desperately tried to think over what Tsubasa had said and what it could mean. What kind of scenario was this suit built for? That was obvious enough to protect our sponsor from attacks. The first time we fought them with every bit of hemo anima we could muster. But at the end of our assault, the sponsor was still standing, not having taken the slightest bit of damage. It was like our attacks, our hemo anima had no effect at all. And then it hit me like a bolt from the blue. I knew what this suit was for. I knew the threat I was guarding against. Of course, this suit is... That suit is designed to repel any and all hemo anima attacks. But the trade-off is that it's weak against regular attacks, isn't it? This enemy is weak to guns. You're
letting your imagination run wild. I am invincible. Your pitiful intellect cannot hope to understand my power.
The sponsor's voice was calm, but they were clearly shaken. I had no doubt we were right about this.
Hey!
I only wish I'd noticed it sooner. The suit only blocked hemo animus attacks, not physical ones. It was such a simple weakness, but I could see why I hadn't thought of it until now. Our first encounter with the sponsor had totally demoralized us. We attacked them with everything we had, our very strongest attacks. Not one of them had worked. This person is invincible. It's no use trying to fight them. That was the idea that had been implanted in our ideas that day. After sowing the seed of doubt, we all accepted we had no choice but to do what the sponsor said. But now we know the truth. Once a trick is exposed, the con artist behind it is finished, just like this game. I'm warning you.
I'm warning you, Takumi. Stand down now, and we can forget this ever happened.
This is for my friends. I pulled the trigger and fired off 3 arrows in quick succession. They pierced the suit and buried themselves in the sponsor's body. There was no hiding it now. My attacks clearly had done some damage. There was holes in the suit now. We weren't dealing with an invincible opponent after all.
We did it.
Keep shooting him until he stops moving.
Did you see Hideko? We broke through the sponsor's defenses.
Not bad, Takumi Sabino. I'll confess, I didn't think you'd ever figure out the secret of my suit. For this, at least, I must congratulate you.
Gee, it's an honor, but it's your death I want, not compliments.
Me? Die? Don't be ridiculous, the game has only just begun. And you're forgetting something, Takumi. This suit isn't the only weapon I have at my disposal. I still have my million bees!
I heard a familiar cacophony of buzzing and beating wings as bees flew down from the ceiling. They sounded angry. I'd broken a rule after all. I'd injured the sponsor.
My suit may not be an immovable object, but my bees are as unstoppable as a force as ever. What now, Takumi Sabino? Do you think you can defend against this?
No, there's nothing I can do about your bees. If they attack now, I'd be riddled with holes and have every last ounce of blood drained. If they attacked me, that is.
That's why I'm tagging in. Good work, Takumi. You played your part beautifully.
But against someone with proper protection, things wouldn't be so simple.
What? Who are you? Why do you have that suit? It's me, Yugamo Wakashi. Guess you can't tell because of the voice, huh?
What now, Pepeka? What now? Wrong voice? My ass! Apparently, the voice changer came as standard with these suits. Though this one distorted Yugama's voice to sound just like the sponsors.
We decided to borrow one of your precious suits for a little while. It seems like the best way to stop me getting turned into a pincushion.
The beast stingers were powerful. That much was true, but that was because they'd been augmented with hemo anima. Despite a tough and grandiose appearance, it doesn't appear to have the hardiness to ranch. The joints snap out of place if you even look at them wrong, and the stinger comes off without much effort as well. It's as fragile as life itself. But it can't be so weak. These beasts killed Carrara like it was nothing. Their bodies are likely enhanced by some supernatural means when they are still alive. Supernatural, in other words, hemo anima. The suits repelled any and all hemo anima attacks, with Yugamu wearing one. The beasts were no threats at all.
You and that suit have given us a lot of trouble. Now we're using the same technology to defeat you. You know how it is. What goes around comes around. Insolence. This will not stand. Don't you realize who I am? I am the one who spreads death across the planet. The all-seeing, all-knowing Grand Master. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut you off there. We really don't have time to listen to your final monologue. I'll take it from here, Takui. Go!
Right. We both started running. I ran for the door while Yugamu charged right toward the sponsor. This is such an insane CG. The bees dutifully flew in to protect their master, but all in vain. Yugamu swatted them aside with one stripe of his arms, killing them instantly. The suit made him the worst possible opponent for them to go up against. Finally, Yugamu reached the responser. And then he opened his clenched fingers to reveal he was holding something. All it takes is one little hole to render protective gear practically useless. So the first thing we need to do is open a hole in the sponsor's suit. And one of these ranged weapons should be enough to do that. Right, if the suit is weak against physical damage, a gun should do the trick. I'm no marksman, though. I'm probably more likely to hit my target with something like a crossbow. And once the suit is torn, the sponsor will be immune to cryptoglobin attacks anymore. That's where this comes in. The stuff in this bomb will, in the hole, the sponsor will get burned to like a crisp. But we want to identify the... damn it, we're not going to be able to identify the body in this one. Tsubasa held up the tiny mechanical sphere. This baby's filled with undying flames. All it needs is a little impact to detonate it. It's basically a downgraded version of the ones we used on Veshness. Oh yeah, that happened in this route. But I could only make one, so only get one shot at this. If one of those bombs could destroy Veshness, they could destroy anyone. I guess Veshness is just straight up dead in this one. It's Schrodinger's Veshness. She's alive or dead depending on the circumstance. That included the sponsor, whoever they were. We had our plan. All that was left was to assign roles and iron out the details. Tsubasa would stand ready with a fire extinguisher outside the leisure lounge in case anything went wrong. I'd use the crossbow to puncture a hole in the sponsor's suit. And Yugamu would be the one handling the most dangerous part of the plan, actually detonating the bomb. Are you sure about this, Yugamu? You'll have to get really close to the sponsor to put the bomb in their suit in the first place. If anything goes wrong, you'll be left wide open.
Don't worry about that. I'm really good at ramming stuff in holes that look like they'd be too small to fit.
Jesus Christ! Okay, I need to end stream here soon. Oh, god damn it, game. God damn it. I'm trying to be serious here. I'm going to have to ask you to stick to the matter at hand. Hee. Oh, wait, shit.
Hee, sure thing, Takumi. Or you can be the one sticking it to me, if you prefer. You know me, I swing both ways.
Stay on topic, please. In spite of his usual devil-may-care attitude, I could tell Yugamu was serious. His fists were clenched tight. He was determined to end this game. Even if it meant risking his own life, killing the sponsor, he was prepared to do what was needed to be done.
Get away! Don't you dare touch me with those filthy hands!
Is this the twin of Kurara? Undaunted, Yugamu grabbed hold of the sponsor. He slipped the miniature bomb into the hole in the suit, and then... one little hit, and the undying flames enveloped the sponsor's entire body. Killing game's over! Our tormentor arrived in pain, convulsing like a crazed dancer. At some point, the sponsor's vocal cords had just burned away. They weren't screaming anymore, just making hollow choking noises. Even with the flames eating away at every fiber of their being, the sponsor held on for life as long as they could. But finally... Gee! Damn you, Gee! They let out one last unnatural, almost inhuman scream. The flames still looking at their body, they collapsed onto the floor. Tsubasa and I stepped into the lounge, and we stood there with Yugamu, watching the sponsor burn. We didn't want to risk taking our eyes off of them in case they suddenly came back to life somehow. Fear rooted us on the spot. We had to be sure. We needed to see this person die. They're really dead now, aren't they?
Yeah, no one could possibly survive that.
And we really won. We won. The moment I said those words, it suddenly felt a lot more real. We'd taken down the invincible sponsor and ended the invader hunt. Yo, what the hell is all the noise in here? We heard a weird voice saying, "Gee," or something. It sounded like nails on a chalkboard. There was an explosion, too. The others came in running. The sponsor's death must have echoed throughout the school. Takumi, Tsubasa, what are you guys doing here? Get over here. That's right, you have to get away from the sponsor. Oh, of course, Yugamu. With Yugamu wearing the suit, they think he's the sponsor.
Hey, guys, you picked the perfect time to join us. Come warm yourself by fire.
Fire? But it looks like the person in there. Vile fiend, did you incinerate one of our friends for your sick entertainment? This has gone far too enough. It's time for my holy Jumanji sword to cut you down. Wait, Kyoshika, I don't think that's the sponsor. It's Yugamu. How did you mention it? It sounds like him. What's the deal? What's going on here? If Yugamu's the sponsor, the sponsor is Yugamu, then who's the heck am I? Takumi. Tsubasa, you got some explaining to do. If that's Yugamu in the suit, where did the real sponsor go? Just stay calm, I'll explain everything. I took everyone through what our team had been doing, starting with me, Yugamu, Hiriko forming our secret alliance, and how Hiriko knew a way for us to get our hands on a spare version of the suit the sponsor wore. The first mission had succeeded, but at the cost of Hiriko's mission, life. Then, Tsubasa joined the alliance and figured out the suit's weakness, allowing us to put this plan into action. So, you see, we don't have to worry about scores or executions anymore. It's over. We won. I thought they'd be all happy to hear this. We just freed them from life and death struggle we'd been in since the game began, after all. What's the matter, guys? Is it really over, though?
Yeah.
The sponsor yeah! The sponsor was strong before. It's so hard you kill them just like that. Right, and we didn't see it happen for ourselves. You guys don't think we're lying to you, do you? No, that's not it. It's more like all this is happening so fast and we weren't there for so much of it, so it doesn't feel real, you know? And I was the one who was supposed to avenge Lady Kurara. Wow, this is not the reaction I was expecting. Wow, these guys are assholes in this one. I'm not asking for a victory party or anything, but you can at least relax now. The sponsor's gone. Oh, this is a real mood killer. You guys are gonna need some time now, huh? Let's call it here for the day. We can always accept your praise and adulation later. With things still feeling awkward between us, the other teams, we went our separate ways and I returned to my room. I'm gonna assume that it was... Wait. We didn't, like, unmask him? I mean, sure, we wouldn't be able to identify the corpse, but, like... Maybe get some hints? Because it's only organic matter that, like, burns away. There would still be, like, I don't know, glasses, clothing. Yeah, all that. It's only organic matter. So there would still be clothing there. Whatever.
Get ready for your... Prepare to spend... Be ready to give...
Okay, unless something very interesting happens in the next 35 minutes, we're ending in 35 minutes. The morning announcement played just as I got back to my room. Yeah, I guess I should get some rest. I remembered myself vaguely and practically threw myself at bed. The moment I head hit the pillow, I felt a gratifying sense of accomplishment welling up inside me. We did it, Hiroko. We defeated the sponsor. Now it's time for the key in my brain to reactivate. All thanks to you. My grief from losing Hiroko hadn't gone away, but now I knew she hadn't died in vain. The others would come around. They just need time to process it. No more turning against each other. No more killing game. We can finally be a real team again. Maybe even friends. Comforted by that thought, I closed my eyes. From here on, we live a fun, peaceful life. That's how I wanted the rest of the 100 days here to go. Just like the better times we had last time. Maybe we could hold another barbecue party. Or a festival where Ito can kill us all. Maybe we could all go to the beach together. That would be a nice change of pace. 1 second, chat. I'll be right back. I have returned. Maybe we could all go to the beach together. That would be a nice change of pace. And we won't be fish heads this time. Still imagining all those different possibilities, I felt myself drifting off to sleep. What's gonna happen now? But then my doorbell started ringing. A visitor at this hour? I really don't feel like getting out of bed right now. I decided to pretend I hadn't heard. Wherever it was, and whatever they wanted, it could wait. My dreams were calling me. Alright, I'm coming. I dragged my tired butt out of bed, stumbled over to the door and opened it, and... What's up, Yugamu? Yugamu, what are you doing here? Please don't tell me you don't want to hold another meeting. Can't we do it tomorrow? Sorry, Takumi, I think it might be too soon for us to be celebrating. Huh? What does that mean? The sponsor said. We made sure of that. The three of us had stood and watched as the master of the killing game burned away to ashes. There was absolutely no way he could be still alive. The sponsor's dead, alright, but the bees are a different story. He kind of forgot about the bees. While we were fixated on watching the sponsor die, they all flew off. Some of them might be lucky in the school somewhere. But now the sponsor's not here to control them anymore, wouldn't they just leave? The thing about bees is they don't like to change their habitats all that much. We'd be better off getting rid of them here and now, so they don't start building nests and breeding. Great, so now we're exterminators. Wish I could put off the job until later, but I knew I'd never forgive myself if someone got hurt because of those bees. Alright, I guess we should look for them. How are we going to do this? I'll handle the schoolyard and the rooms on the first floor. You take the first, second, and third floor. If you hear the tiniest hint of buzzing, get out of there and come find me. Shouldn't we just take shifts in the suit? I'll put on the suit and take them out. Yugama still had the protective suit Hiroko had gotten for us. At least with that around, there was no danger of hemo-anima augmented insects killing us. With that, Yugamo and I set out to check the campus for bees. I shouldn't wander around at random. I'll see if everyone's okay, if they've seen anything first. Talk to everyone. What are we doing, game? We are still on, like, the killing game route, right? I guess we are? Okay, that was a very short-ass killing game in that case. Takumi, perfect timing. For what? Kiyoshika has something she wants to say to you, don't you, Kiyoshika? Just only push Kiyoshika forward. So, Takumi, for avenging Lady Kurara's death, I will. And for my rudeness up until now, that is to say, I'm Yoshika trailed off, unable to look me in the eye. An awkward silence stretched out between us. Sorry, Takumi. I think Yoshika needs more time to get her head together. She wanted to apologize for you, but she's not sure how and where to start. It's fine. She doesn't have to apologize. It's all in the past now. It's nice of you to say that, but this is something she needs to do before she can put it behind us. Love that random from the Zombie that's 10 decibels higher. Love it, love it, love it. It's my favorite. Just give me a little more, okay? Sure, whatever you need. You know where to find me. After that awkward phase when they were calling me the Grim Reaper, I was finally able to talk to Nozomi and Kyoshika normally again. I found myself getting a little choked up. All that hard work of defeating the sponsor had been so worth it. Until we turned into the new sponsor. Ava, how's it going? Still gonna not talk to us? Ava sat on cage, looking as dejected as I left her earlier. She was still probably in shock about not being allowed to allow her mask back. Very cool game. Hey, how's it going, champ? What was all that all about? Takumi, thank you so much for taking down the scumbag who killed Karara. I'm so happy. The tears of joy just won't stop coming. You're my absolute hero, best wrestler ever, instant Hall of Famer, no question. I'm not a wrestler though. Oh well, it's nice to see you're so happy. Hey Moko, we're seeing you check see if any of the sponsored beats are still. Bye. Moko? Rika, Raka, Firecracker, Shish Boom Ba. Everyone hustle. Woo! Victory! Moko might be too happy. I don't think I'll get any useful information out of her. Sponsor hadn't showed up here all day. Level with me, Takumi. Were you serious? Did you really kill that bastard? Yeah, I didn't do it alone. So, Yugamu, Tsubasa, and even Hiriko, they all put their lives on the line to make this plan a success. And now the sponsors are gone, we don't have to compete against each other anymore. Listen up, Takamura. You're allowed to be happy. The invader hunt is over. You idiot. I got no right to be happy at a time like this. What do you mean? I'm so damn pathetic. Push your way. Talked all that shit about being shady. Then, went ahead to let you do all the hard work and save our asses. For real, I hate myself so much. I wish I could just drop dead. Don't say that. You survived the killing game. Your life is precious. When's the second sponsor gonna arrive? I have no idea. What's so precious about a life you gotta live in shame? Sorry, man. I just can't be around you right now. And hey, sorry about all that stuff. I'll find a way to make it up to you. His eyes downcast, Takamura slowly trudged away. You really don't need to do that. Oh, time to go on our expedition to find Shoma. Thank you. Wow, what's with you all of a sudden? If you hadn't ended the killing game, I would have been the one getting executed at the end of this round. By defending this sponsor, you saved my life, Takumi. I never got the chance to say thank you this morning, so now I have to make up for that. You've given an insignificant dust bunny like me the second chance at life. I'm eternally grateful. It's okay, Shoma, really. I mean, this is a victory for all of us. By the way, have you seen any of the sponsors' bees around today? Thank you. Doesn't look like I'm going to get any useful information out of him. I have no idea when that second sponsor is gonna arrive. We know that there's two suitmen, from that brief cameo in the zombie route. Don't have any idea what they were doing here at the school, though. What? The sponsors' bees are still alive? I only said they might be. I hope we're wrong, but we have to make sure. Can you think of anywhere they might be able to hide, Tsubasa? Honestly, I don't know if this is relevant, but since you're asking, I did hear some weird noises coming from the room on the first floor. You know, the one with the strange machines? What kind of noises exactly? Almost sounded like people talking, but there's no way that somebody would be hiding out in a creepy place like that, right? You know what I mean. It's probably my imagination. Didn't sound like bees anyway. Room with strange machines. That's probably nothing, but maybe I'll check it out just in case. What if we do? Where's the room? War room. Oh, can't even check it out right now. Okay.
Huh?
You're still here, Yugamo. Weren't you going to search the first floor? I thought I'd check on Darurumi before I started. She's still out cold, you know, slumbering away like an enchanted princess. I guess she must have taken a lot of damage fighting that commander. Yeah, not just physical damage either. She did murder the only person she ever cared about with her own two hands, after all. Right, there's no other way out of that situation. Darurumi still killed Kiriko. Maybe she was in shock, staying unconscious to avoid dealing with the guilt and pain of that act. Got to wonder what effect Kiriko's cryptoglobin is going to have on Darurumi going forward. It's going to be a real blast finding out. Everybody seems to be okay, but I didn't get any hints about the bees. The closest thing was what Tsubasa told me about that room. She said she heard people talking inside. Maybe the bees buzzing and wing beats sounded like voices through the door? Made my way to the weird room to check it out just in case, but what I saw there was more suit men. Two this time. So there's a third one. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The strange sound behind the doors wasn't bees, it was the sponsor, who was supposed to be dead, and there was two of them. So either there's 3 suit men, or the sponsor just came back to life. Okay. How? How are they still alive? If I don't stop them, the killing game will start over all again. But I can't fight them alone. I'll go find Yugamu first. And they just let us leave? Running for the exit. However, I was suddenly tackled and pinned to the floor.
Hey! Let me go!
I can't let them kill me. If I let them run loose at the school, more of my friends will end up dead. I need to get away and tell everyone they're here.
Gah!
Oh, the syringe, the same one. Oh, no. The last time you syringed us, we went on that dumbass comedy route. No, don't do that. Don't do that, please. No, don't do that. No, we are not entering back into the comedy route. I felt a sharp pain in my nape. Did I get injected with something? As soon as I felt it. My vision turned hazy. My consciousness started to fade. No, I can't pass out now. Everyone will die. We have nothing to do with the invader hunt. I heard someone mutter those words near my ear, or at least I thought I did. Hi, Gi. Is that the end of the route? Day 32. Okay, not the end. My back hurts. For some reason, my bed feels really hard today. Did I fell out of the spend of the rest of the night on the floor? Just checking. We have nothing to do with the invader hunt. So those two have nothing to do with it. Great. They're just there to send us off into the comedy route. Did I fall out of bed at some point and spend the rest of the night on the floor? This isn't my room. I opened my eyes and looked around. I was in the room with the weird machines. What am I doing in here? Why was I waking up at a creepy place like this? I had no reason to be here, did I? Wait, now I remember. Yugamu asked me to look for the bees. My memory's coming back. We were looking around the school, making sure the sponsors minions weren't still working around, but I couldn't remember anything after I came into this room. It was all blank. Was somebody else in here? Did they attack me? If anyone or anything had attacked me, it would be the bees. I was one of the people responsible for their master's death, after all. Maybe they wanted revenge. But that's what happened. Yugamu, Tsubasa. Bees could be after them as well. I dashed out of the room in a panic. I ran over all over the school looking for my friends. I checked both the rooms, all the classrooms, the library, and then finally... Tsubasa, Yugamu, you're okay. I've been looking for you everywhere. I opened the door to the cafeteria to see the two of them sitting there, eating and talking like nothing was wrong. What's up, Takumi? You're sweating like crazy. Yeah, you look more excited than a bitch and pee. Okay. They were both fine. I'd worry over nothing. Thank goodness. Sheesh, don't scare me like that. I think we should be the ones saying that to you. Anyway, now that you're here, you might as well join in the strategy meeting. Yugamo and I were trying to... about how to organize our search for the QB liquid? What?
Huh?
What? The what? What are you talking about? The QB liquid. Come on. You can't have forgotten already.
Huh?
Forgotten? I've never heard of this stuff before. For real? But I've explained it to you this morning. This morning. But we were finding the sponsor this morning. That was yesterday. Yesterday? Something wasn't right here. We got the spare suit yesterday, and then this morning we defeated the sponsor. What? Hey, Takumi, what day do you think it is? It's day 31. It's day 32, Takumi. Huh? No, that couldn't be right. If today was day 32, that would mean I spent an entire day lying unconscious in that weird room. Maybe you got a concussion. You did hit your head pretty hard. I did? When did that happen? You forgot that too? Yesterday, day 31, you tripped and hit your head. I don't remember that at all. What was it while I was looking for the bees? So what happened with the bees? Did you find any nests or hives anywhere? Nope, not a single one. Guess I was being paranoid. Takumi, do you really not remember? Sorry, I don't remember a thing. You were acting pretty strange back then. Maybe the damage is worse than we thought. We should take it easy, Tate. It might come back to you once you rest up a little. I'm thinking. Sure. This whole thing still didn't make much sense to me, but I did like they said and spent the rest of the day in my room. Wait, what the fuck was the QB liquid? I guess they didn't explain.
You never know when the invade. Well then.
Time to go to bed. It's now the night of the 32. I'm missing a whole day worth of memories. I know I'm not getting them back just by thinking hard, but this is unsettling. What if I wake up with even more gaps in my memory tomorrow? When I think about it that way, I'm still kind of scared to go to sleep. Why is this weird stuff so happening? You'd overcome the one of you only to be faced with another right after. And here I thought speeding the sponsor meant our luck was starting to turn. No, being negative about it won't help me now. I gave my cheeks a light slap and took a deep breath to get myself together. If I let a little something like this get me down, I'll never make it to day 100. I have to stay strong. I need to be prepared to put everything on the line for my friends, just like Hiriko did. Day 33.
Up and at 'em, troops! Time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 33rd day of active service here at Last Defense. Prepare to spend another. Be ready to give.
Day 33, huh? I'm over as if to reassure myself as I got up. Yesterday was day 32, today's 33, no missing spots in my memory. Maybe it was only a temporary thing after all? What a relief. I was afraid we were going to have a new string of weird incidents on our hands. Hopefully now I can have a nice quiet day. No sooner that thought had crossed my mind when... Oh shit, the invaders exist!
Defense mode
Okay, we'll get through this battle and resulting plot, and then we'll get a call streamed there. An attack? So early in the morning too. I knew it, my luck's worse than ever. I scrambled out of bed, made my way to war room as fast as I could. Hey, hey Takumi. So Takumi, Takamura and Yoshika were already there when I got into the war room. They both averted their eyes when they saw me. I've been wanting to apologize all this time, but I didn't know where to start. Isolating someone from the group, only to have that person save them. There's no wonder they felt awkward, but not for long. Apologize for what? I don't remember you doing anything you need to apologize for? Where are we going with this? I decided to let the whole thing... Okay, go. The past was the past. There was no sense in lingering on it or hurting grudges now. I just wanted us to focus on the present and forge a better future together. You sure you don't want any payback? I treated you like crap. You didn't deserve any of it. You're not gonna forget about all that, are ya? I already have. It's in the past. All I remember is that Takamura Yakashiji is the kind of guy who will do whatever it takes to protect his friends. That's all I need to know. I meant it, too. It hadn't been much fun for me, but Takamura was only trying to... Sorry. Had only been trying to keep the others safe in his own way. You're a real stand-up guy, Takumi. Faith, your heart is larger than the ocean itself. You could be the king of the pirates someday, Sir Takumi. Takumi, I know everyone's doing it, but I want you to apologize too. I'm sorry for treating you so coldly back when the invader hunt began. Felt terrible about it ever since. Guys, seriously, it's okay. Forget about it. I agree. I've had enough of this saccharine sweet sentiment for one day. We're all friends again. Can't we leave it at that?
Special Defense Unit! Best friends in the world!
You two were pretty mean to Takumi too, you know? That's just how they are. Not even Iron Claw can get them to apologize if they don't want to. Aha. I realized I didn't care about what happened before. We were a real team again. That's what mattered. Wait, a lot of people are missing. We were friends and allies, all of us together. Sorry to bring the mood down, but shouldn't we do something about the invaders? They're advanced a pretty long way already. Ah. All. Oh no, I totally forgot. Come on everyone, let's get out there. We hurried on to the battlefield and began to the first offensive battle we fought in a while. Okay, we're probably gonna skip this battle if it lets me. Is it gonna let me skip? Yep.
It's weird, but I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger.
It must be from all the fighting we did during the hunt. It feels like they're moving in slow motion now.
I'm better than ever, too. Oh, the way I am now, I feel like I could pull off some high-flying lucha moves.
That sponsor just made us stronger. What a dumbass.
Don't get carried away, guys. We've got an even stronger enemy approaching. Odds are it's a commander.
Which one is this? Oh, Beyblade.
It's him! That's the commander that killed Hideko.
That makes this our big chance to avenge her. Can't wait to get into it.
This guy's going down. I won't stand by and let him escape this time.
All we can do is force him to retreat, but we're not going to lose this time. If we all work together, no one can beat us.
Let's do this, everyone. For Hideko!
Woo! You win!
We beat the commander. Now we just gotta finish him off.
This is a revenge killing, right? Why don't we take our time and really make it hurt?
This is for Hideko.
I say we present his body as an offering at Hideko's grave. I think she'd like that.
No way! She doesn't want that kind of baggage hanging over her when she's in heaven.
Are you crazy or just stupid? None of your kind will ever enter heaven.
It seems the varlet still has life enough to talk back to us.
Damn filthy invaders! Treating me like this! I hope you all rot in hell for eternity! Get back! Don't you dare touch me! Lay a finger on me, and I'll rip your throats out with my bare teeth!
Real sore loser, aren't you? But you didn't hold back against Hideko. How's it feel to be on the other side of that?
Repent for our friend's death with your life, vile fiend.
Go ahead, Takumi. Finish him.
Huh? You want me to do it?
This will wipe out the final insult to Hideko's memory. You're clearly the best man for the job.
Yeah, I think that's what she would want to.
tear him apart, Mr. Sumino.
I think they're a little bit vengeance pilled right now to be asking questions.
Okay.
Somehow, I felt like they wouldn't let me say no. I took a step closer to Adamank.
Damn it. Damn it. I told you to stay away from me!
When I killed him and avenged Kiriko, the Vader hunt would be finally well and truly over. My next strike would put an end to this dark, desperate chapter in our lives.
This will end it all.
But just as I was about to bring my sword down, the bees! They return! I heard a sound that couldn't possibly be real. Not here, not now. And then it finally happened. A huge swarm of bees appeared, gathering in the air above Adamankin. A moment later, they attacked, draining every last ounce of his blood with their razor-sharp stingers. Now just a blackened husk, his body fell lifelessly to the ground. For a moment, I was so shocked I couldn't speak. How could this be happening?
Why are the bees here again?
The bees!
Naturally, it's because I am alive and well.
I turned around at the sight of the voice. Standing there was...
Not quite as satisfying as Kurara O Suzuki's, but this commander's cryptoglobin is sweet nectar all the same. Thanks to that, my wounds have healed. I've made a complete recovery.
Okay, so Crypto Globe can just do that. Got it, cool.
But how can you still be alive? I watched you die.
You did indeed. My body was burned to ashes until not a single piece of me remained. But you overlooked something, Takumi Sumino. That was only
one of your bodies? What? Huh?
Much like with the suit, I happened to
what the
have
fuck is happening? How many bodies do you have, my man? Lily fingers and straight shoes were everywhere. There were at least 10 sponsors standing on the battlefield now. Is this a dream? No, this is more like a nightmare.
Takumi Sumino, your plan to eliminate me, that is, was truly ingenious. In recognition for your courage and cunning, I'll overlook your breach of the rules. Anything for an accomplished hunter like yourself.
No, this can't be happening. It took so much work just to beat one of them, and now there's this many.
It's an illusion. They must be shadow clones.
Shadow clones!
You're welcome to test that theory, but don't blame me if you meet the same fate as Kurara O Suzuki.
None of us made a move. Instinctively, we knew we had no chance. Tried to attack any of the sponsors, we'd be killed on the spot.
So why did you pretend to be dead? Were you just playing with us?
I knew giving you a taste of hope would make your despair that much more intense.
Do you see now how futile it is to defy me? To defy me is a foolish act. How did the line go? How did that line go? Was it to defy me is a senseless act that goes against your what?
But why are you only showing yourself again now? We worked so hard to defeat that commander. Stealing the fruits of our labor is adding insult to injury.
Precisely.
You misunderstand me. I only absorbed his cryptoglobin temporarily to ensure it's distributed fairly.
What? Distributed?
Such a mighty prize should be reserved for only the most excellent of my hunters. I will split this commander's cryptoglobin among the top 3 players. In first, Darumi Amamiya. Second, Takumi Sumino. And third, Yugamu Omikage. These 3 alone will receive the reward. Accept it now!
We can't split it 3 ways. At the response was, one of the bees flew to me and dropped my prize, a weird vial of red liquid at my feet.
It seems Darumi Amamiya is not here. Is she still unconscious? No matter. I will inject this into her myself. I'm sure she'll find it most invigorating. She is a talented hunter too, after all. This game wouldn't be nearly so interesting without her.
The killing game is still going on. I thought we ended it.
So sorry to quash your short-lived joy, but the invader hunt will continue. There are still 2 days until the end of the first round.
Rip Shoma.
I encourage you lower-ranked hunters to make a special effort during that time. Of course, the rest of you can't afford to get complacent either. That's just how this game works.
The monster's laugh echoed across the desolate battlefield. The defensive battle was won, but the invader hunt was back on. With our lives once again at the mercy of the rankings, it felt like a truly hollow victory. After the battle, we returned to school and met up in the cafeteria. We needed to discuss what we were going to do next. So basically, the hunt is back on like nothing happened. Okay, folks, I am wilting so badly at this point, and I feel like this is going to go on for a very long time, and I feel like that's a good enough place to end it. I think we're done for today. Yep, I am feeling pretty done today. Who's live? Casual 9-hour stream. Yep. Slash raid. Hello, it's Mouse. They're playing Claire Obscure. Expedition 33. Have fun with them. I'm done for today. I am completely checked out. You will not... Checked out for today, I should say. Not out of the game. Not out of the game. Let's be clear about that. I will be back maybe Sunday, definitely Monday. But until then, I hope you have a good time. Yeah, that'll be all. Have a good one, folks.